The Motorsport UK British Kart Championship travels to North Wales on the beautiful Glan-Y-Gors circuit for the first time this year. It's event 3 of the 2023 season on what is going to be a scorchingly hot, sunny weekend in the Snowdonia foothills. We've got a record-breaking 8 different classes competing today, including 157 total drivers. It's the debut in 2023 of the Bambino class, the youngest members of our paddock, ages 6 to 8 years old. Back from Kimbolton for their second round this weekend is the fearsomely quick KZ2 class. Can anybody catch Ella Stevens? Whilst from PFI, we've got the 2 Water Swift classes, we've got the 2 TKM classes, and the 2 X30 classes having their second round. The Junior X30 class is the biggest we've got here, 40 drivers entered in total. We've got 18 races to bring you today. You can watch it all on all the Motorsport UK social media channels, courtesy of Alpha Live. Don't miss a thing of the action.
To reboot my tally to get that to go live. Just a word for everyone out there.
The Jade Racing team as well. He's been gaining confidence throughout. Now, this is the section of the track we call Devil's Elbow. Down towards Paddock Bend, 12 drivers. We've got 10 minutes plus 1 lap to decide who makes the pre-final and the final. And the lights are out. We're off and racing through Club Corner and down Dragon Straight. It's been a great start, John, from kart number 83, David McIntyre, the Mick Barrett racing driver, the Scotsman, has gone off like a scalded cat here in Wales.
He absolutely flew off the line there, didn't he? Just chopped across at the first corner, was able to sort of ruin the line for Zach Green through that turn one, but Zach Green's already there, already back down the inside at the bottom of the hill. This could be a great battle throughout this race between these two.
That was into the carousel. Now we're up to compression corner. Why compression corner? John, you could tell us, because it literally feels like your insides are being squeezed together like on a roller coaster. Down through Devil's Elbow, it's a 12-kart single file train out of Paddock Bend and across the very short start finish line, and there's a move. That's one of the Jade Racing karts. That may have been Laith Khan in the number 78 kart, going past kart number 58, number 15, Joseph Smith.
Indeed it was, yeah. What were you saying there about them going single file?
Yes.
Don't think they were listening to you there, mate.
The commentator already. Henry, what are you talking about? That's John, you'll learn from Anthony that happens quite often. A big spiel and then I get proved completely wrong. But one thing I'm not wrong about is the fact that number 10, Zach Green, for the Jamie Green racing team, is leading and has got a 5 or 6 kart length advantage, and he's just set the fastest lap.
He's looking pretty quick, isn't he? Immediately made that move, that re-overtake on David McIntyre on lap 1. And he's just starting to pull away now. Of course, it's fantastic to win this repechage for Zach Green. However, we're also watching that P6 bubble, aren't we? For who is able to get through.
At the moment, the bubble belongs to number 96. You can see him on your screens there going up the hill into Spoon Curve. That's George Quartermain for the Croc Promotions team. And George has got, he's got about 0.6 of a second in hand over Samuel Branston, Laith Khan, Joseph Smith, Levi Sanghera, Harry Ewell and Henry Cameron. They're the drivers on the outside looking in, but down the hill, bit of a battle developing for second now, John, between McIntyre, Woolley and Savinkov, our Ukrainian driver.
Yeah, they've all just closed up a little bit, haven't they? They've got pretty similar lap times on the last few laps, but of course, we're still pretty early on in this race. They're just starting to bed into it, but these three getting super close now. But of course, to remind us of that again, the top 6, you want to be up there as far up as you can get, but if you start battling over second place, you could start dropping back into the drivers behind, and then possibly something unfolds later on in the race, and you lose out on that top 6. But there's a late move and a double overtake there from Savinkov up into second place.
Exactly. He just coming at the Spoon Curve there. I think the other drivers were sort of taking it a little bit easy. Thought, right, well, I'm going to go now. I'm going, and he's gone. And he's up into P4. That's going to get, P2 rather. And again, a bit more breathing space, because as you can see, the drivers, great camera work, by the way, here, great shot there, showing how physical this circuit is, how much of it had. No change for the lead. Zach Green still heading the way there. He's 1.2 seconds in front of Savinkov. Savinkov that was just set the fastest lap of the race, a 42.63. Here we go. You can see that Savinkov, well, he's taking McIntyre with him, but Woolley is being dropped, and Woolley's now in a pack with Flynn McDermott, George Quartermain, and Samuel Branston in kart number 58. Look out for him. He is just half a second off the transfer spot, but we're not even halfway through this race yet, John.
No, exactly. It's all beginning to close up, sort of down that lower end of this top 6 that are going through. They're all closing up. But as we said, it is quite difficult to overtake on this circuit. If you're going to go for it, you've really got to be committed, like we've seen at the top of the circuit at the Spoon. That overtake from Savinkov to take second place, really late on the brakes, diving to the inside and making sure you block at the apex so the driver can't get you back at the next corner on the exit. Yes,
there's a look down the hill. There's the elevation change. Green leads by 1.6 seconds. They come across the line. On your screens there's the 2 Croc Promotions kart, the 96 of Quartermain and the 34 of Woolley, sandwiching the number 23 Optimum Performance kart of Flynn McDermott. But John, they're the last 3 drivers in the pre-final and the main final. They don't need to battle. Realistically, John, this is the difference between starting 32nd, 33rd or 34th in the pre-final.
Exactly, and when you've got such a big grid like that, a couple of positions doesn't matter so much. It could all go wrong at the start and you could gain loads of positions, or it could go wrong for you. It's just about getting through that first lap when you get into the finals later on. But yeah, you want to make sure you're getting up into those top 6. And I mean, George Quartermain at the back of the pack, last lap, did get the fastest sector 1, so he's clearly got some good pace in that car as George. It's just whether he decides to sit back and wait wait and take that P6, whether he does decide to shake it up a bit, try and get 5th or 4th that are just ahead of them. But if he does so, could allow for Samuel Branson to get involved as well. So this is all still unfolding.
5-second penalty for number 15, Joseph Smith, the Mick Barrett Racing driver. Well, he's already dropped off the pack there. I think obviously maybe a jump start or some sort of incident on circuit. You can get in-race penalties here in the British Championship. The Wera Tools British Championship passing the Wera Tools barrier there, very thing. But there's the battle, and you can see now the gap developing between Quatermain and the 58 of Branson. Just a quick hello to a few people on the live chat. We've got a lot of people commenting in from Mexico. Why Mexico? Because we're going to see Mateo Garcia in action in the Water Swift class later on. A few people saying good luck for today, Mason Hibbert for the Fusion team. And again, lots of Hector Rodriguez and Alejandro Garcia saying good luck to Mateo Garcia. But back on our screens. 4 minutes to go. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place on your screens at once, John. John, this is where you just need to take it easy, take it calm. Save your tyres, because tyre wear is going to be a critical issue here. Overtaking opportunities are few and far between here at Glan-Y-Gors. So he or she who has the best amount of rubber left will be making the most progress at the end of the day.
This is exactly where that experience comes into play, isn't it? Just being able to manage that tyre life, managing your gaps, and just keeping it on circuit and getting it to the end of the race in a position that allows you to get up into those pre-finals and finals later on today. But you were talking about Joseph Smith. I'm absolutely gutted for Joseph. I was talking to his mum yesterday. They were so frustrated. They felt he had a good pace, but then once he got on the race tyres, he just couldn't do anything with them, and it seems to have carried on in today. So really gutting for Joseph.
Well, there's plenty more events this season for Joseph to sort of get to grips there. Mick Barrett Racing, great team. Going to give him all the support that he needs as the season progresses. So on your screens, the 34 of Samuel Woolley for Croc Promotion. He runs in 4th position. You're not missing anything up at the front. There's Zach Green, just the top of your screen, having a long look over his shoulder, John, going down Dragon Street, thinking, right, where is everybody? What Zach can do now, though, and I'm sure his Jamie Green Racing team will be telling him this, is ease back. There's no need to drive at 100% and push those tyres. Save your tyres. 2.5 seconds to go, and you've got a lead of, well, it says on the screen there, 1.9 seconds, but I think it's more like 2.5.
Indeed, it is. Zach Green's continuing to clear off at the front. Around that first corner on the previous lap, I think Samuel Woolley, Flynn McDermott and George Quatermain all sort of followed each other off on the exit of turn 1, and they caught that little ridge on the outside, just caused the rear to get all slidey as they got under power there. You can see them hitting it on the exit. If you take just a little bit too much of that, it really gets the kart squirrely, but they all kept it in a straight line, so that's all that matters. And
I've got to say, our race leader, Zach Green's got a lot of support coming in online. Hayden Gilbert saying, come on to Will Green and Zach. So, yeah, the whole Green family have been covered there, Hayden. You've nailed your colours to the mast, and those colours are green. Ha-ha. Savikov, McIntyre, Woolley, McDermott and Quatermain all chase our race leader. They're your 6 potential qualifiers. Branston, Khan, Ewell, Sanghera and Cameron, with Smith still in the race but a long way off the back. Chasing potentially, as we wind down, John, a bit of a forlorn hope. I'm just going to quickly check there. As you watch the screen, John, I'll check the championship positions to see if any of the main contenders from the opening round at PFI, well, obviously you got Zach Green, who came into this event. Where was he in the championship? Well, he wasn't too, he was a little bit further down, but, you know, all the top 10 in the championship safely in this, into the main finals already. Looking down the screen, there's Zach Green, 19th in the standings. So again, he's potentially looking at a seeded number this year. He got a seed last year, that's why he's running with the number 10. But with 45 seconds to go, this could be one hurdle overcome.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to inspire a lot of confidence as well, isn't it? Just like showing that you've got that pace on this circuit to pull away by yourself, and that can be challenging. Of course, it's very technical in the middle section of the circuit, but that straight from T1 all the way up to T2 at Spoon at the top of the hill, such a long straight. You really use that slipstream, and it can mean that it's difficult to cause that breakaway during the race. But Zach Green's managed to do it, and with a fastest lap like that, a couple of tenths of a second faster than anyone, as I say, inspiring a lot of confidence moving through for the rest of the day.
Interesting, as you watch the clock head towards 0. There are 4 drivers this weekend in Junior X30 making their seasonal debut. Three of them, Cameron, Sanghera and Khan, aren't going to qualify for the main final. The only driver who missed the opening round but has got straight into pre-final is the MDL Motorsport driver, James Shotton. So well done to James. That's always a big thing as the clock strikes 0. I think Zach Green got to the line before the clock struck 0. So we haven't got the final yet, but we're into the closing stages.
Indeed, yeah. You were saying about those drivers, it's so impressive to come straight into the series and get through and beat lots of drivers who have been in it for a number of rounds or a number of seasons even. So really impressive to see that one driver managing to get through. And there are a couple of names that I do recognise. I obviously, of course, do the Wilton Mill Kart Club. A number of names that I recognise. Alexander Samenkov in second place in this one. Definitely recognise him. The last couple of rounds, he got quite bullied in this class at WOKC. But he's getting a lot more luck here today, and that's fantastic to see him up there right at the top, battling well. And of course, if it stays as it was, I don't want to commentator's curtain, as it stays as it is. We'll see him out later on today.
Well, we're now on to the final lap, and Green, the timings on the left-hand side of your screen, please ignore them, but the order is Green, Savinkov, McIntyre, Woolley, McDermott and Quartermain. The order on your screen is correct. The gaps between the drivers, not so. But we're now looking, now there's no need to battle there, drivers.
No need.
But coming through Devil's Elbow for the final time, Zach Green started from pole, lights to flag, victory for driver number 10. Checkered flag goes out. Green wins, Savinkov second, McIntyre third, Woolley in fourth, followed by McDermott in fifth and Quartermain in sixth position. Provisionally, John, they are your 6 transfer drivers into the Junior X30 pre-final and final. Sadly, it's Sam Branston, Laith Khan, Harry Ewell, Levi Sanghera, the Canadian driver, and X30 debutant Henry Cameron, who go home along with Joseph Smith. Although, this is, of course, completely provisional, subject to post-race scrutineering. If there are any penalties or exclusions or no-scope penalties for the top 6, then Sam Branston in kart number 58 for the Jade race team is the first driver that could potentially make their way into the pre-final. Big hello to Michael Burke from Bathurst, Australia, one of our most loyal viewers. Michael, good day, or rather, good evening. It's 8 o'clock in Bathurst. I'm still waiting for my plane tickets to go and be a guest of Michael Burke at the Bathurst 1000 later this year.
Just a subtle nudge there.
I could come and do some commentary at the Wollongong Kart Club as well. Michael, as part of the deal, I think that everyone's a winner there. But I can hear Bambinos on the dummy grid, John. That can mean it can only mean one thing. The youngest members of the Wera Tools British karting paddock are about to go out for heat number 2. They're making their debut this weekend. It's Bambino Heat 2, and it is up very, very shortly. As in the background of the shot there, my ride home is arriving. Somebody is landing their helicopter in the paddock. Obviously, it's got Henry written on it. That's how we're getting home later on.
Can I hitch a ride? Would that be all right?
You can take the silver bullet.
Oh, thanks,
yeah.
mate.
There we go. There's a look at the Bambinos. A small group, but again, John, this is something that we were really looking forward to. And, oh, hang on a second. But before we get to the grid, there's apparently, stop the presses, ladies and gentlemen, a huge weekend at the Wollongong Kart Club. Michael Burke's been the race director for a 2-day state title event. Well, Michael, then, my Australian karting commentary debut is in your hands. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. John Ratcliff, get us back on track. Anthony Jordan will be doing a much better job. Here's a grid.
Right then, let's have a look at the grid. Heat number 2 for the Bambinos. It's Rex Pooley who lines up on pole position. Alongside him on that front row is Harry Chapman. Then it's Ronnie Kempson and Mason Hibbert. Then Henry Algar and Toby Biggs. Then OBJ Stubbs, Alex Marshall and Philip Petru there on 9th place and at the back of the grid.
I didn't mean that Anthony Jordan would be doing a better job on commentary. Anthony Jordan would be doing a better job of keeping me under control, John. But that's all right. I promise I'm on my best behaviour. Really good to see on the patch. So the Pooley family, good luck to Rex Pooley on pole position on the Fullerton chassis with the Leon Larego Performance Racing engines. What else have we got coming on there? Oh, well, Jessica Quartermain saying, well done to George. You've just seen George qualify for the final, but here we go. This is going to be 10 minutes plus 1 lap. The results from yesterday are in. I'm just going to have a quick look to see if I've got them. No, of course I haven't got them because I'm a dinosaur, ladies and gentlemen. But I tell you what, John Ratcliffe's got them.
Hopefully. Try and find them on my massive document of stuff, but it looks like the drivers are coming up to the grid, of course. Grid start for this one, standing start for our Bambino drivers. But yes, yesterday in heat number 1, it was Mason Hibbert who took the win. Second place was Henry Algar, and third place for Harry Chapman.
Well, we've already seen lots of support for Mason Hibbert on the live stream as well. But of course, there's lots of people that are wishing a lot of these young drivers. I think I've seen British touring car driver Jade Edwards here doing some driver coaching and some help for one of the drivers. I'm trying to think which driver that one might be. Albie J. Stubbs. Not sure. As the lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a great start from Rex Pooley alongside though number 32 Harry Chapman as we go through turn number 1. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's play the Bambino game. How many abreast can we get? I'm going to say it's a narrow track, only 3. John?
Yeah, we just about maxed out there at 3, didn't we?
Yeah.
Henry Algar's had an unbelievable start, though. He's already up into P3. Looks like the 77, though. Mason Hibbert is trying it down the inside and does retake third place. But still a brilliant start from Henry there, all the way up into 4th place already. And look, they're still trying to go side by side through the exit of spoons. You can't do that in the KZ2s.
No, you can't. They're going to try later on, but look at that. We've got 2, 4, 6. We've got, look at that. Mercy sakes alive. Looks like we've got us a convoy coming up the hill into compression corner for the first time. And now, well, I mean, it's a steep hill, but in these Bambinos, those little 6 to 8-year-olds must think they're going to fall off the edge of a cliff. Down the hill they go, and it's the number 13 Kart, Ronnie Kempson, like you said, after a great start, up into P2, side by side for third, John.
Yeah, Harry Chapman, he's all over the back of him, isn't he? We've still got the 31 of Rex Pooley in the lead. Sorry, it's Ronnie Kempson, as you were saying, in second place, challenging, and there's a move down the inside.
Yes.
Harry Chapman does indeed go through, up into third place, relegates Mason Hibbert down into 4th. Henry Algar still with them. I mean, the rest of the pack still with them, let's be honest.
Yep. John Ratcliffe invoking my mentor, Ken Walker, with the "there's a move" quote. Good stuff. Right, into Spoon Curve at the top of the hill, and we've got 3, 6, 7 drivers. That's the number 96 of Albie J. Stubbs there in 7th position. Philip Patero and Alex Marshall just a little bit further back here, but up the hill we go, side by side for second place. That was the number 32 of Harry Chapman having a little look at the inside. He's still having a little look. He's having more than a look. He's having a glance, but he falls back into P3 behind number 13 of Kempson. Pooley still leads. Change for second, John.
Almost. Tried to get the up and under there, didn't he, on the exit. Tried to get the power down, just wasn't quite able to. But, yeah, Harry Chapman is looking really quick. He's got a good exit off the final corner. Could get alongside. Might be the move for the lead instead. Tries it down the inside. Does the 13. Ronnie Kempson gets alongside. But it's a long run up to Spoon. And the 31 of Rex Pooley doesn't have any pusher behind him. He could lose so many positions here. He's going to drop all the way to the back of the train.
He has indeed. That is NASCAR-style drafting at its finest from the Bambinos as we go up the hill into Spoon Curve. Now they come out through turn 4 left, downhill. They fan out 2 wide. The 32's on the inside. This could be Harry Chapman for the race lead. Yes, it is.
It is. Good move. He been waiting that for a while, hadn't he? Piling on the pressure for the last couple of laps, and he's finally got to the front. But as we've seen, it can be pretty easy to lose that lead if you get off of the slipstream queue. You get forced to the back of the line. So Harry Chapman, he's done a good job to get to the front, but it's going to be a tough job for him to stay there as well.
Yeah, so we're having a look. We've got a few issues with the timing screens here. So the visual on your screen, there we go. It is still the number 32 of Harry Chapman leading. Ronnie Kempson is in second. Then it is Mason Hibbert in third. Here comes Hibbert. Hibbert has a little glance. He looks one way, steers the other. Now he looks the other way as well, just making sure those pesky critters behind aren't trying to close in on me. But again, 4th, 5th and 6th, there's a great example there, John, of the slipstream and the drafting effect there, because the 3 drivers, Pooley, Biggs and Algar, 4th, 5th and 6th, they really did close in going at that long run. Well, I mean, we go uphill to Spoons. It's like going, for these Bambinos, it's like going uphill trying to find the toilets in a Weatherspoons. You go up, keep going up, and eventually you get there.
Hopefully our Bambinos don't get that reference quite yet.
No, but the parents will, though.
Very true, very true. But as you were saying, yeah, it takes them so long to get up to Spoon Corner. I love the synchronized head turning as they all try and look for where each other is on the track, trying to make sure they keep that track position. They're still trying to go side by side through Devil's Elbow. It's a tough place to go, but hey, these Bambinos, they're looking pretty racy, and they're still trying to go side by side as we now head over the line, trying to squeeze to the apex. There was the 13. They nearly make contact, all three of them. Somehow they're all still facing in the right direction.
Exactly. A battle of six, a group of six, a sextet of Bambinos. Chapman, Kempson, Hibbert, Pooley, Algar and Biggs. RBJ Stubbs is 5 seconds back in 7th place. 16 seconds back in 8th is Philip Patero. Patero. I do apologise if I'm getting your pronunciation incorrect there. And Alex Marshall is just a couple of seconds behind. Oh, Alex Marshall, I think Alex might have just pulled into the pits to retire. As I come across our timing screen, yes, there he goes. He's had a moment on that lap. He's maybe investigating some of the beautiful Welsh countryside during a race. Side by side for second, John. Here we go.
Oh, yes, it's all kicking off. I mean, who can blame him for wanting to venture out into the countryside? But yeah, all the battles continuing to kick off at the front. We still got just less than 5 minutes left to go in this race. And to be fair to Harry Chapman, of course, he hasn't pulled away. That slipstream is very difficult to break in these Bambino karts, but he hasn't been re-overtaken. And that's a big enough thing in and of itself. Just behind there, who was that? That was Rex Pooley trying to get back involved. Of course, he started right up at the front of the grid in this one. Just dropped back into the middle of the pack, but he's still looking racy, still trying to get those moves done. And look, the synchronized head turning happens again.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember the comment I made a little while ago about overtaking opportunities being at a premium here? That comment has not aged well, as we say. Down the hill, here we go, like with Chapman in the number 32. He's like the mother duck leading the ducklings behind, and they're all looking over their shoulder to make sure that none of them's fallen through a grate or something like that. Round the corner, compression corner. Now, down the hill. Mason Hibbert looks to the inside, thinks better of it. But he's there, he's definitely there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Mason Hibbert maybe have a little look there as Chapman runs a little bit wide coming out of Devil's Elbow. Is that going to open the door for Hibbert? We're not sure. Into the final corner and across the line we go. It's Chapman still leading, a bit of hand waving, and Hibbert loses second place. He's going to lose third, and now it was Pooley's turn to get freight train a few laps back, and now it's Hibbert's turn to go front to back.
Yeah, as soon as they smell blood, that's it. They all go through. They all take the position. And yet Mason Hibbert now down to the back of the train. He's actually fallen off ever so slightly. That just shows you how much that slipstream really comes into play. And that's also for the drivers that are just off of this train. RBJ Stubbs, Philip Patro and Alex Marshall. It's so tough for them if they do fall off that slipstream to catch it back up. Well, it's almost impossible.
You look at Mason Hibbert now, so the 77 of Mason Hibbert, he's in trouble. Because he not only got freight train, he lost the draft, and I think he may have eased off the throttle at the wrong time there. And he's already about 5 or 6 kart lengths behind this group here. What is going to help is this, the fact they're all going side by side. That'll slow the lead group down, and they'll bring Hibbert back into play side by side for second. Between the 31 of Pooley and the 13 at Kempson, this potentially could give Chapman a bit of a breakaway.
There was a great bit of battling there between Kempson and Pooley. They stay as they were, though, but as you say, given the tiniest bit of breathing room to Harry Chapman. But as you see on the exit there, look how quickly they close up on the back of Harry Chapman's car, already bumping him down before they even get to halfway down that straight.
And we're going to get a lapped kart coming into play. Alex Marshall is there on your screen, minding his own business. Here's a move for the lead, John, into Spoon.
Yeah, he's gone for it down the inside, and he does get it done. Great move. Is that Ronnie Kempson up into the lead, then does get through. Harry Chapman tries to follow him back through, but isn't able to do so. Look, they're coming back up on the back marker. Back marker staying to the inside, but this could be interesting. The back marker gets involved, forces the leaders out wide. They both are onto the grass, and who's that through to the lead? It's Rex Pooley.
Unbelievable, Jeff. As we go up the hill towards compression corner. Right, first things first, you can't criticise Alex Marshall. No blue flags. He was trying to stay out of the way on the inside. Then the actual, just the fact that we're going left to the carousel, just the force of the kart went wide there, and no contact made. These are just 6 to 8 years old, so no criticism at all to poor Alex Marshall, a novice driver just trying to mind his own business, get out of the way. But do you know what? Okay, the lead has changed, but 6 drivers are still neck and neck for the race lead. Slightly different order, but they're all still there. And here comes Chapman on the outside line, trying to get back up front.
No, it was a little bit misguided there from Chapman. He pulled out from second place to try and go for a move, but then ended up losing the slipstream and dropped back down to 4th.
Yeah, they're quick learners, though. They're quick learners. Now he's having a look up the inside on the number 66 of Toby Biggs. Biggs, no, that's a purple and white liveried machine. Now that takes me back to the car at Le Mans. But the Le Mans 24 Hours this weekend, there was a car in the 70s, a purple and silver machine. There was a Porsche 911. It was called the Hippie Mobile. Gerard Larousse drove in it. Not that that would mean anything to most of the people watching. However, I'm an anorak, and those graphics kits remind me of the Hippie Mobile. There we go.
And just to say, anyone in the live chat, if you want to spoil Le Mans for
No,
Henry, he'll be really happy with you.
No, no, I'm on a Le Mans blackout, ladies and gentlemen. Don't even attempt it. Right, Uncle Tyrone, you know what it's all about. Look at the better Uncle Tyrone for Henry. I know Uncle Tyrone is. That's good to see you on there. That's a in joke there. Right, 25 seconds to go. Can Rex Pooley win, Uncle Tyrone? Of course he can. Will he? Not sure, but of course he can. Out of spoons, down the hill.
Still following line of stern, aren't they? They've just started to split up a little bit more, the most we've seen in this race anyway. The two just at the back of this pack, which are, I believe, to be Harry Chapman and Mason Hibbett. Is it? No, it's Mason Hibbett and Henry Algar, my apologies, have just dropped that little bit off of the train, and it's going to be tough for them to chase it back down. These front three, though, if they continue to battle how they have been throughout this race, it might not be so difficult.
Yep, the clock has struck zero. Next time by, they're going to get the last lap board. The number 13 car of Ronnie Kempson sitting on the rear bumper of Rex Pooley. One thing we are going to keep an eye on is the lap times of Alex Marshall. Oh, we're going to come back to that in a minute. But as they cross the line, there's the last lap board. It's 4 for the win. Chapman with 2 wheels on the grass, side by side of Dragon Straight. Chapman to P3.
It's exactly what he had to do there. Yet force the door open, get in that slipstream chain, and you knew he was going to take the place up the hill. He's moved to the outside, though, and interesting is he's going to try and cut back across to the inside here as we head into Spoon. I'm not sure he's going to stop it. It's going to be the move for the lead instead. Rex Pooley might lose out. It's going to get forced out. Why are they both on the grass? Leader's on the grass. He rejoins, and that means Harry Chapman's going to get back through.
One of those drivers, they got more air than Michael Jordan coming off the curb, down towards the carousel. It's Chapman in the lead. He runs a little bit wide, up the hill, side by side for second between Kempson and Biggs. Is that it? Hibbett is there in 5th position. Down the hill, the final descent towards the checkers. And Chapman has the advantage, but not by much. For how long? Can he hold on? Through Devil's Elbow. They're 3 wide behind. This is Harry Chapman's race to lose.
It is indeed. It looks like he's got it, though, round the final corner, and Harry Chapman is going to take the win here in the Bambino heat number 2. Couple of drivers, I'm not sure if that was excited cheering or if that was frustration there from the final lap. But anyway, Harry Chapman does take the win. Ronnie Kempson in 2nd, Toby Biggs there in 3rd, then Rex Pooley in 4th, and Mason Hibbett in 5th. Henry Algar at the back of that train in 6th.
Here we go, looking at Philip Petro on kart number 11. He is in 8th position, and his best lap so far. So we'll talk about the lap time. So these two drivers didn't feature too much. They're the newest drivers in this new class. A 106.9, sorry, 106.0 for Philip Petro, and for Alex Marshall, a 107.05. We'll keep an eye out on those, John, as the day progresses, because for those young drivers, those new drivers, they're not racing against anybody else, but they're racing against their lap timer. So 106.0 for Philip Petro. Let's see if we can get him in the 105s before the end of the day, and a 107.0 for Alex Marshall. Let's see if he can get into the 106s, and we'll make sure we keep up to date. Yes, Henry Gregory, I have looked at the name on the thing that so Uncle Tyrone, aka Henry Gregory, is supporting Kalai Atkins this weekend in Senior X30. We'll be seeing Kalai very shortly, but there, John, wow. The next race is KZ2, which is the ultimate class in short circuit British kart racing. However, I'm not going to say, I don't know. I think that Bambino race was probably going to be just as, if not more exciting than the next KZ2 race. Great first time on the live stream this year for our Bambinos. And if anyone is watching at home thinking, oh, I'd like my son or daughter to get into karting and they're only 6 years old, well, there is your route, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. What an opening race to the year for the Bambinos. That was absolutely fantastic. I didn't know between those top 6 who was going to take it throughout that one. It kept chopping and changing, didn't it? But what an end to the race with Harry Chapman taking it in the end.
1.1 seconds.
That is ridiculous.
All 6.
That is ridiculous.
Superb.
Yeah, their lap times. If you look on the live timing, motorsport-timing.co.uk,
of course,
you can
big
see.
up to Ian Rogers, by the way. Yeah.
Big up. There's a absolutely no gap between the fastest lap of those three. 0.4 of a second between quickest laps between those 6 of them. So insane. But as you were saying about the drivers just slightly out of that train, great to see them continuing to improve through this race and hopefully continuing to improve through the day. A couple of them I recognise. I know Philip Petru goes to Rye House a lot. I've seen him continuing to prove there. So great to see him jumping up to a Motorsport UK event here for the British Kart Championships, getting involved, getting stuck in and continuing to prove.
Yes, indeed. Now, there's a look at the W. We've got a couple of minutes before the KZ2 goes. So Anthony Jordan will be joining us later on in the pit lane. Where is Anthony Jordan this weekend? Well, yesterday he was on TCR touring car duty at Alton Park. He's here. He's going to add a little bit of an extra bit of coverage here because what we want to try and do here at Alpha Live and Motorsport UK is we want to get you even closer to the drivers as possible. So we've got myself and John Ratcliff in the commentary box. Anthony later on today is going to be out on the grid before some of the pre-finals and the finals, and then afterwards doing the post-race interviews to get more drivers some screen time, more drivers on our camera, just to bring you the audience a little bit closer to the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. Now, let's have a little look. Brandon Nagelvoort, he of this parish in the Rotax classes, he is supporting Tom Adams and asking, can you have a go in a 177 Bambino? 277 Bambino, Brandon. And Jack Stewart said good luck to all the TKMs. Jack, we had Jack in the championship last year. And Kira Harris, hello to Kira. She's wishing Hannah Lang good luck. So, let's talk KZ2. Well, let's talk Hannah Lang. You can see her there just at the left-hand side of your screen in the black top there, just getting her balaclava on. Hannah, of all the ladies in the British Championship, Hannah has done more rounds of the British Karting Championship than any other lady in the modern era. This is her 9th season in KZ2. Wow. She started in KZ2 when she was 15. She's now 15 plus 9. We never give away a lady's age.
No.
She started when she was 15. She's in her 9th season now. And she has done more rounds of the British Championship than any other lady driver. The other lady in this class, you could see, she's getting her helmet on there. Second on the grid, Ella Stevens. Last time out at Kimbolton, Ella was victorious. Championship positions, John, please. Tell the people who is where after one heat yesterday. Here are your latest exclusive championship positions, courtesy of John Ratcliff via Ian Rogers.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, of course. Ella Stevens is still... Well, I was switching over to this one because hopefully it would have the heat one from today, but it doesn't, I don't believe.
No, it doesn't.
No, so I've got the ones from this round, from last round.
The championship positions on your screen are correct because the heat points are combined after this next race. So
of course.
So those are the correct on your screen.
Yes, of course, because some of them have...
We'll do this again. So, ladies and gentlemen, exclusively for your listening pleasure, the championship standings in KZ2 with John Ratcliff.
Thank you very much. I'm going to get this correct first time. This is definitely the first time. Yeah, Ella Stevens, of course, a near-perfect weekend out at Kimbolton. I just got a jump start penalty in her heats. That meant she didn't quite get the win in that one, but then pre-final win and the final win as well. She was looking super, super quick. I was lucky enough to have a good chat with her on Friday. We got a nice little interview. Of course, if you're watching this on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, just click over to the channel. You can watch that right now. It was great to have a chat with her, and she was really, really happy after the last event. Of course, how could she not be with how well she did? She's doing very well this weekend as well. Of course, second in qualifying, just dropped out of the top 3 in heat number 1, down into 4th place. But once again for this race, back on 2nd place again, and we'll watch and see what she can do.
I'm getting it. Better Uncle Tyrone for Henry says, read my name, Henry. Okay, read my name, Henry. He's asked me to read my name, Henry, so I read my name, Henry. Mr. Gregory, better Uncle Tyrone. Can't be better than last year's Uncle Tyrone. That was a long-standing British Championship joke. I haven't got Uncle Vinny or Uncle Sol on the live chat, though. That's what I will say. Michael Burke, Ella was impressive last round. Yes, she was. Sam Hawthorne saying, come on, big boy Tom Adams. Well, I don't know about it personally, but here we go. Morgan Porter, winner yesterday on the left-hand side of your screen. Now, last weekend, Mark Allen, Scott Allen, Ross Allen, and the Jade Racing team, they took Ella to Anglesey Race Circuit in North Wales.
What a circuit.
Beautiful.
What a circuit.
I mean, this is the most beautiful kart circuit. Anglesey's got to be one of the most scenic car racing circuits.
Definitely.
But they took her on that kart.
I can imagine. That's amazing.
You can now test a KZ2 short circuit
Wow.
car. All any of those drivers need to do, get a pair of leathers and a rain light, and you can go on long circuit, same tyres, things like that. It's a great, cost-effective way, if you're thinking of doing car racing, to do a bit of testing in the kart you've got for short circuit kart racing. However, the starting lineup is upon us now. KZ2 Heat 2, and it's going to be number 4 Morgan Porter for the Moore Racing team on pole position, with Ella Stevens alongside on row 1, Tom Adams on the inside of row number 2 alongside Miles Murphy, with Charlie Cole and Derek Morgan on row 3.
Row 4 is Josh Price and Charlie Turner, then Dan McCune and Lee Ward, Hannah Lang and Ryan Green there on row 6.
Row number 7 will be Nat Thomas and Sam Ward, Joe Charlton and James Glenister. Charlton, the 2021 champion, Glenister, Charlton, the 2020 champion, Glenister, last year's runner-up, starting on the back of the grid. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a standing start. 18 to 20 shifts per lap. 1 lap, 11 of these are going to do 2 rolling laps, and this is going to be extremely intense. May not see a lot of overtaking, but what you will see is 16 of Britain's fastest, 100% maximum attack. Half the lap they spend with one hand on the steering wheel, John. Incredible.
It's insane.
Absolutely insane.
Uh,
Yes, today it's got to be said, what has she learned? She's a very fast learner. She's almost as quick as she is a driver at learning. Let's have a look. 16 KZ2 gearbox karts. The engine notes begin to rise. They look at the starting gantry. Josh Price in the 27 just moving his wheels back. Nat Thomas in the 75 moving his wheel back. Engine notes fit the burst, lights are out, it's away well, and it's Tom Adams up to second, Stevens third, and it's the number 7 of Miles Murphy the 4th, 90 miles an hour up the hill. Oh, Derek Morgan, 2 wheels on the grass, he saves it.
How did he manage to save that? That was a scary one. Yeah, rear left on the grass, just caught it as they got into Spoon. There's a move down the inside in the middle of the pack. That's the number 1 of Charlie Turner going through. Of course, Charlie Turner was the one that Ella Stevens said we should watch out for, and he's showing exactly why, already moving up through the pack in this race.
Down the hill. This is where the drivers get a real physical workout. They come around to complete lap number. Let's follow Morgan Porter around the opening lap, across the start finish line, from 4th down to 3rd gear here. Now up the gears. 4th there as Price makes a move. 5th, 6th gear at this point here, into Spoon Curve, down to gears. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, they flick right, now left, back into 4th, 5th, down the hill, they stay in 5th, under braking for the carousel, 4th, some of them are even taking 3rd, now back up the hill, through into 4th gear here, they flick right, some of them change into 5th, now back down to 4th, through compression corner, down into 2nd, then up to the box to 3rd, now, hold it in 3rd, hold it in 3rd, hold it in 3rd, up to 4th, there, and back down to 3rd, that's 18 to 20 gearbox changes in 40 seconds, John.
So what you're saying is they have a pretty relaxed lap of GYG then?
Yeah, well,
My
when we spoke to Morgan Porter in the paddock show last night, yeah, pretty chill day.
Yeah, that's how good. It's just
And
normal. It's just normal.
That's
now
just
to
one
them now.
lap. They've got 10 minutes plus a lap in the heat races. Now, back to the action. There's Charlie Cole in kart number 9, one of the Jade Racing team drivers, one of the youngest drivers in the class. Her and him, Ella and Charlie, the 2 Jade drivers, 2 of the youngest drivers in this class, being chased by ex-British touring car driver Josh Price down the hill through into Paddock Bend now. Porter leads, but it's Ella Stevens, new fast lap. There she is in kart number 28. It's Porter, Adams, Stevens, Murphy, Cole, Price, defending champion, Turner only 7th, and Sam Ward with the new fastest lap.
And he went up 3 positions on that last lap as well. A fastest lap while still overtaking 3 karts. That's mightily impressive for Sam Ward. I'm going to keep an eye on him coming through the pack as well. But yeah, this race, you've definitely been proven wrong, haven't you, with the lack of overtaking, I think, here at GYG?
Yes. And Alice, thanks for the offer, Alice, about me having a go in the KZ. If you can get a seat wide enough, I'm game. You know me, Alice. I'll have a go at anything, but unfortunately, my waistline precludes any driving for the moment. That should be motivation to channel my inner David Goggins and get myself into shape. Miles Murphy The More Racing Demon Tweaksback driver is now on the move. Yesterday, he pulled off a superb move to try and pass Ella Stevens for third place in the race. He looks like he's sizing up the number 28 Jade Racing driver one more time around the carousel. Oh, off the try of the circuit. James Glenister and Joe Charlton have stopped, and Ryan Green, privateer driver on the DR car, also retired. So, as Murray Walker would say, the mice are getting into the machinery.
Indeed, yep. Some of them dropping by the wayside already in this one. Still 6.5 minutes left to go. They're continuing to battle as we head through the final section of the lap then, and on to another one. Of course, slightly shorter lap times than the Bambinos that we saw out. This time they're lapping around the 40-second mark in these KZ2s. So, of course, over a good 10, 12-minute race, we see quite a few laps around here at GYG, don't we?
20 seconds a lap faster than the Bambinos.
1/3,
yeah. Morgan Porter, 40.38 seconds. Now, believe it or not, he's going to start to relax. So we talked about one thing, overtaking opportunities. That's gone out the window. The one thing that I can safely say with confidence is tyre wear. Everybody in KZ2 and in the X30 classes worried about tyre wear. This Glan-Y-Gors track chews up the tyres like nobody's business.
Yeah, particularly at quite a few of the corners where you want to take quite a bit of curb to drag you around the corner. That, of course, really increasing the tyre wear, and particularly on one side as well, which can then make it quite a difficult car to control, particularly under braking when you've got one side that's getting slightly more wear than the other.
We talked about the drivers driving one-handed. It doesn't look like they are, but look how quickly the shift. I mean, the great camera work here shows just how quickly they are. We'll watch Miles Murphy. Now, he's in third gear here. He might drop the second. There's just one quick shift there. Watch his right hand, and now he's going to come down there. You can see his left hand won't leave the steering wheel, so his left hand is doing most of the work, and he's moving up through the gears, turning right, so he's using his left hand to turn the car right and maintain that. Just goes to show you how much of an athlete all these drivers are, these young men and women. These karts give you an absolute workout. The gaps, okay, not a lot of position changes, but 0.7 per second between Porter and Adams. One mistake can cost you big time here. Up the hill we go. Stevens beginning to close in a little bit on Tom Adams as we're now into the second half. So we're on lap 8. So these heat races are going to go to 15 or 16 laps. The final, John, is going to go well over 20 laps.
My goodness, yeah, not only is it incredibly physically draining, especially in heat like this, it's particularly humid here today at GYG after a bit of a thunderstorm last night. It's really physically draining, but also mentally draining. You're thinking about so much. You've got to be able to drive that car, do all the shifting, basically by barely even thinking, and then the actual thought comes into play when you're trying to racing side by side, where you're going to place the kart, planning 3 or 4 corners ahead. Yep. There's so much to think about when you're racing a kart like this, and suddenly it's all over in 10-15 minutes.
Exactly, but I mean, but after about 7 or 8 minutes, you're begging, where's the checkered flag? Where's the checkered flag? So, here comes Ella Stevens, right on the rear bumper of Tom Adams. There is one overtaking opportunity. The next overtaking opportunity is down to the carousel. If you're very, very brave, you can have a go going up this next hill. Watch how the back end is trying to step up. The drivers are fighting to keep the karts under control. 90 miles an hour, down to the brakes. Adams is starting to defend. This is concertinaing everyone together. Ella Stevens looks to the inside of the carousel, but no.
Yeah, you can see it Spoon, the number 3 of Adams, just placing it slightly in the
Smart
middle of the
driver.
circuit, just meaning that there wasn't quite a kart's width on the inside for Ella to try and stick the nose in. But Ella is all over the rear bumper of Tom Adams, isn't she? Just waiting for that opportunity, but now maybe getting a little bit stuck. Miles Murphy closes in, makes it a 3-way battle here for second place, and if these 3 do begin to battle, it's just going to be even better for Morgan Porter. He's going to continue to pull away at the front. There's that gap nearly a second now between Morgan Porter and Tom Adams.
It is. So this is great news for Morgan Porter, because you might see some of these drivers looking over their shoulder, even at the speeds they're going, but Porter will be sensing that he's under no pressure, and that will allow him to ease off, save those LeConte tyres. Up the hill, Ella Stevens, she's got 2 minutes 45 seconds to number 1, defend against Miles Murphy, but number 2, and more importantly perhaps, make an attack on Tom Adams, who celebrated his 18th birthday not long after the Kim Bolton weekend. I think his dad, Chris, probably took it to the pub and said, right, actually you're buying the beers, Tom. I spent all this money on your go-karting. Now that you're legally able to go to the pub, you can buy your old man a beer, and quite right so. All the parents, the family support these drivers wholeheartedly.
I think that's pretty fair. I think that's pretty fair. We watched back to this battle though, Miles Murphy. I thought he was going to go for the move there into Spoon, just not quite close enough. Ella not getting the best run off of the first corner, and Miles Murphy really closing in as they got up to the back of that top straight, up the Dragon Straight, and then up into Spoon. But Miles Murphy still having to sit behind for now. As they go through this technical section of the second half of the circuit, though, I do feel Ella Stevens is just that little bit faster than Tom Adams ahead as she closes up once again as they head to the end of another lap. Just less than 2 minutes now to go in this one. Not too much more time for an overtake to happen, but you never know in these KZ2s.
No, you don't. So, obviously, our viewers will know that every class has got a minimum weight limit. So the lighter the driver, the more lead they've got to carry. The more lead you've got on the kart, you know, if you're a smaller driver, you know, as Ella is, you have to have more lead, but you can position that lead better around the kart to help with tyre wear. Ella, one thing that Ella is going to get stronger at as the day progresses, she's going to use her tyres a lot less because her Jade Racing team can move the lead around the kart to save tyre wear. So she's getting stronger and stronger as the race progresses because her tyres aren't working quite so hard because of the weight distribution of the kart. Now, can she put that theory into action is the next question. She's got 1 minute to go. Tom Adams has got 1 minute to hold on to second place. Behind them, Charlie Cole runs fifth. Josh Price is sixth. Charlie Turner is seventh. Dan McEwen is eighth. Delboy Derek Morgan is ninth after that, Code Brown moment on the opening lap where he got two wheels off the grass at 90 miles an hour. Then it's Hannah Lang in 10th. Sam Ward 11th. Lee Ward, no relation, the Irishman, in 12th, and Nat Thomas 13th. So 30 seconds to go. This is the battle for second, third and fourth on screen. Adams, a quick check over his shoulder. You don't want to be looking over your shoulder for too long driving one of these KZ2 karts, do you?
Suddenly you find you're 500 metres further ahead than you were when you last looked forward.
Exactly.
So yeah, just a tiny little check over the shoulder just to see whether he needed to defend there into Spoon. Realised he didn't need to. Ella Stevens behind, not quite close enough, but she's close now. Just thought about it there as we head through the compression now. But she wasn't quite close enough. Stays in third position. It's a good position to end the race in. Her best, of course, fourth place yesterday in heat number 1.
Wait for it, John, wait for it. There. Oh, no, not there. But
not quite.
That is where the bravest of the brave make the move. That's where Murphy passed Ella yesterday. You know, it's only a heat race, but Ella Stevens, she could almost reach over and tickle Tom Adams behind the shoulders.
Thought she was going to go for it there. It was looking on, but once again, I think what the problem there was she just gave a little bit of a bump as she went up the hill, which meant that Tom Adams knew she was there, covered off the defensive move on the inside. Really nicely done from Tom Adams to hold on to that second place. But we are now on the final lap.
Yes, we are indeed. Down the hill, through compression corner, now into Devil's Elbow. Has this race got one more trick up its sleeve? Morgan Porter lights the flag win in kart 4. He goes P1. Adams holds on to second. Stevens with third on the last lap, side by side behind. I think that was Charlie Turner losing out to Dan McEwen, who makes 3 places and including 2 on the last lap. He passed Price and Turner, John.
Yeah, it was an impressive little last corner. As you said there, we'd seen a couple of people in heat number 1 go for that move. Clearly, they were just waiting for the last lap, and suddenly they all went for it there with that pack.
Exactly. Now, as the dust settles from KZ2, firstly, our Mexican audience, be still your beating hearts, because we've got a Senior X30 up next, the KZ2 results. Here they are. Let's take us through it, John.
Yes, indeed. Of course, Morgan Porter, a win in heat number 1. Once again, a win in heat number 2. He's trying to do the perfect weekend this weekend. Tom Adams there in second place with Ella Stevens in third, rounding out the podium. Behind them, Miles Murphy and Charlie Cole, then Dan McEwen and Josh Price, then Charlie Turner, Derek Morgan and Hannah Lang rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Sam Ward, Lee Ward, Nat Thomas and Ryan Green there in 14th. Of course, Ryan Green not making it to the checkered flag. Neither did James Gunnister or Joe Charlton, sadly there. But what a race in the KZ2s. I've got to say, I feel a little bit bad for our Alpha Live cameramen, to be honest. You've suddenly gone from filming Bambinos to then KZ2s. I'm surprised we actually kept up with the karts then. We weren't waiting 10 seconds for them to get up the straight, and suddenly they were halfway around the lap. But what a couple of races to open up the day. Our slowest class and our fastest class, both producing some fantastic racing.
Yes, they are indeed. Now, our Mexican friends. So, Mateo Garcia, this is the Senior X30 race. After that, it's the pre-final for water surf restricted. That's where Mateo Garcia
You got them so excited now.
But I mean, because we've been told, I mean, all the people waiting on the live chat, all the live chat was people from Mexico saying, hola, hola. So, hola, buenos dias to everybody in Mexico. Mateo Garcia, him and his 100,000 social media followers. But beforehand, this is Senior X30. The starting lineup is as follows. Pole position, it is our reigning British champion, number 1, Gus Lawrence, with Kalai Atkins on the outside of row number 1. Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Josh Agambar are on row 2. Jack Nettleship and Caden McQueen on row 3.
Row 4, Sam Shaw and James Pashley. Then it's Louis Johnston-Cool and Josh Palfreman behind them. Then Alex Duncan and Marcus Littlewood.
Alistair Creswell, William Smith, Christopher Bigham, Callum Tanner, the privateer, and Michael Shin, the driver from South Korea, round out your starting lineup. Now, this will be a 12-lap race. This is the pre-final. Caden McQueen, I think there's a misspell there, is plenty of support for Caden and the Mad Croc team on our live chat, as well for Sam Shaw and the premium karting team. And yes, we're all hoping that Sam doesn't get driven over again. That's his mum, Joe. Of course, you know, all the mums, they want their baby boys and girls to win, even though Sam Shaw is no longer a baby, but he's, you know, he's still Joe's baby. There we go. Into the tram lines, John, take it away.
Yes, indeed. Gus Lawrence leads us away, and he continues to lead us through the first couple of corners. However, side by side for second place at 68, nearly squeezed onto the grass there. Harry Burgoyne Jr. has to feed in behind as they come up towards Spoon. Bit of a slide there in the mid-pack. It's at the 52, getting a little bit slidey. That was James Pashley. He's made a good start. Might lose a couple of positions there through Spoon, though. He's moving over to the inside to defend. Some guys behind him trying to get through, but not able to muscle their way and get the door open. But a great start from Gus Lawrence, already leading us away at the front. And, of course, his sole thing he's trying to do in this one is just try and break that toe and get away as quickly as he can.
Indeed. So couple of bits of information. Firstly, Paul Fletcher, the owner of the PF International, is here in the paddock watching Gus and seeing if Gus can make it 2 British title wins in a row. Kalai Atkins, running second for the Croc team, has got the support. The Jamaican sensation has got the support of Uncle Tyrone and O management, and better than Uncle Tyrone for Henry. James Pashley, who's just lost a couple of positions there. James in the number 52. He's one of only 5 drivers in the modern era of the British Championship who has won 2 titles. He won them both in TKM Extreme, both as a privateer. He's now part of the Jade Racing team. This is his 2nd season in X30, and this is his best performance so far. The next time I think we're going to see the X30s is going to be at Sherrington, which is James's home track. I'll get my words out. But in 3rd position, ladies and gentlemen, the number 68 Mick Barrett racing car, Scotland's Harry Burgoyne Jr. Harry has got 16 podium finishes in the modern era. That is more than any other driver, and he's on course for potentially podium number 17. He's only got Josh Agambar, Caden McQueen, Sam Shaw, Pashley, Jack Nettleship, and Louis Johnson-Cool for company. Louis Johnson-Cool, meanwhile, he didn't start Heat 1 yesterday. Kart wouldn't fire on the grid, so he has got better tyres than everybody else. Right, I think that's all any of the business out of the way. Carry on.
Well, I was just going to say I'm loving all those numbers that you bring up. If only there was a video coming that talked all about numbers.
That we filmed yesterday that you might be able to view at some point on the Alpha Live and the Motorsport UK YouTube channel coming up. Watch out for that one. It's quite a ride, ladies and gentlemen. I'll say that. There's the number 142 of Caden McQueen battling, and here's a move.
There's the move for second place then. Burgoyne Jr. down the inside and gets it done impressively so. And yeah, both of them losing little time from that. That was a really, really nicely placed move there under the brakes from Burgoyne Jr. Takes that position away from Carly Atkins, but they stay as they were. And as I say, losing as little time as possible because that pack behind is closing in. One check over the shoulder, and it would scare even the best of karters.
Yeah, but I mean, one thing that Carly Atkins has got in his favour, even though he's just lost a position, his teammate, Caden McQueen, for the Crop Promotions team, is the next driver in line. Now, Caden's not going to go easy on his teammate. However, with 9 minutes to go, Caden will work with his teammate for as long as possible for the greater good, to try and then both get past Harry Burgoyne Jr. As we say about teamwork, the three premium karting entries, the number 6 of Sam Shaw, the number 18 of Josh Agambar, and the number 61 of Louis Johnson Cool running in team formation. Well, we'll get Chris Walker from kartpicks.net. Well, premium, owned by Moose Hingham. There's a moose loose about this hoose. There's 3 of them on the loose in North Wales. They are in 5th, 6th and 7th places.
I thought we were in Canada for a second there. There's a moose on the loose.
No, there's a moose loose.
My goodness. Well, yeah, the premium karting boys helping each other out, and they've actually closed up even more, haven't they? The 18 just starting to fall off. Josh Agambar falling off the back of Sam Shaw. Now his teammate just behind once more, as you say. Louis Johnston-Cool there in 7th place as well. But yeah, we were talking about Caden McQueen. He's looking very, very quick, as you say. Hopefully will work with Carly Atkins there in 3rd place. But Caden already has a win under his belt this weekend anyway. He won heat number 1 yesterday.
I'll tell you, there's one person that's really hoping Carly Atkins get the job done. I think that's his dad, who's on the live chat. Never have before have I seen so many thumbs ups in one race for one driver as we got a change of position. Louis Johnson-Cool on those fresher tyres. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, up into P6 at the expense of his premium karting teammate, Josh Agambar. Agambar has now got 2 Jade Racing drivers, the 52 of Ashley and the number 10 of Marcus Littlewood behind him. Then rounding out the top 10 is Jack Nettleship, a former Jade Racing driver, now racing with the MDL Motorsport team, Mark Litchfield's outfit. Josh Palfreyman runs 11th. Then the Tim Wilson Motorsport, number 33 of Alistair Cresswell in 12th. William Smith is 13th. Michael Shin up to 14th. Then Christopher Bingham 15th. Alex Duncan, the Argenti Motorsport driver, has retired. And sadly, the only privateer in the class, Callum Tanner, who I believe is making his championship debut this weekend, has not taken the start. Hopefully he is okay.
Big late move there from the number 10 into Spoon. Sorry to cut you off, mate. It was an impressive move from Marcus Littlewood down the inside. I was going to mention earlier, it was James Pashley who got overtaken. He took a massive hit to the curb just out of Devil's Elbow as they headed into Paddock Bend on the last lap.
No, there's a problem for Carly Atkins. It's a puncture. It's a puncture. Left rear. Has the left rear tyre come off?
It has. No, it's still there. It's
still there, but it's gone flat. And and as Carly Atkins was just cruising to the outside, Josh Palfreyman was trying to get past, and Palfreyman was off. Oh dear. Carly Atkins, he's got a lot of support from Tim Blacksmith, from O Management Online, from his dad. It's going to be a top gear from the rear from your man Carly in the final. Sadly, the pre-final ends in retirement for Carly Atkins. Carly had a problem in Carly won the pre-final here last year, and then a problem in the final. Maybe, and this is my hope, ladies and gentlemen, for all you Carly Atkins fans. All Carly's bad luck is now out of the way before the main event later on.
Yeah, we can hope. I think that's your first commentator's curse victim of the day, I'm afraid, Henry.
Well, that one and the fact that we're not going to see much overtaking. Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's a late move down the inside once again. The 61 through on the 6.
No overtaking.
Louis Johnston-Cool up into 4th place, and on Sam Shaw looking for more moves as well. That's James Pashley trying to get back through on the 18 of Josh Agambar.
He's having a look.
He's still trying to get him on the exit there, isn't it? Really squirrely there on those tyres. Isn't quite able to get it done, and they stay as they were through compression, of course. Compression and then through Devil's Elbow. That is an extremely difficult place to overtake, practically impossible. So they do stay single file. Once again, James Pashley really hitting that curb on the inside. It's just unsettling the kart there, and meaning that he doesn't get a great exit into the final corner. And then, of course, you've then got this long straight all the way up into Spoon that now means he's going to be under attack from behind.
Yeah, Nettleship in the number 75 MDL Motorsport kart. You could see that Nettleship still running his Birrell ART race suit when he was with the J team last year, but he's now got that blue and white liveried machine from the MDL Motorsport outfit. So, of course, this result gives you the grid for the final. Gus Lawrence, well, we haven't really talked much about our race leader. Why? Because Gus Lawrence is very coolly, very calmly just eased away. He's keeping Harry Burgoyne Jr. at bay. Harry Burgoyne Jr. 1.3 seconds back in the number 68 Mick Mart racing car. There's Gus coming up the hill, down Dragon Straight into Spoon Curve. He goes around, and again, looks so smooth in the kart, John, over the curb. flicks left, down the hill towards the carousel. One steering input. Well, Stephen Lamian has got that kart set up very well indeed, because he just doesn't look like he's turning the wheel. That is the picture, the image there of a driver whose kart is doing just what he wants. He's got to put a lot of steering input in because we're twisting and turning, but again, bolt upright in the kart, making minor adjustments of his seat position just for weight transfer, and he crossed the line. His lead extends by 0.2 of a second on that lap over Harry Burgoyne.
He looks so calm, doesn't he? Just continuing to hit his marks lap on lap on lap, and that's what you got to do. And once you're in the lead, just being consistent with those quick lap times. And I often say, if I don't speak about you much during commentary, you've either had an awful race or a brilliant race.
Absolutely.
And Gus Lawrence is having another fantastic one. He always impresses me every time I watch him race, and he's doing just that out there on track today.
Well, one driver that we are speaking a lot about, and who's having a brilliant race, is number 61 on your screens there, Louis Johnson, cool, from Knott. He said he's good at the tyres. He told me yesterday, number one, qualifying not my forte. He holds his hand up and says, I'm not always the fastest in qualifying. But he says he likes the tyre, he's good at the tyre, and of course, so that fact, coupled with the fact that he didn't start his opening heat race, means those fresher tyres. Now he's looking at the rear bumper of Caden McQueen. What he doesn't want to do, and this is even in karting, ladies and gentlemen, there's the phenomenon called dirty air, where following a driver closely for a long period of time can wear your tyres more than driving in clean air.
Indeed, yep. Some Formula One coming over into karting.
Yeah,
genuinely
even
is.
That, yes, especially at a circuit where overtaking is difficult. But Louis Johnson, he is sizing up Caden McQueen there, like Tiger Shark in Egypt sizing up a Russian tourist. For those of you that have seen the unfortunate video.
What are these references?
Well, I mean,
I loved it, mate. I loved it.
You've got to go and have a look online. McQueen starting to defend. So, Caden McQueen's viewpoint now, he's gone from attack to defence. He's no longer trying to well, he's not given up on passing Harry Burgoyne Jr., but his main focus is now keeping Louis Johnson at cool at bay, because if he finishes where he is now in third place, that puts him on the inside row of the grid. And that means that for the final, he could potentially tuck right in behind Lawrence and maybe snatch second going into turn number one. If you're starting fourth, you've got to get over here because it's a very short run through the first corner, as you can see there. So McQueen will want to hang on to third place at all costs.
Definitely. That's what you want to be on the inside here. It can really make a difference, especially with that super long run after turn one.
We said earlier that Callum Tanner didn't make it at the start. I hope he's okay. Well, he is okay. He had a brake failure in warm-up, and the whole system didn't. So thank you, Callum, for coming onto the online chat and letting us know. Hopefully you'll be back out for the final. But Callum, who did race at PFI and who is doing well in the championship as the only privateer in this class. Oh, what was I talking about, Henry? Caden McQueen hasn't given up on taking second. He's just taken the place.
Exactly what I was about to say. So, yeah, Caden McQueen initially, was looking behind, wasn't he? He thought he was going to be defending, and I thought exactly the same, but no. Look back to the screen. He'd already closed down that gap and immediately goes to the move up into second place. And now it's the turn of Harry Burgoyne Jr. to defend, but he hasn't defended enough. Just about chops across as they head down the hill then and keeps on to that third place. But Louis Johnson, cool, as you say, on those slightly fresher tyres, looking super quick and all over the rear end of the number 68.
Indeed. So behind this battle, Sam Shaw runs in 5th, Marcus Littlewood is 6th, Agambar is 7th, Pashley 8th, then it's Nettleship, Cresswell, Smith, Shin and Bingham, the remaining runners. We have got just 5 seconds to go, so Gus Lawrence is heading down Dragon Straight. There he is, in clean air. Up the hill towards Spoon Curve, chased by these two drivers. McQueen in the Croc Promotions Madcock kart number 142 and the 68 of Burgoyne Jr. Next time around, they'll get the last lap on. Here goes Harry.
Here he goes down the inside. The momentum swings back the way of Harry Burgoyne Jr. and he retakes second place then. I thought Louis Johnson Cool was going to be through on Harry, but nope. Momentum swings back and forth between these three drivers. And once again, they find themselves in the same 3 order that they were a couple of laps ago. The timer has hit 0. This time across the line, Gus Lawrence is going to see the final lap board, and once again there are drivers that we look at now see it also as they head down the Dragon Straight. Once again, here is Gus Lawrence, the leader of the race, now 2.9 seconds in the lead. What a race once again from Gus Lawrence, and hopefully I don't commentators curse him over this final lap, but this battle of 3 soon, possibly if they continue to battle as they were, becoming a battle of 4. Look who's there in behind Sam Shaw, but look at that. Another move down the inside, and it all changes once again.
Louis Johnson cool into P3. So McQueen has gone from third to second, back to fourth. Here he comes up the inside of Johnson cool. Oh, it's a piggyback through compression corner. Sam Shaw goes round the outside with a pair of them. And I think Johnson cool. Oh, and there's more chaos as Pashley jumps up over the back of a hobbled Louis Johnson cool. Louis Johnson's cool's kart, the exhaust had come off the kart. He was cruising, and Pashley, of course, that downhill section, it's so tight. Pashley up over the back of him, so it all kicked off right at the end. You never want to see it, but I mean, on a personal note, John, you gave the commentators curse there, not me. For once,
I did.
Oh, but one thing that was undeniable, John Ratcliff, was that Gus Lawrence dominated that race, start to finish.
Yeah, not quite a perfect weekend so far from Gus Lawrence. Qualified first, second in Heat 1, first in Heat 2, now first in the pre-final.
And he was chased home on your screens, as you can see, by Harry Burgoyne Jr., Sam Shaw, Caden McQueen, Marcus Littlewood eventually finishes 5th, and Agambar in 6th, Pashley 7th, Nettleship was 8th, Cresswell 9th, and William Smith rounding out the top 10, ahead of Michael Sheen and Christopher Bingham. Louis Johnson, cool, all that hard work is undone, and both he and Kalai Atkins could join themselves in the Consolation Club, ruining their ill fortune. Josh Palfreyman and Alex Duncan at the back of the field. So Callum Tanner, hopefully we'll see Callum starting 17th, the privateer driver. You know, okay, you haven't got any brakes, Callum, but the good news is you've got fresher tyres for the final, young man. Whew, right, quick breather, quick reset. That was the first pre-final out of the way. Mexico City. And other areas of Mexico, in fact, the entire country. Are you ready? Because Mateo Garcia is about to hit the circuit in the Oliver Rowland Motorsport car. And of course, please, parents, don't start having a go at me online. I'm not saying that I prefer Mateo to all the other drivers we're going to see in the next Waterswift class. It's just that we know that Mateo's got a huge following in Mexico. And so channel your inner Mexican jumping bean, because you're going to be jumping up and down very shortly as we wait for the next race, which will be race 20, Waterswift Restricted. Tell you what, John, while we're having a look at the beautiful vista here at
look at that
Glan-Y-Gors. Yes,
wow.
indeed. Quickly tell us what's the championship situation at present at the end of yesterday, at the end of first round.
Yes, indeed. At the end of the first round, Austin Gibson was your leader, 186 point, and then we're joined for second place between Mason Brooks and Austin Newstead, both on 182.
Happy birthday to Austin Newstead for yesterday.
Happy birthday.
9th birthday.
What a way to spend it,
yes.
Racing at the British Kart
Yes.
Championships. Fantastic. They're not too far behind George House, Christian Kobe, and Oliver Warner as well. Only a couple of points in it between all of those 3 and 4 at the top of the table. Now, of course, throughout yesterday, qualifying, Heat 1, Heat 2, it was again dominated by Austin Gibson, Austin Newstead and Alfie Davidson. They were our top 3 in qualifying. There was Austin Gibson, Alfie Davidson, Mason Brooks in Heat 1, then Mason Brooks, Austin Gibson, Alfie Davidson, Heat 2.
Good stuff. Iron Naya Racing, come on, Toby George Motorsport, indeed. But while we're waiting, firstly, another big hello to Kathy Watson, who is normally from Guernsey, but I think she's at her brother Casey's house at the moment. Kathy, a huge fan of the championship. She's the daughter of one of our stewards, John Watson, and I'm reliably informed that I think I'm her favourite commentator. Don't tell Anthony Jordan. Shh. Hello to Kathy, hope you're watching. Thank you for your support. Have a really good day. We're making sure that your dad behaves himself in the steward's room. There is a look at the grid, however. Gibson for Oliver Rowland Motorsport in the number 52 kart on the left-hand side of your screen. Is there a running order somewhere? Yes, if you go to motorsport-timing.co.uk or if you go to www.britishkartchampionships.com, all one word, you will see the running order there. John Ratcliff, please tell the people what we can see up in the next couple of races. This is Waterswift Restricted, race number 20.
Indeed, yeah. Then all before lunch, we got then the Water Swift Inters, of course, the same engine, just without the restrictor plate, and some slightly older drivers. Then following them, Junior TKM, then TKM Extreme, Junior X30, and then KZ2s.
Absolutely. Well done. 10 out of 10, John.
Thank you very much.
You can stay.
Thank you.
Bye, DJ. No, I'm only joking. Right, so now, during the lunch break, you will be able to watch the paddock show that myself and John filmed last night. The driver in kart number 84, Mason Brooks, he played a bit of a starring role in the paddock show.
Yes, he did, yeah.
In the first ever sunglasses competition. You'll have to watch and find out. But here we go, on to the circuit. Your starting lineup for Water Swift Restricted is as follows. Austin Gibson and Mason Brooks share row number 1 with Alfie Davidson and George Howes on row number 2. Oliver Warner and Harry Williams on row 3.
And row 4 has Joshua Cook and Colby Patterson, then Austin Newstead and Ronnie Carter, then Charlie Clough and Harry Clark.
Christian Colby, Mateo Garcia, Daniel Ferguson and Jonty Restrick round out the field. Daniel Ferguson, the Ram Racing team have arrived in the British paddock. The British GT team, Ram Racing, Mercedes, they've got former world champion Danny Curl helping them out there. That team looks super. They've got 2 great new teams in the paddock. They're one of them. We'll talk about the other one in a minute. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Gibson gets a great start through turn number 1. The pre-final in Water Swift Restricted is go.
Yeah, it was a great start, wasn't it, from pole position from Austin Gibson. Was able to take that inside line, and that just shows, as we were talking earlier, how important it is to be on the inside line. It's a big off out of the spoon. That's an interesting one. And who's that off?
It is one of the Fusion drivers.
46, I think.
It is the number 46, and that would be, or is the 44?
Alfie Davidson, I think. It is
Alfie
Davidson.
Davidson from the second row on the grid. Davison, sort of that desultory sort of shrug and say, well, it wasn't my fault. We're so lucky that there is a huge runoff. One of the advantages of being in a mountain range, there's lots of space, and that is good. There is the Evolve Motorsports entry going through in the middle of the pack there. Joshua Cook in 6th position, ahead of Austin Newstead. Newstead, the BMR Restart team, he qualified on pole yesterday for the heat races. Didn't have a great first heat. I think it was his birthday, and a couple of the drivers may have just given the birthday bumps.
Yes.
There's a move, though. That is Josh Hook. And there's the number 74 of Newstead, former Bambino Bambino champion in the British Championship, making a move as well.
Exactly. I'm gutted for Alfie Davidson. 2nd place in Heat 1, 3rd place in Heat 2. It's going to be tough for him to get on the podium in this one. But a couple of drivers having some really good opening laps. Henry Clark up 3 spots into 9th place. And, of course, Mateo Garcia also up 3 spots into 11th place. Both those 2 drivers motoring on in this one. But we continue to watch this battle at the front. Still being led by Austin Gibson, but right behind them, Mason Brooks and Oliver Warner still right there. A bit bumpy to the final corner for Harry Williams, but just behind the leader of the next group, Joshua Cook, fastest lap of the race.
You watch the screen, John. I'll look at the live chat. OH management saying, come on.
Move the lead. Down the inside goes Mason Brooks in the 84, and he's going to do it. Is he going to follow through Oliver Warner? Yes, he is. So both those 2 through. Austin Gibson down to 3rd.
Now they were the 2 leaders now, Brooks and Warner. They were our competitors in the Sunglasses Championship.
Oh, yes, of course.
The battle is on. It was good-natured fun, but let's just say the driver that lost the battle of the Sunglasses promised the other driver they would at least win on the track today. I won't give away the results of the Sunglasses competition, but it's a good head-to-head battle between Brooks, between Warner, and with Gibson. Harry Williams up at the 4th place. Great drive from Harry Williams. Where's he come from? He's come from the 3rd row of the grid up into P4. Then it's Newstead, George House. Let's go, Mateo, says Jorge Rubio. Powell Track Day says, what's the track? It's Glan-Y-Gors Park in North Wales, Powell. And Tom Barlow saying, good luck to Austin Gibson. Well, he needs a bit of luck. He's dropped to 3rd. We've got a 6, 7, 8 kart train at the front of the field. It's Fusion leading Argenti, leading Oliver Roller Motorsports up the hill towards Compression Corner on lap number 4.
Yeah, they've all closed back in, haven't they? Moved for 2nd place, possibly. Thought about it on the last lap, did Austin Gibson, to try and retake that position. Wasn't able to do it last time. Unable to do it this time as well. Of course, we mentioned it's a tough place to make an overtake, nearly impossible. But hey, the drivers don't listen to us. They're still going to try and do it anyway, but hasn't quite worked out this time around. They crossed the line once more. George House now with the fastest lap of the race, a 48.42 for George there in 6th place. But all of this gaggle of karts have all begun to close up now, and this could all kick off. We've still got 8.5 minutes to go, and there's a move for 2nd place.
Championship leader Austin Gibson makes the move up into P2. Mason Brooks leads the race. He's P2 in the championship start at the start of today. Warner, after he's been sort of there or thereabouts. This is his best showing so far. He is trying to improve on 6th in the championship standings at the moment. But look at this down the hill. What a multicoloured blur of a cornucopia of colour heading down the hill through Compression Corner. On to lap number 5 with the number 84 of 8-year-old Mason Brooks leading. But it's Ronnie Carter who has the fastest lap of the race. The Fusion Motorsport number 33 of Ronnie Carter up into P10 ahead of Henry Clark. And there's a move for 4th.
Indeed, yeah, 74 goes through. That's Austin Newstead, of course. We know he's pretty quick, now up into 4th place. The 44 just gets shuffled down. Harry Williams now down into 6th place, but they're all continuing to push on towards this lead battle. But clearly Austin Newstead feeling he should be the one now to lead that charge towards the leading 3. We've got a group of 3, followed by a group of 3, and then a group of 4, I believe it is, in behind. And then continuing in behind, there's a couple more groups to follow as well.
It's a group of 3, followed by a group of 3, followed by a group of everybody else.
It's ridiculous.
Down the hill
ridiculous.
we go. Again, Mateo Garcia, so the number 36 Oliver Roller Motorsport Kart running in 13th position at the moment. So again, Mateo, a champion in Mexico. He's raced Bambinos in the UK before. This is his first season in the British Championship, being touted as a potential. He's got some Telmex sponsorship behind him. Oh, over the grass. That's Warner. And Warner down to 4th, or maybe even 5th, as Harry Williams goes through.
Indeed, yeah, just got shuffled back there as the leaders are going side by side now. 84 Mason Brooks tries to defend there, keeps it on the inside and keeps the lead for now anyway, but a lot of pressure from behind from Austin Gibson. Of course, we saw him leading early on in this one, just got shuffled back ever so slightly, but piling on the pressure now throughout this last bit of the race. But as these 3, 4 at the front start to battle, everyone else, as you said earlier, now closing in, and this is becoming what, a 5, 6, 7, 8 plus kart battle?
Absolutely, down the hill. What Gibson doesn't want to do, he doesn't want to attack too early. We've still got 6 minutes to go. He will have looked over his shoulder and he will have seen that the top 10 drivers are within 2.5 seconds of each other. So engaging Mason Brooks in a prolonged battle at this point would not be a wise thing. He's going to try and push Brooks away. Now, Austin will know, look, there's no way I'm going to drop everybody. But, and there we go. So much for a prolonged battle. Gibson makes the move, and he's thinking, okay, I'm not going to drop everybody, but I've got a better chance of dropping some of my chasing drivers if I'm leading the race. And he's already 4 karts lengths in front. We've now got 5 karts nose to tail for 2nd place. Brooks, Newstead, House, Williams and Warner. I have to say, Harry Williams, Alex T has got that number 44 Fusion kart working a dream as here comes Austin Newstead.
Gets that move done, doesn't he? I think the 84, it's just sort of Mason Brooks has just been forced out wide there, got a little bit scruffy on the exit, then lost a bit of momentum, and that's just caused him to fall out of that rhythm a little bit, but gets back involved in this train, and hopefully he can get back into that rhythm relatively shortly. But no, finds the grass on the outside there. Looks to be under attack on the outside once again from behind, but wasn't able to do it. That driver in behind, so sticks as they were, but they're continuing to fall off this top 4 now. So we'll wait and see how the dust settles, and the dust really did get kicked up there, didn't it? Sudden overtake. The more you were talking there, the more I was hoping he would go for the overtake, and he did.
Well, this group contains everybody. He's got Ronnie Carter in 8th, Christian Kobe in 7th, then it's Colby Patterson in 9th, Josh Cook in 10th, 11th is Henry Clark, Charlie Clough is in 12th place. Then is your first real gap back to Daniel Ferguson and Mateo Garcia. They're neck and neck for 13th position. Alfie Davidson has just passed privateer entry John T. Restrick. Always good to see the Restrick family in the British Championship paddock. John T. is the only privateer driver in that number 67 Paralin kart with the S Sport engines, and John T. is down in 16th position. But John, despite a couple of little bits of sticker swapping, shall we say, all 16 drivers that started this race are still running. Ladies and gentlemen, with 3.5 minutes to go, you will see when we get the next scenic shot of the backdrop of the circuit. You'll see some of the windmills here, those new the new wind farms here. You won't see the windmills moving. There is no breeze in here, and there's no breeze in this glass encased commentary box. John Ratcliff, welcome to the glamorous world of British Championship commentary.
Yes, indeed. I think I'm going to lose about half my body weight in water today. I think. Oh my goodness.
I wish I could. might be able to fit in a car then.
Yeah, you might get that KZ2 drive.
Yeah, Alice, we've closed the doors. We've got the sweatbox going. Oh, just find me a seat, Alice. Here we go. Gibson now back under pressure. Austin Newstead is piling the pressure on the Oliver Roller Motorsport kart of number 52, Austin Gibson. But Gibson's got his teammate, George House, right behind him. Now, this is going to be a problem for Austin Newstead. If Austin Newstead moves offline too much, then George House will stick the nose that number 77 car where Newstead doesn't want it to go.
There's that move in behind, wasn't there? Still side by side. There's a 3 wide. They make a bit of contact, nearly off onto the grass for the 99. That's Christian Kobe there, just getting forced out wide, managing to hold on to it, though. That was impressive in and of itself.
That was almost exit stage right.
It really was. I mean, we've already seen that earlier on in this race, haven't we? That was an exit stage left, so nearly balancing it back out again with a right once more. But nope, holds onto it, and they continue round for another lap. Just over 2 minutes to go in this one, and the top 3 staying as they were. It was all over the shop at the start of this race, but somehow the 2 Austins have managed to find their way back to the front of the queue once again. Austin Newstead was looking racy up here into Spoon last lap. He might think about it again. Nope, the 52 of Austin Gibson covers it off once more.
Out of Spoon, down towards the carousel. Newstead, if Austin Newstead's going to make a move, it's going to be a lunge up the inside, a late lunge up the inside. He can't afford to swing out wide to try the undercut move, because if he goes offline, then House is going to overtake him. Oh, and,
what were you saying?
Oh, it's not gone well for me today, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say.
Yep, through goes George House then up into second place. Just gives a little bit of breathing room, and I really do mean a little bit of breathing room, to Austin Gibson then in the lead as they once again fan out and head up towards the Dragon Straight, even I should say. Continuing to push up the Dragon Straight is the 23 in behind. This is Oliver Warner pressuring Harry Williams and going down the inside of Harry Williams. Harry Williams just leaves a kart's width gap on the inside, and the 23 of Oliver Warner goes through.
Alice Powell, thank you, Alice. Marino F87, Vamos Mateo, never give up. Exactly, never give up. Mateo Garcia in 13th position now, so he's ahead. He's got his own private battle going on with the number 15 kart of Daniel Ferguson, the Croc Promotions kart of Daniel Ferguson. He's got this private inter-driver battle going on with Garcia and Ferguson in 13th position. We're not looking at them much on screen, we are keeping you up to date. But it's so important, John, isn't it, with 30 seconds to go, that whether these, especially in the younger classes, if you've got someone to race with, it's sharpening your racecraft. You're either attacking or defending, whether it's a first or 31st, or in this case 13th position. It's their own private battle, but they are working each other over, and they're every single corner, they've got to be absolutely on the money. Attack, defense, attack, defense. It's just sharpening their skills, and it bodes well for their future career and development.
Yeah, you can talk about what you would do in theory until you're blue in the face, but nothing really compares to when you're out on track putting it into practice, and that's exactly what the drivers are doing out on circuit. And as you say, it doesn't matter where you own the order, you've got someone to race, and that is fantastic to see. But our drivers, Austin Gibson, leads us on to the final lap now. George House has managed to hold on to that second place, as they did just initially drop Austin Newstead, but now is House going to think about the race win here?
I'm very careful about what I'm saying here, judging on everything I've said so far. However, at PFI, for the first round of the championship, Austin Gibson broke a near 18-month losing streak for the Oliver Roller Motorsport. Their first British Championship win in well over nearly 2 seasons. The team, Oliver is here and watching. The team are so improved this year. Harry Platten has come on board as one of the driver coaches there. You can see. Now, last year, I would have said, you know what, George House might have gone for the move. It's a pre-final. It's the final lap, and they come out there very sensibly. George House, look, I'm going to take one for the team here. George is going to stay second as Austin Gibson takes the win. Now they have a front row lockout for the final. Last year, ORM drivers were very good at beating themselves. This year, very different, and they are looking very, very strong. Gibson with the win. House second, Newstead in third, then Warner, Carter, Williams, Kobe, Brooks slips back to 8th, then it's Patterson, Cook, Clough, Clark, Garcia wins the battle with Ferguson, and Alfie Davidson in 15th. Jonty Restrick rounds out the field. But a 1-2 for the Oliver Rowland team. We'll have a full look down at the results now. There's a smiling Austin Gibson. Why is he smiling? Well, he just won a race, but he's also still your championship leader. He's actually increased his championship lead by a couple of points, because second place driver Mason Brooks in the championship only finished that race in 8th. And Christian Kobe, Irish eyes were smiling on Christian, because he was the driver that almost got dispatched coming down the hill on the grass. He recovers to 7th.
Yeah, impressively done, impressively done. Like you were saying there, for such young drivers to have that much foresight to be like, I'm going to sit behind, as George House did, sit behind, just take the second place, guarantee that front row lockout in the final for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Impressive to see. And as we said earlier, he is taking one for the team there, George, because we've seen it has been challenging out on the outside row of the grid to be able to chop across at the first corner and stay in second place as you get that, then up into Spoon by the end of that of the Long Dragon Straight. So we'll see what George House can do from that final later on today. But an Oliver Rowland Motorsport front row lockout, I think they're going to be pretty happy with that one.
They will indeed. And but we're not done with Water Swift yet. No, we now have Water Swift unrestricted. Their pre-final is up next. That'll be race 17. After the pre-finals, we have the lunch break and then the finals this afternoon. A quick word. There's the transport home. Obviously, they're just doing my seat fitting there. They must be.
They forgot to put your name on the side this time as well.
Yeah, they forgot. They misspelt it. They've misspelled. I'm not called just Cam, but that must be my ride home. Oh, how the other half lived, John. But nice work if you can get it.
Oh no, that was it. That was it. They weren't getting the helicopter view today. The private jet was coming later.
Right. Thank you. Of course. There we go. There is a look. Great scenery at the paddock. The clubhouse here, absolutely fantastic.
It's brilliant.
Really, really good facility here. The Welsh flags flying in the breeze. 12:15 on a sunny Sunday afternoon, and we have race number 21, Water Swift, coming up very shortly. We haven't been able to bring you Anthony Jordan just yet, well, I think what might have happened is I might have taken him out the back and given him a kicking without anyone knowing. So you're all right in your me, John. Don't you worry about that.
Thanks, mate.
4 years with DJ, and who'd have thought? No, I'm joking. Anthony's here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're really happy to be able to bring you this live stream. There is a video about the effort that goes into making one of these British Championship meetings happen. That's going to be released on the social media channels very soon. But of course, with the mammoth effort that goes into making one of these events happen, there's always the potential for an issue or two. But for your point of view, the viewing pleasure is all ours. It's all yours. It's all ours, and we're very glad to have you all with us. Now, let's have a little look down the grid here. So, Water Swift, you commentate regularly at the Wilton Mill Kart Club, John, which has got one of the biggest club.
Everybody does wonder why I'm not wearing an orange top. It's because the wasps are attracted to this. I'm going to step back to the right. That's just clear. That's what's going to happen very shortly.
And not get muted. No, I won't do that to you, ladies and gentlemen. I won't make you suffer through it. But yeah, the heat is most definitely on, even though this is a pre-final. Should have really done that song before one of the heat races. But apology, maybe the heat is getting to me. Right, let's pick on some mechanics. Jake Dalton, he's always fun to pick on. Down there at the left, right-hand side of your screen, next to Jesse Phillips. He's got the teeth, he's got the tan, he's got the sunglasses, he's got the radio. Kart mechanic bingo, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look. Jake Dalton, expensive haircut, fancy sunglasses. He's got the tight-fitting shorts just above the knee. He's got the team shirt. He's got the radio tucked in around the back of his shorts. He has got multicoloured trainers. Has he got a team apron? Is there a team apron, ladies and gentlemen? If there's a team apron, we could have Kart mechanic bingo. Let's have a look, let's have a look, let's have a look. Oh, no, he hasn't got a team apron.
No prizes this time.
Tell you what, let's talk about some go-kart racing. Let's look at the starting lineup, ladies and gentlemen. It is Water Swift unrestricted.
Yes, indeed. A couple of drivers just pointing, gesticulating across where they should be on this warm-up lap. It's Archie Lovett, though, who's going to lead us away on pole position. Alongside him is Jesse Phillips. Then it's Kanish Grau and Aaron Richardson. Then George Edgar and Harley Musk.
Row number 4, Jensen Ackerman and Max Endicott. Then Will Green and Archie Owen, Jarlath Sayer and Teddy J. Porter.
Then it's Sukmani Kira there on 13th. Hopefully it's not unlucky for her. Then Ethan Woodward alongside. Then Jacob Batchelor and Max Ewell. Then Nat Johnston and Finley Lyons.
Row number 10, Ethan Weldon and George Clark for the Oracle Motorsport team. More about them later. Followed by Luca Narroway, Measures Knight, great name, Luca Holmes-Barlock and Noah Curtis.
Then it's just Aaron Naya to round out our grid, then the 25th and final driver on that grid. And as you were saying, that is a fantastic name. And you had the enjoyment of chatting with him yesterday, didn't you?
Possibly a world-exclusive first interview.
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly. Three wide on the rolling lap. Now, that's interesting. Very well spoken. Interesting is one thing. Now, are they going to get them sorted out? Yes, they are. Archie Lovett, Jesse Phillips, into the tram line. Lights are out. We're off and racing wheel to wheel through turn number 1. And Lovett holds on. He has to cut across. Phillips tried the crossover move down the Dragon Straight, slots into second. Jesse Phillips with the white race suit on for the Fusion Motorsport team in P2. Up the hill they go, side by side for 4th place, about 4 wide. Further on back, but it's still poles with Archie Lovett, who has the lead through the carousel.
Yeah, Jesse Phillips tried to hang it around the outside, didn't they, around the first corner. Wasn't able to do it, nearly found the grass, but was able to chop across and retake that second place. And practically the entire pack behind going 2x2 round spoon, which was fantastic to see. There's a move for third, though, the 22 of Kanish Rao, I think, getting back through there, or at least they were side by side there through Devil's Elbow, which once again, as we've said many times, is not an easy thing to do. So impressive to see the drivers giving each other the room, especially on the opening lap of the race.
Good, competitive, but clean opening lap there, John Ratcliff. And it is Jesse Phillips now trying to work with, so this is co-opetition. I'm going to cooperate with my competition, maybe not.
No.
Oh.
Is that tally number 5 for that?
Playing at home, ladies and gentlemen, the Henry Beaudette nonsense meter has just broken new ground. But now we've got 2 Oliver Roller Motorsport karts leading 2, 4, 5, 6 Fusion Motorsport karts. So, Oliver Roller Motorsport fans, management is watching, a lot of other fans, parents are watching. Now, this is a real test. Lovett and Rao, can they hold off the team with the most podiums in the entire history of the British Championship modern era Fusion Motorsport? We're going to find out in the next 10.5 minutes, but Kanish Grau doing a superb job. That's teamwork for you, ladies and gentlemen. Kanish Grau letting his nose cone rest on the rear bumper of Archie Lovett, and at full speed, about 60 miles an hour, pushing his teammate down the main straight. Jesse Phillips, though, has got George Edgar. Jesse Phillips, last year's British IAME Cadet champion. And George Edgar, the latest in the Edgar Racing dynasty. I didn't say dynasty, that's Americanism.
He's gone for the move.
Oh, he went move there. Edgar now up to P3. Phillips down to 5th or 6th.
Yeah, just shuffled back there. They made a little bit of contact on the exit. It was a good initial move from George Edgar, but just as they sort of came together on the exit of the Devil's Elbow there, just dropped Jesse Phillips back into the pack. But once again, as you say, they're all teammates here. They're all going to continue to work together. At least you would hope so. Just as I say that, I'm now adding to the meter as well, as I think someone dived down the inside at Spoon. So the Fusion drivers not quite working together as maybe they should be. And this could allow for those two Ollie Roden Motorsports to start to pull away, as they already are doing. Of course, we saw a 1-2 for Ollie Roden last race. Looking like it's good for this one, but I'm going to try and not commentators curse them.
One team that we do need to look out for are Argenti Motorsport. Now, they've got Nat Johnson in kart number 15, Max Endicott in kart number 80, Finley Lines in kart number 81. Yesterday, there were a whole litany of issues, engine-related issues for that team. Now, I know that Joe Bullen and their engine builder has been working tirelessly overnight. They think they got the problem solved. Watch for those three drivers, the Argenti Motorsport team, to make progress today. At the moment, Johnson is only 13th, so they've still got work to do. But that's going to be one of the storylines that we're going to follow for this race and the final, is the recovery of the Argenti team in this class. Ron Meadows there, Mercedes team principal, or team boss, or managing director, something like that, in charge. Up there.
Top boy.
Top boy Ron.
Look at George Edgar go. He's already going to go for it down the inside. Takes second place already. Only took about half a lap to close that gap on the front. So he's already gone for the move up into second place. George Edgar is looking very quick. As we said, had to start from the back for both heats. Got to 5th in the first time of asking, 6th in the second time of asking. This time, started 5th place, and he's just showing what kind of pace he has. Look at that, pushing the leader through Spoon. He's already piling the pressure on.
And hopefully that Jessica Edgar is okay, that she's well. One of the very few girls to win around the British Championship, but Jess a little bit unwell yesterday, but hopefully she is fine today. So lots of support for the Edgar family, as always. But George now gets pushed back again. So Kanish Grau again. This is significant. Okay, we're going to... Kanish Grau knows, look at all the Fusion drivers. Yeah. If I lose one place, I've got to fight back straight away. If Edgar stays in second, then the other driver's going to try and push me back. So I've got to try and battle my hardest to stay ahead of Edgar, even if it means my teammate breaking clear.
And it's a lovely place to be for Archie Lovett, isn't it? As long as you've got Kanish Grau behind.
Penalty for Aaron Richardson, kart number 16, a 5-second in-race penalty. Aaron Richardson is running in 5th at the moment.
It's all kicked off at the front, though, in the secondary pack, isn't that? That's a little move in the middle. That was Jesse Phillips, I think, getting back through. But yeah,
no, that's the initial pack, John. That is the race.
That is the initial pack. My apologies. Yeah, Jesse Phillips getting involved. It's all kicked off. One look over to the penalty, and it's all suddenly changed in front of us. The Jesse Phillips somehow back up into second place. George Edgar now in first, and our two Ollie Roden Motorsport karts down to 3rd and 4th.
We got 5 the lead out of Paddock Bend to complete lap number 7. We are now approaching half distance. These 5 are broken clear. Behind the top 5, we've got Harley Musk in 6th, Will Green 7th, Jarla Sayer 8th, Shukmani Kira up to 9th. Then it's Ethan Woodward rounding out the top 10, Max Endicott in 11th, followed by Archie Owen, Jensen Ackerman, Nat Johnson, Ethan Weldon, Finley Lines, Teddy J. Porter, Noah Curtis, Jacob Bashler, George Clark, Matt Shewell, Luca Ballack, Aryan Naya, Night Measures, and Luca Narroway.
The pack behind, going 2 by 2, made a bit of contact there at the bottom of the hill, nearly lost it on the outside. Didn't quite see what driver it was. It would have been around Jarla Sayer, Sukmani Kira, Ethan Woodward, that bottom end of the top 10. But it's all kicking off throughout the order in this one, and we've still got just less than 6 minutes to go here. Now, George Edgar at the front, starting to pull away ever so slightly, of course, dragging Jesse Phillips with him. But they've got to worry about the two Ollie Roden Motorsports behind, being sandwiched then by the 16 as well, Aaron Richardson. But of course, you've got to remember Aaron Richardson with that penalty.
It's absolutely incredible. Now, let's look. Jamie Green Racing. Yesterday, the paddock show, we said, oh, and there's Jesse Phillips up over the back member of his teammate. Sorry.
It was.
It was the number 44 car of Sukmani Kira. I was fooled by the white race suit
yeah.
and the Fusion driver. Right, Stan, calm down, Jesse Phillips fans. So Sukmani Kira was making a move up over the back of Jarla Sayer, I think that was. So Sukmani, podium finisher last time out of PFI, she falls back to the pack. I was about to say, Will Green, the Jamie Green Racing team. We talked about this, the Waterswift class, its predecessor, IAME Cadet as it was known, has long been the domain. It's been a Fusion or ORM battle, inter-team battle. Now, Jamie Green Racing, as we got a potential move there. Jamie Green Racing, Argenti Motorsport, Croc Promotions, Welshman, Archie Owen, Measures Knight. Now, I'm not sure if they got that right way. I thought it was Knight Measures.
I think you're right, yeah.
I thought it was Knight Measures. But
It is.
Night Measures.
Yeah, the measures is in caps on our timing, so yeah, you're right.
Night Measures has, well, he mismeasured that move and he's got an in-race penalty. But it shows that he's trying on his British Championship debut.
He is.
We've got more teams now battling in this. And I've got to say, Jamie Green Racing, Will Green in car number 54, he's the first driver not in this league group. There he is. A sort of luminous yellow crash helmet, that very distinctive black, white and green liveried kart. Change up at the front though, John.
Not quite, yes, they are going to get it down the inside. Goes the 22 of Kanish Rao, retakes second position, so was in this position a number of laps ago, but following his own teammate, now on his own here up in P2, gets the move done on Jesse Phillips, and an impressive move nonetheless. But once again, got a couple of tenths of a second forward to George Edgar, still in the lead of this one. It's going to be tough for him to close down that gap, especially when it's not a teammate behind. So Jesse Phillips is going to be constantly thinking about when can I get this re-overtake to stick. But as you were saying about Will Green, really impressive job, but finding himself in a bit of no man's land at the moment. But if these 3 or 4 in front continue to battle, then he should close up in no time at all. But look at this. Behind them, Harley Musk is it now, who's now the gatekeeper of the rest of the field.
Indeed he is. And cast your mind back, ladies and gentlemen, to the start of the show where we showed you the weather graphic. And the weather graphic said that between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, we were expecting rain. The blue skies, it was a sky blue night last night, but that was football and Manchester City. But the blue skies here being replaced by somewhat overcast. And dare I say it, there is a grey-coloured cloud hovering ominously.
I thought it never rained in Wales.
Occasionally, we have occasionally, ladies and gentlemen, there is the occasional light sprinkle of rain in the Welsh nation. But it's dry at the moment as we've got 2.5 minutes to go. George Edgar, there he is, kart number 17, leads Kanish Grau in kart number 22, who has just set the fastest lap of the race as he hunts down the race leader. Phillips runs third, then a small gap to Lovett and Richardson, 4th and 5th. Green still 6th, and it's Max Endicott. So the Argenti recovery is on. John Ratcliffe, Endicott is into 7th position ahead of Sayer, Musk, Woodward, Ackerman, and the leading Welshman, Archie Owen.
Yes, indeed. Kanish Rao's absolutely flying, isn't he? Not afraid to put his foot down there in second place, and he's closing down that gap ever so slightly on George Edgar. However, on that last lap, George actually was that little bit faster, just open it out once again. I did notice on the last lap, just before it updates, I'm not sure if that's correct, or if that's over the whole race distance, isn't it, that Noah Curtis has gone up 8 spots. That's impressive to 16th spot. I was going to say last lap. Wow, that last lap was a bit crazy. No, over the whole race. What a race, though, from Noah Curtis, though. Up 8 positions. That's nothing to scoff at.
And he's driving for the Oracle Motorsport team.
Of course.
What's the paddock show during the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen? Oracle Motorsport have arrived in style in this paddock. It's not just because they want to flash things around, it's because, they're thinking, okay, this is going out to a global audience. Forget the Muppetry on commentary, but the coverage is the best of any domestic karting championship in the world. Max Endicott gets a warning as he fights his way through the pack, but we want to try and entertain corporate sponsors. A lot of these young drivers, in fact nearly all of them, will need sponsorship in racing. If you have a look, if you want to bring a corporate sponsor, speak to Oracle Motorsport. They have done things, they're doing things right. They've got hospitality rather.
Hospitality, yeah.
Watch the paddock show to see how to do things properly. There's a Fusion Motorsport kart. That's the number 83, Ethan Woodward, and that is a very, very badly damaged nose cone on that kart. Look at that as he goes on the carousel. That has been scuffed and dented beyond all recognition. I would hazard a guess that there might be a penalty coming, a nose cone penalty at the end of this race, as we watch the number 80 of Max Endicott making really, really good progress. Max has got a lot of racing to do this year. He was entered in a lot there, but again, as he's showing why, basically, I think the Endicott family, they couldn't decide what to do. A lot of the regulations have changed in karting in the UK. Age, classes, ages, as we're watching that. And I think Max Endicott said that the decision to do this class possibly could have been the right one. The clock has struck 0, John Ratcliffe. Start talking about the race on screen, the battle up front.
Exactly, yeah, penultimate lap of the race, and they're just coming towards the end of it. I thought Kanish Rao, he was looking for it up into Spoon, not able to make it work. Cut across took that wide line, got a great exit down to the bottom of the hill. But once again, George Edgar did a lovely job at covering it off. But as they continue to defend just that little bit more, these three behind as well, Jesse Phillips, Archie Lover, Aaron Richardson, all closing in as well. That gap just a bit too much, bit more than it was last lap. George Edgar with a bit of a check over the shoulder as they head up towards Spoon, and knows he doesn't need to defend too hard. Is able to take that bit of a wider line, carry that bit more speed, and stays in that first position. But Canis Rao right there, so's Jesse Phillips, so's Archie Lover, but Archie Lover having to defend behind. Aaron Richardson's trying to go for it there at the bottom of the hill, but not able to make it work, and they're staying as they are through that final section of the circuit as we head down into compression, through compression into the Devil's Elbow. Again, not a position that we usually see people go for moves, and it looks like it's going to be George Edgar. He has another check over the shoulder. He knows he's got it, and it's going to be George Edgar to take the win here in the pre-final for our Water Swifts. Canis Rao, an impressive fight back there to second with the fastest lap of the race. 2/3 in the heat, a second in the pre-final. Could it be a first in the final? We'll have to wait and see. Then it was Jesse Phillips who rounded out the podium, but that battering over that one was brilliant, wasn't it, Henry?
A really, really good competitive race. It's game on once again. What this class needed is an inter-team battle. Yeah, for Dan Hazelwood and the rest of Fusion boys, of course they wanted just to be Fusion. But everybody else, they want competitiveness, and my word, we have got it this year. With Oliver Roller Motorsport, Jamie Green Racing and Argenti Motorsport taking the fight to the Fusion drivers. Here is your result. George Edgar takes the win by 3/10 of a second from Canis Rao. Jesse Phillips and Archie Lovett, third and fourth. Aaron Richardson rounding out the top 5. The top 10, Will Green, Jarla Sayer, Max Endicott, Ethan Woodward and Jensen Ackerman, followed by Harley Musk, Smiley Kira, Teddy J. Porter and Archie Owen, the Croc Promotions team. Nat Johnson, Ethan Weldon, Finley Lyons, Jacob Bachelor, Noah Curtis and Max Ewell complete the top 20. George Clark, Night Measures, Luca Ballack, Aryan Naya and Luca Narroway round the field. And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time today, we will hand over to Anthony Jordan in the pit lane. Good morning, DJ.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, indeed. You thought you got rid of me, but no. Unfortunately, I'm still here in the woodworks. And as you can see, the next race is about to get itself sorted out and get going. It's Junior TKM who's about to take to the track for their pre-final. And while we're here, I've got an Aidan Mitchell here who's standing right next to me. Aidan, well, it's been a tough old weekend. Glan-Y-Gors, it's a tough old circuit. How's it been so far this weekend? Fill me in. I've not been here.
Yeah, qualied P2, then P3 in Heat 1 and P2 in Heat 2, so starting in second in pre-final, and then track's really fun. It's a great track. Hard to overtake, but yeah, really fun racing.
Well, you shouldn't have an issue with that. You're starting on the front row as long as you keep it there. Weather, the clouds, they're coming over a bit. You nervous? Bit of rain, maybe?
Spice things up, you know.
Yeah, might be all right, won't it?
Spice things up.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Mate, best of luck. We'll see you out there on the tracks. Have a safe drive as well, indeed. Starting alongside, will it be Steele also? Will it be on this one? Well, you've certainly had a good weekend. You got the O-plate, and of course, starting on pole position for the pre-final. Can you maintain it, though? Because the final's coming up later on today, and it was certainly an interesting day yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I definitely think I can maintain it. Plan is to try to pull a gap at the start and just get my head down, push towards the end, and then just win the race. Yeah.
Yeah, like you say, it's a tough old grid, isn't it? And there's lots of quick drivers behind you. Are you nervous about anyone there?
No.
No, like it. Nerves of steel. Hey, steel by name, steel by nature. Like it. Cool. Right, good work there. He'll be going from that one. Jake Humphrey just here. Jake, again, you've got a bit of a challenge. He's saying he's not worried about anyone behind him. What do you say to that?
Well, he should watch out, shouldn't he?
What's the plan then? Game plan?
Just go forward and get on with it.
Yeah?
Yeah, good pace all weekend, so yeah.
Yeah, let's hope for the best, mate. Have a fun race. Starting alongside, while we're here, let's talk to Harry Blore. Harry Blore, and, well, you've got a nice orange kart here, but your chassis is very green. Running the Tony Kart chassis here this weekend?
Yep. Yeah, I think it's one of the best chassis. It's personally my favourite, so with that.
Lots of little tyre pressure things going on there. I won't look at the numbers and I won't say the numbers just in case, you know, trade secrets with the team. But this weekend, it's so far, it's been okay for you?
Yeah, Heat 1 yesterday, I came first. Second heat wasn't the best, really. But I feel like I'm going to win this weekend. I have good hopes for this. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Excellent. Best of luck, mate. Confidence, I like it. Keep on with that one. Starting this one, P4 on the grid. Ian Calichone here, the number 4 seed, who is starting just there. He's had a very good run, like you can see here. Look at Dad wearing the number 1 Vera Tools cap. It means he's won a final so far this year, so keep an eye on him. Darren McInerney just starting behind there. The fabulous little hat that his dad's wearing there as well. All the way further to the back, we got Daniela Sutton here. Daniela, I want to have a quick chat with you. Daniela, you're live on the live stream here, so please don't swear for me, best you can. Why would you? No, exactly. Bit far down, but like you say, GYG, it's a tough old circuit. Are you a fan of it?
Yeah, I love GYG. It's one of my favourite tracks, actually.
Yeah. It's one of those up there, isn't it? It's technical, it's demanding, but it's very fast as well, isn't it? What would you say the highlight points are on the circuit?
Definitely the S's. If you get the S's wrong, then it ruins your whole lap, really.
So you've got to watch out for that one. What are your predictions for this one?
Well, we're just going to push on, try and get to the front after having some technical issues yesterday. So we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, that will be the main thing. Right, best of luck. We'll see you out there. Let's see Sutton just there. Right, lots happening here, and I think it's not long until the race gets going. Don't reckon you can see there. I think yesterday was a bit of an interesting day. Lots were happening. Looks like we're good. We'll head it back up to you guys in the comments box.
Junior TKM starting lineup. Thank you, Anthony. Willoughby Steele, the newly crowned O-Plate champion, starts on pole position. Aidan Mitchell alongside him on row number 1. Jake Humphrey and Harry Blore on row 2. Joel Hull and Ian Calichone on row number 3.
Behind them, Leah Robinson and Dara McKierney. Then it's Patrick Leaf and Monty Braithwaite. Then Daniela Sutton and Harrison Morrow there on the row number 6. And finalising the grid, it's William Bryan.
Interesting bits of information, John Ratcliff. Debutant Harrison Morrow has got a... Oh, there's the number 75. Right, OK. As Harrison Morrow gets his class of motorsport, well, his pet rabbit Murdoch's not going to be very happy about that. Again, thanks to his dad, Rich, for the information. Murdoch's going to be absolutely howling mad at this. There's an 18 reference for you.
We always see
fans.
him in the live chat, don't we?
Yeah, we did. And there is a false start. Well, I tell you what, there's still false start till 12 minutes. Their hands in the air like they just don't care. Now, Harrison. So Hazel Began, his mum Hazel is the mechanic. No, she's a nurse. So she's well used to building and running complex bits of kit, according to Harrison's dad, Richard. But this is welcome to the British Championship paddock, Harrison Morrow, although this is not a great welcome. I've got the curse. The commentator has struck me down. Now is Harrison trying to just cut the way back in? So
we've got someone else in the background there. I think is that a different car, or is that the same car just continuing to go around the circuit?
Motorsport. He's trying to get back into his grid position. So hopefully Harrison is. Anthony's got some intel for me down on the grid. Anthony, as they come to the grid, what's going on?
Yeah, Henry, it's been a bit of a disaster there for Harrison Morrow as the race is about to get underway. The lights go out, but yeah, he's oiled up. It's not gone well for him. Yeah, he's all the way down to the back. He's going to have to bring it in.
OK, thanks, Anthony. We're underway, and down the main straight we go. Willoughby Steele leads the Tim Wilson Motorsport car of Jake Humphrey with Aidan Mitchell down into 3rd position into Spoon Curve. It looks like everything apart from the oiled-up kart of Harrison Morrow has got away cleanly.
Exactly, not a great start for Harrison Morrow, of course, not making it to the start, but what a race start nonetheless for our TKM juniors, and it's all already begun to kick off. You can see the smoke billowing from those exhausts of these fantastic TKM engines, but it is Willoughby Steele who continues to hold on to the lead of the race as we head towards the end of lap number 1, but he's got a bit of pressure from behind. Jake Humphrey there up into 2nd place, continues being followed by Aidan Mitchell, and Harry Blore's right there as well.
The Precision Racing team took a star. Oh, and there's somebody running wide. Oh, there's Harrison Morrow. Oh, Murdoch, the pet rabbit's not going to be happy with you, Harrison. He's gone out as the leaders flash past. Hopefully there was a yellow flag waving, my word. Harrison, the good news is it can only get better from here. Your first round isn't going to be a best round. Here's a battle for 3rd, is it? Oh, Aidan Mitchell on the outside getting monstered by Joel Hull for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. It's Precision Racing leading, Tim Wilson Motorsport leading, Privateer, Mitchell in 3rd, but Willoughby Steele. So this is Willoughby's first season in the British Championship. At the opening round of the TKM series at PFI, Willoughby was he was there or thereabouts, but he wasn't one of the leading contenders. He's since won the O-Plate, the British Open Championship. Look at the difference in confidence. He knows he can win a big race. Now he's proving it. There, sadly, is Harris Amaro watching his rivals race as he watches from the sideline there. But again, one race win, one big race win can change a driver's outlook immeasurably.
There's a late move then from Joel Hull up into third place as we're getting some mechanical fanning in the comms box. This is lovely. We need it. It's practically a sauna in here.
No, I need a sauna because Alice Powell's promised
yes,
me a
of course.
KZ
Yeah, we need
seat.
a KZ2. We need a KZ2 seat for Henry. So no fanning over here. But we have got some reports from the camera points. There may be a few drops of rain on circuit. We'll keep an eye on that. Nothing crazy as of yet. But hey, something else that could factor into this already fantastic TKM Junior race.
Now, Leo Robinson has dropped to the back of the field. Monty Brathwaite is 11th. Daniela Sutton, we just saw in the number 43 kart, making a move. Daniela's dad reminded me that I commented on Daniela's very first ever kart race back with the Daniel Ricciardo series. It's a great starter series. A lot of drivers have come out of the TRS series into this championship, and Daniela she's had a great early schooling. Now she's in the big time, and she is proving that she has got just as sharp as elbows as everybody else.
And of course, another driver that we were lucky enough to have an interview with. I had a chat with Daniela yesterday. That YouTube video should be up on MS UK and Alpha Live channels either later today or sometime in the week next week. But it was lovely to chat with Daniela. But sadly, just as I say that, she gets overtaken there through the first corner. William Bryant takes away the top 10 position.
The Rob Saw racing kart of William Bryant moves back into P10. Long way to go, though. Still 8.5 minutes remaining. Willoughby Steele, 0.3 of a second in front of Jake Humphrey. You can see them nose to tail. Then a gap of 1.5 seconds. Back to this scrap on your screens now. Third, Joel Hull. Fourth, Aidan Mitchell. Fifth, the number 22 of Patrick Leaf, the Talco-supported privateer. And sixth, the leading class and motorsport car of Yehan Kalachern. Yehan won the driver of the day. Yehan has got a lot of family out in Mauritius. He is officially Mauritius' most popular kart racer. But John, it shows you how competitive this is. Last time out, Class and Motorsport dominated, won nearly every race. This time, their first driver is down in 6th position. So, Precision Racing, Tim Wilson, Motorsport, Privateer entries, the Talco-supported drivers are just as strong. It's not a big grid, but it's a very competitive one.
Yeah, it just shows how much you can change between rounds, how different drivers, different teams are better suited to different circuits. So Yehan getting a fantastic result there at the opening round. Sadly, not quite carrying it on through today, but a P6, again, is nothing to scoff at. A really good finishing position in such a strong field of TKM drivers, but it is still Willoughby Steele leading us through this one with Jake Humphrey only just behind. But have we lost Harry Bloor?
I believe we have. Harry Bloor has brought his kart in to retire. Now, Anthony Jordan is roaming the pit lane. Wonder if Anthony might be able to give us some insight a little bit later on as to what has gone wrong with Harry Bloor, but we'll concentrate on what's happening on circuit. 7 minutes to go.
Indeed, this battle continuing once again. The 31 of Joel Hull quickly got himself to the front of this train, but hasn't quite been able to close that gap to the leading 2. He continues to lead those 4 from 3rd place all the way down into 6th with Yehan Kalachern at the back of this train. But Patrick Leaf, one to watch. He's had a great race in this race, up from P9 on the grid, in P5 at the moment, well and truly involved in the middle of this battle. And whether he can go for a move, he's already thinking about it, isn't he, on the 22 plate as they head up towards Spoon Corner at the top of the hill. Gets that little push as they get to the top of it, but nope, drivers covering the lines and no moves as of yet.
Down towards the carousel we head on lap number 8. Here's the battle for 3rd position. Dara McInerney just off the back of this quartet of karts in the number 3 privateer entry. Then it's number 6 of Leo Robinson. So several of last year's seeded drivers who are returning are struggling. Willoughby Steele, yes, he's got the 0, but he is a championship rookie. And it's Jake Humphrey who took the last seed, seed 10, who was his closest competition. And then an unseeded driver, Joel Hull, 2 unseeded drivers. In fact, Joel Hull, Aidan Mitchell, 3 unseeded drivers, with Patrick Leaf in 5th are giving chase. And then the remaining of the seeded runners, Kalachern, McInerney, Robinson, with Brathwaite, Bryant, Daniela Sutton still battling on in 11th place, giving chase.
Yep, Brian, we saw the overtake that Brian did on Sutton, but they're continuing to battle. Only 0.2 of a second between those two, battling over 10th position. So that's a nice little one unfolding out on track. We continue to look at the front, though, and Willoughby still leads Jake Humphrey. They've been nose to tail for the entirety of this race, haven't they? Ever since we got this one underway and they saw the green flag, they haven't missed each other one bit, and they continue on for another lap. We've still got 5 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in this one, but look at that. The fastest lap now goes the way of Jake Humphrey, 44.78 for himself. So can he close in on Mr. Steele?
Oh,
or will he have to wait out? Oh, no.
Aiden Mitchell getting elbowed wide. He ran wide there, whether he just ran... Yeah. The body language said that he was assisted in his missing the apex there, shall we say.
Yes,
he didn't voluntarily run wide. And now, as we watch this, again, a big hello to... We've got a lot of viewers watching in Mexico. My spies reliably inform me that Carlos Slim, nonetheless, has just placed a massive precision racing merchandise order. Loves his TKM racing, does the president of Telmex. Absolutely loves it.
Fantastic. What better place to watch some brilliant kart racing?
Just my spies never lie. Here we go then, side by side now, Aiden Mitchell. So number 14, Aiden Mitchell, he can't lose his cool. Okay, it was at this point, one lap ago, that he ran wide and has lost a lot of places. Now he's got to get his head down. He's got 4 minutes to go to sort of try and work his way back up a couple of positions. He may not get back all the positions he's lost, but if he get back some, that will make it. If he overdrives it, he could lose, and lose his head completely. A bit of anger, then that could be curtains for him. Now look back in the pack there. There is the battle between Robinson and Brathwaite as we go back up to the front of the field. Well, the battle of the third, Steele and Humphrey. But there's side-by-side action for third position. I think that's Patrick Leaf at the inside. It is the number 22 Talco privateer, Patrick Leaf, moves into P3 at the expense of Joel Hull. 3 minutes to go, and 5 drivers battling over third place, John.
Indeed, yeah, it's all continuing to kick off, and it's allowing for those front two to get away. Jake Humphrey looked like he was all over the back of our leader then, and was indeed, through compression, all over that rear bumper, but not able to get a move done. And interestingly now, the P6 driver of Dara McInerney now getting the fastest lap of the race. Of course, Dara was fastest in qualifying on that pole position, claimed the P2 in Heat 1, but had some issues in the Heat number 2, that just meant they weren't able to get onto the podium. But now, right in with that secondary pack, battling away, getting up through it with the fastest lap. Looking really menacing. Yeah,
indeed. McInerney, again, he had problems with the engine at PFI, worked on the kart and eventually came away with the podium. I think it's safe to say there's similar issues yesterday, but now he was getting past their bike. Well, he was having a little look at Joel Hull, who's lost the position there to Johan Kalachern. So Kalachern has passed Hull. McInerney almost went for the move as well. So the question remains now is, what can Jake Humphrey do about Willoughby Steele? Down the hill into Paddock Bend. Humphrey, in that Tim Wilson Motorsport car, has been very patient so far. One driver who may not have much patience left is Dara McInerney, as he now looks to dispatch Joel Hull, but Johan Kalachern on the move. So Kalachern, I think maybe he was a little bit sort of bottled up, and now he's been released, showing his true pace. That's the first time we've seen Willoughby Steele look over his shoulder. Is that a sign, or with less than 2 minutes to go, is that a sign that maybe nerves are beginning to creep in?
Well, I don't want to call it just yet, but they often say once you start looking back, that's often where you go. But we'll have to wait and see from that. Willoughby Steele just checking back, seeing whether he needs to start defending, of course, as you say, heading into that final minute and a half of this race. And this is where it really becomes key. Of course, when you're a kart racer and you've been doing it for years, you sort of have a weird sixth sense of knowing where that driver behind is and where they're placing that kart. So just as you got the back straight, checking over the shoulder, and now feeling like he needs to go defensive, and does so into Spoon. Yeah, indeed. Now watch the gap between these two and the new third place driver Johan Kalachern plummet in the last minute plus a lap of this race. Kalachern has made the move on Leaf. He was 3 seconds behind this group, but as you can see, Steele defending and almost came victim of the crossover move going through compression corner. Now, through Devil's Elbow we go. Look at the drop off here. Boom.
your body's compressed down in there. I don't know why they don't call that compression corner, but that's the devil's elbow. Now, out onto what will be the penultimate lap, I think. We got 42 seconds to go. They're doing 45-second laps. I think we might see the last lap board next time around. Steele, though, is going to make that precision racing kart very, very wide. We talked about how he's grown in confidence since winning the British Open Championship, but now he's going to try and win the heat of a pre-final in the main British Wera Tools Championship, and that's a whole different kettle of fish. And he really wants it, he really wants it. And I think Jake Humphrey there backed out of it. I think Humphrey possibly could have stuck a nose up his inside. If it wasn't a pre-final, I think he would have done. That was very smart driving there from Humphrey. Didn't want to over-egg the pudding and spoil his final grid position just yet. Final lap board, John Ratcliff, here we go.
Yes, indeed, final lap. It's been a great race so far, as you say there. Humphrey did get a good exit, could have definitely stuck a nose in, but just, again, the drivers thinking completely outside of the box, not just thinking, oh, I want the race win, thinking ahead, thinking to the finals, thinking what's coming next, what I need to do for my championship charge. Yep. It's so impressive to see. Exactly. But of course, Jake Humphrey, he's still going to want the win, just maybe not putting himself in a position where it could mean he loses it entirely. Exactly. He still wants to keep that second place, if nothing else. Thinks about it again through this final section of the circuit, but nope, is holding back, unlikely to have another overtaking opportunity. The final corner possibly, but that relies on Willoughby Steele getting an awful exit here out of the devil's elbow, and he doesn't. He holds onto it as we head down into the final corner. It looks to be Willoughby Steele who does take the win in the pre-final for our junior TKM category. It's almost a race to the line there for third place. Yihan Kalichun just gets it ahead of Patrick Leaf, but what a performance from Patrick there, up from 9th to 4th in the pre-final.
Indeed it was. From Leaf there, Joel Hull finishing 5th, Dara McInerney in 6th, then Aidan Mitchell. We'll see the results of that race come onto your screen, and then I think we'll hand back to Anthony Jordan when we've seen the results. But again, a very, very good, strong race for Willoughby Steele. Willoughby's dad is a very animated character at the best of times. He's going to be absolutely over the moon with that one, as Willoughby Steele beats Jake Humphrey by 0.17 of a second. Yihan Kalichun in 3rd, followed by Patrick Leaf, Joel Hull and Dara McInerney. Aidan Mitchell, after his unfortunate incident, finished down in 7th. Then a trio of Tim Wilson karts, Leo Robinson, Monty Brathwaite and Daniela Sutton, top 10 on British Championship debut in the pre-final, with William Bryant in 11th, the Robsol Racing team, Harry Bloor and Harrison Morrow failing to finish.
Oh, that was a good race, wasn't it? Very close at the front, but Jake Humphrey, despite his words there, couldn't just pip Willoughby Steele to the line. Next race is due to come out to the circuit now, TKM Extreme. As you can see, the drivers are all lined up, ready to get themselves going. And I'm sat here right next to Aaron Lask, who looks primed and focused. I'm looking in. Can I get a word from Aaron? I can jump in. Aaron, well, GYG, it's a tough old circuit out there. It's been an interesting weekend as well. But you've not done too bad. You're on the 3rd row.
Yeah, we were in practice. We're about 16th, so we've been struggling all weekend, but every race is getting closer and closer. Had a 3rd in the heats yesterday. We'll just see what happens. Just send it and go from there.
Send it, yeah. These are brave words that you're throwing at.
Obviously, without crashing.
Yes, yeah, indeed. It is a tough old track to overtake on, but like you say, the skies again are getting a little bit darker out there. Is any nerves coming in for that?
We're all in the same boat. If it rains, we're all on slick, so it is what it is. Do you know what I mean?
Wise words. It is what it is. Aaron Lask going from row 3 there. Keep a close eye on him. Should be a good little run here. Joe Cheek there, primed and ready. There he is, giving a nice little wave there. We speak to him all the time. We're not going to give him the pleasure of speaking to him again. No, we'll leave him there. Liv Jenkins just here, though. Liv, I want to have a quick chat with you. Liv, well, firstly, you're going to have to try and clear those tyres off a bit because something's gone wrong in a previous race, hasn't it?
Yeah, and Heat 2. Yeah, racing incident, meant I had to retire, but yeah, try and clear them on the outlap. Yeah.
See what you can do. Pre-final, obviously this determines the grid for the final. You're kind of mid-pack at the moment. Do you reckon you can gain a few more places here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in Heat 1 and Heat 2, we qualified 10th, but then in Heat 1 and Heat 2 we were running about 6th or 7th until in Heat 2 obviously had a racing incident which put it back here. So just hoping to gain a few places for the final, so then we can gain a few more in the final.
Nice, like it, like it. Well, best of luck. We'll see you out there. Safe drive. Liv Jenkins there. A little further down the order here, we got the 92, Andrew Platt. Let's see if we can chat to Andrew Platt, who is, well, that is a clear indication that something's happened over the course of the weekend. There's no stickers on your front nose cone.
No incidents, just saving weight.
Oh, OK, weight, I like it, OK. How's the weekend been?
It's been a mixed bag, but we're just going to try and move forward from where we are.
Pre-final is a tough old race. Lots happening. You get a lot of people go for those moves. You're going to be one of those to try and gain as many positions as you possibly can?
Yeah, I think it's just about being sent.
She sends me out to do this to earn more money, so we can do it.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I've always wanted to do that. Cut Anthony off in his prime. But we've got TKM Extreme coming up next. Anthony speaking to some of the main contenders, and this is going to be a 12-minute pre-final. Really good to see that the TKM Extreme grid is up. We've got Gareth Haynes as a privateer. We've got returning to the championship. I'm really pleased to see Fen Chapman back into the championship, and of course Joe Cheek. He has now moved up from juniors to seniors. Young Mr. Cheek there was struggling to make weight in juniors. He's a very tall lad, is Joe. Here we go, your starting lineup for TKM Extreme, and someone giving their mum a wave. Oh, bless him. Right, John Ratcliff, the starting lineup, please.
Yeah, let's look at the grid then. Charlie King's on pole position. Alongside him is Adam Sparrow. Then it's Lee Whittington and Alfie Garford, followed by Aaron Lusk and Harvey Roth.
Row number 4 is Cian Bennett and Joe Cheek, then Ashton Cox, privateer driver, and Ryan Morgan. Luke Jarman and Olivia Jenkins on row number 6.
And row 7, Jessica Fitch-Hall and Fen Chapman. They're followed by Andrew Platt and Oliver Bowen. Then row 9, Chris Whitton and Alvin Chu.
Alvin Chu all the way from Hong Kong. Gareth Haynes and Kai Springfield. Watch the number 97 kart to make good progress from the rear of the field. Now, are we going to get a good clean start this time around? Adam Sparrow, former British champion, currently leading the Mazda MX-5 series. Dovetailing karting with car racing. The grey clouds
I was just about to mention,
are just about to disappear, John. Thank goodness. I told you it never rains in Wales. Here we go.
Yes, indeed, you were right. I think the driver's going to be happy about that one. But we kick off the pre-final then for TKM Extreme, and it's a good start for the second row. They're nearly squeezed onto the grass of the 19 of Alan Sparrow, and Lee Whittington is going to get through. Alan Sparrow is going to drop down to 4th, I think, as through. I think that was Alfie Garford as well getting through. It's all chopping and changing at the front and throughout the pack nonetheless as they head into Spoon. Now down the hill, they continue once more, all still on the black stuff. That's great to see. Look at that, a couple of drivers just trying to fake each other out, moving to the inside there as they get into the downhill braking zone, but no moves through that secondary part of the circuit. And as you said in plenty of times today already, this section, sector 3, through compression, then down into Devil's Elbow, near impossible to overtake. But on lap 1, you might be able to cheekily stick a nose in and just gain a position. None of them trying it just yet, and we get to the end of lap 1 all unscathed, and it's still Charlie King who leads us.
He does. Lee Whittingham runs in second position. Then it's Alfie Garford in the Wera Tools sponsored kart. He's part of the British touring car team that has motorbase support, Sam Osborne's team. They have a young driver program sponsored by Wera Tools, and Alfie Garford is involved in that. And it's all gone wrong coming out of turn number 4. Is that Lee Whittingham losing ground? No, it's maybe Adam Sparrow losing ground in the number 19 kart.
Liv Jenkins drops a couple of positions as well there.
Yeah, indeed, as they thread their way down the hill. Now, of course, we've got a lot of these drivers are privateers, and again, for those of you who want to get into karting on a budget, the TKM classes are the best way into the British Championship on a budget. There's still plenty of drivers that have got their kart in the back of their Sprinter van, and I don't mean Central C and Dave. That's a reference for the kids out there. I know my music. Now, down to the carousel we go with King, Whittingham, Garford, 1, 2, 3.
I'm surprised you're not in a balaclava for the commentary, mate.
Oh, that's Pete Baz, that is. Get me started on them.
They are brilliant as well. They are brilliant.
Look them up, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Aaron Lask, the precision race. It's a precision race that just had a great result with Willoughby Steele. And now Aaron Lask, last year's number 3 seed, holding off TKM Extreme newcomer, Joe Cheek. So Joe Cheek, he's got nothing to lose. He's missed the first round, so the chances of him winning the championship are very, very slim, even though he could do number 70. Let's see, can I work with him, or will he start blocking and defending early in the race? At the moment, well, Joe Cheek wasn't defending, and Harvey's thinking, not quite sure about you yet. I'm going to lead, and I'm not going to follow you.
That was a good move there we saw from Alfie Garford up into second place, and he thought about that exact same move on the previous lap, just wasn't quite close enough, moved to the inside but backed out of it. This time much closer, gets it done under brakes, takes away second place from Lee Whittington, impressively so. It looked like Aaron Last behind as well was thinking about the move as well, down at the bottom of the hill, but rethought about it, stayed in 4th place for now. Again, we've still got over 8 minutes to go. There's no need to go for a crazy dive bomb this early on.
Yeah, so it's 3rd place now, Lee Whittingham.
Whittingham, sorry, not Whittington. Not Whittington, sorry.
Oof,
That's going back to my school days. One of our houses was called Whittington.
Robin will be on your case.
Sorry, Mr. Whittingham. Sorry, Mr. Whittingham.
Alfie Garford now into P2. Here's a battle. So there's the red car. That's the Gillard chassis of Ashton Cox. Now I know Ashton's brother Ben is racing Fiestas at the moment, but Ashton, a true privateer entry now in that all red bodywork, the number 58 car. But I have to say, Charlie King soaking up the pressure. However, the last time I looked, it was a 3-kart breakaway. It's now more like a 6 or 7-kart breakaway. That tells me that the Class of Motorsport number 6, Charlie King, doesn't necessarily have the pace to break away. He's going to have to do some defending before this race is out. We've still got 7 minutes to go, however.
Indeed, yeah, I think that initial closing up was caused by the move for second place, as now there's a move for 3rd. Down the inside does go Aaron Lask on Lee Whittingham.
Thank you.
For 3rd place. He does get it done finally, and it seems like Lee just dropping back ever so slightly, and now, as you say, with all these drivers closing in behind, he's got a lot more to think about behind him. A lot of drivers wanting to continue to push on in this race. As they moved up through the order, they're going to want to continue in that positive momentum throughout this one. Still a long time to go in this one, and a long time for drivers to watch behind. You can see there, as we switch from we're looking at one side of the circuit to the other, how much the clouds change from one direction where it's nice and blue and one where it's slightly grey and overcast. Which way is the wind going to blow, though? That's the question.
Indeed. Now, Chris Whitton, our defending and reigning British champion, from 17th on the grid, already up into P11 in the number 1 plate kart. And I have to say that Charlie, he hasn't got a lack of pace at all. He's leading the race. But Charlie's inability to break away, and the fact that we've still got a big lead group, that gives Chris Whitton an even bigger chance to make up more places. He's got a bit of work to do to get to this lead group, but once he gets this lead group, they're all still nose to tail as we head through Devil's Elbow and into Paddock Bend for the 8th time, rather. There's Lee Whittingham now holding off the O-plate of Harvey Roth. The number 19 of Adam Sparrow in 6th. Joe Chica slipped back to 7th. Kian Bennett in the number 44 kart runs in 8th. Then it's the number 18, Rob Saw Racing. As we've got to move for the lead, go for it.
Move for the lead down the inside once again. Alfie Garford, same move as he did earlier on in this race, gets it done, but might be re-overtaken here into the left-hander and does go back through, does Charlie King. But once again, these two continuing to battle. That massive pack of basically the rest of the field behind are going to be starting to get involved with this very, very shortly, especially with the fact that the one leading that charge is Aaron Last, with that fastest lap of the race, a 44.29 for himself, a decent little bit faster than the drivers around him. So what can he do there from 3rd place? I'm interested to see, but it's all kicking off now, isn't it?
8 drivers begin lap number 10, separated by 1.8 seconds. All 20 drivers covered by less than 9 seconds as we move into the final 5 minutes of this TKM Extreme pre-final, and they're not done yet, John Ratcliff.
No, Charlie King, you saw that time after being overtaken at that corner last lap, defended that lap, really thinking about it now, not wanting to lose his lead, and of course, he'll know that that pack behind is closing in. He may decide, okay, I'm not breaking away at the front here. I'm just going to start backing Alfie Garford into the pack.
Yes.
And hopefully he gets swallowed up and then I can pull away.
Exactly the right call. That's possibly what's going through his mind. I wouldn't want to get into Charlie King's mind the best of times. But I think what you're saying is absolutely right.
Oh, and look at that. He gives the gesture to Charlie King, points forward, says, come on, Alfie, let's work together here. Is Alfie going to go for the move or work together with him? Okay, maybe there's a bit of both, but there's a move in the background for the number 10, though. Lee Whittingham back through into third place.
But not for long, it seems. No, Aaron last thought about it. Now, I've been corrected already online. Thank you, Mr. Ben Cox. You're racing Formula Fords, not Ford Fiestas. I got the Ford bit right, but the roof bit, I was sadly wrong. But good luck, Ben, anyway.
Slightly different engine, I think.
Formerly of this parish, now of the car racing parish. But again, it's great to know that, again, family members, they're watching in from all over the world. And yes, feel free to tell me, well, you can tell me to shut up. I can't because I'm contractually obliged to talk. But correct me all the time. Yes, now, Whittingham, Lask, and Roth on your screens. This is third, fourth, fifth. Oh, Lee Whittingham sideways. He catches it. Great kart control there from Lee Whittingham. He's probably just scrubbed Aaron Lask off his Christmas card list, but great kart control. He slots in behind Cian Bennett in what is now 8th position. But, John, that now allows King and Garford to make a little bit of a breakaway. Can they make this breakaway stick for the remaining 3 minutes, or will Roth, Lask, Cheek and Sparrow in the number 19 kart close back in as this race enters its final phase?
Yeah, and if they want to not be challenged, they do need to work together, and Alfie Garford knows that. Points ahead to Charlie King as Charlie King checks over the shoulder and says, no, I'm going to work together with you. Just keep looking forward and keep racing hard. But here we go then. There's moves in the background. Who's that now leading that little train? It's Joe Cheek there in 4th position, isn't it now? Moving up through. Aaron Lask is now actually down in 6th, isn't he? In the middle of that train. Just dropping a couple of positions after that initial overtake. That negative momentum has just continued for him, and he's dropping back into the pack, but we know he's very quick. Still has that fastest lap of the race. We've still got a good amount of time left, 2.5 minutes. There's a lot that could still happen for Aaron.
Joe Cheek's apprenticeship is over. He's thinking, okay, I've tried to play nice and you've all overtaken me, so now I've got to get my elbows out and move forward, because a podium, or even better, on my senior debut in the British Championship would be very, very nice. It's only a pre-final. King defends. Look at how Harvey Roth, that Tim Wilson Motorsport O-Plate kart, look at how Roth will start to close in. Garford, the Vera Tools sponsored privateer entry, is now going to be, if he's not careful, he's going to be in a bit of a sandwich, because he's going to have Roth closing in and King backing him up.
Yeah, despite pointing forward and both out saying, no, don't defend, come on, let's go forward. Charlie King still deciding, nope, this is my tactic now. I'm going to just hold you behind me and just hope that you get eaten up by the rest of the pack. Alfie's not going to be too happy with that, and might then cause him to go for a move that maybe otherwise he wouldn't go for, to just try and get ahead once more and stop Charlie King from backing him into the pack. As, oh no, just as I say, hopefully it might get better for Aaron Lask. He gets a 5-second penalty, that's the number 3 driver, so that's gutting for him.
In-race penalty, and that would be for the incident with Lee Whittingham that we saw at Spoon Curve a few laps ago. Somebody on Emerson McAndrew-Uren, a Micromax race winner in this championship last time out, was asking, there no tramline penalties? Oh, don't be so sure about that. You know, the Ian Rogers and motorsport-timing.co.uk, they'll be in communication with the officials on the circuit. Just because we're not seeing them pop up on screen doesn't mean they're not happening post-race. But it's a very short lap to go. Yes, 45 seconds.
And we were, of course, in there when we were filming some content yesterday. How technical was it? What was it that you compared it to again?
We could have a tiebreaker in this race. It's that close. The photocell technology used by Motorsport-Timing is the same they use in the downhill skiing and the 100-meter men and women's 100 meters in the Olympics and the Winter Olympics.
Wow.
It's that precise, ladies and gentlemen. But Harvey Roth has caught Alfie Garford, but as Murray Walker said, catching is one thing, overtaking a very different proposition altogether.
That's definitely true. So what you're saying is you can't say, no, I definitely crossed the line before him. The time's definitely wrong. There's no arguing with that.
That excuse. This is go-karting's version of VAR, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. King looks over his shoulder. Garford now, what do I do? Do I attack? Do I defend? King's defending. The clock has struck 0. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board. Watch for Joe Cheek in 4th. Can he close the gap? But he's having to defend from 4 drivers: Alan Sparrow, Aaron Lask, Cian Bennett and Lee Whittingham.
Exactly, yeah. It's going to be tough for those 4 or 5 drivers to close in on this battle unless it all suddenly kicks off throughout this last lap, and it really will need to for them to close that gap. It's a good 5-6 kart lengths now between our top 3 and the following 5 now it is in behind, led by Joe Cheek, as you say. It's going to be an impressive pre-final performance for Joe Cheek if he can hold on to it as we do head on to the final lap. Now, of course, Alfie Garford has to think about it. Does he attack? Does he defend? It's sort of the same thing once you're sat in second place. What do? They move over to the inside to defend. Going to try the up and under, Harvey off behind, but no, he's forced to the outside, and they're going to stay as they were.
Yeah, Charlie King started defending halfway down Dragon Straight. He's hugging the inside line down towards the carousel. Here comes Harvey Roth. He backs out of it at the last minute. Now has that given? Oh, we've got the number Fen Chapman retiring his Tim Wilson Motorsport entry right at the end of that one. But it's Charlie King down the hill one more time for driver number 6, the Classen Motorsport kart of Charlie King. Has Garford got anything up his sleeve? One corner to go. The answer is no. Your winner is Charlie King. Alfie Garford and Harvey Roth complete the provisional podium in the pre-final. Joe Cheek, 4th on his first ever TKM Extreme pre-final in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. The rest of the field flooding across the line behind. We lost Fen Chapman. Really good to have Fen back in the championship. He missed the last round, but he sadly retired out of that one. But the other 19 drivers all made it across the line. 18 laps, 19 drivers separated by 15 seconds, and it's only going to get more spectacular come the final. Here are your unofficial full results. Charlie King, Alfie Garford, Harvey Roth, your top 3. Joe Cheek, Adam Sparrow, Aaron Lask round out the top 6, followed by Cian Bennett, Lee Whittingham, Liv Jenkins, Chris Whitten, Gareth Haynes. Great performance from Gareth up into 11th position, followed by Luke Jarman, Kai Springfield and Ashton Cox. The rest of the order on your screen. But, ladies and gentlemen, this live stream, this championship wouldn't be possible without the sponsorship of various organisations, one of which we're going to hear now.
Well, next race is about to get underway. It's race 24 of the weekend. It's the pre-final for Junior X30. Well, here we go. The next race of the weekend is about to get underway. It is race 24. It's Junior X30, and this time we're starting at the back of the grid because, of course, we had the repecharge earlier on today. We had a lot of drivers get through. Crucially, one of them sitting right next to me here, Alexander Savinkov. Alexander, and, well, the racing earlier, you got to the back of this grid by the skin of your teeth. A nose cone penalty dropped you back to P6, but you just got away with it. That's a lot of karts you've got to try and get through here. Do you reckon it's doable?
Yeah, I mean, we have the speed. We just need to get down, head down, and one by one.
Yeah.
Need a bit of shunt in front.
Well,
then get through it.
Let's see what happens. It's a long old race out there, but yeah, plenty of positions to try and gain. But yeah, the clouds are coming over. It's getting a bit dark out there. Hopefully it stays dry for you, but have a good race.
I want it to be dry. Trust me.
Yeah, good stuff. Let's hope for the best on that one. Rest of the grids that also try to get through as well. Samuel Branson, who is starting just here as well. George Quartermain, Flynn McDermott as well, also at the back here. Then we've got Zach Green, and then starting alongside Aston Sharp as well, who is just up at the front. I'm trying not to step on anything, and I think I want to have a quick chat with Aston Sharp. Aston, well, that's a lovely, shiny, clean racing helmet you've got there. This weekend, it's been a tough one, starting quite far back in this one. What are your plans?
Try and get a top 15 and then go forward in the A final.
Yeah. Like you say, it's quite warm, it's quite muggy this weekend, so obviously I'm sure you've had to try and stay hydrated throughout the course of the day. How are the tyres feeling? They're looking okay?
Yeah, not too bad. I think everyone's got the same condition tyres, so just see what it's like, what the grip's like, and then see in the A final.
Excellent, yeah, that'll be the main thing. Lots to go through still on this one. Lots of drivers and a busy old racetrack. How are you finding the track as well?
Not too bad. It's hard to overtake, but speed-wise, I think we've been all right.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. Safe drive. We'll see you out there on track. Actually, Shup, they're starting quite far down in the order, starting P28. A little further up as well, Joe Brown, Tristan Powell just behind me there. Morgan Moore just starting here. Let's actually have a chat with Morgan. Premium karting. I'm a fan of premium karting only because I like the livery on the car. It's blue, my favourite colour. Morgan, you've got a tough old race on this one, kind of mid-pack, and it's a tough old circuit to battle on. How are you feeling ahead of the pre-final?
Feeling good. Hopefully we can just make up as many positions as we can to put us in a good spot for the final.
Yeah, like I say, final's a long one as well. Plenty to happen. This track, how does it rate on your calendar? Is it one of your favourites, or is it kind of mid-tier?
Yeah, I like it. It's a fun track. It's nice, fast and flowing.
Nice, awesome. Well, let's see what you can do out on that one. Yellow light's on, so I suspect you'll be getting out very soon. Awesome. Well, here we go. Engines are fired up. Back to you boys in the commentary box.
Bishop side by side, Kart's on the grass, but they all manage to keep their foot planted, and Garrity comes out in front, and I think that's Taylor Orridge up into P2. Hold your breath, John, as they all try and get round Spoon Curve cleanly. Yes, they do. Down towards the carousel now. Next flashpoint, as we're looking at fast Freddie Lloyd there, getting a little bit muscled wide. No, that was his teammate Harrison Mackie getting a run. Hopefully Nanny June is watching on back home. She was one of our most loyal supporters of Harrison and Lewis Mackie, who is on the spanners now for his brother, as Bishop in the number 4 kart, back up the inside, retake second place with aggression as we complete lap number 1.
Aggression behind as well. Oliver Stilp going for the move. I think that was on Thomas Spin, spearing through the first corner. Harry Bartle right with him as well. That absolute swarm of Junior X30 carts going up towards the Spoon corner at the top was insane. I've never seen a camera shot like it. That was absolutely fantastic. But we started off today, as we said, with some Junior X30 action, and we're nearly ending off this morning's racing with some Junior X30 action, and it's awesome. What a massive grid this is. And as you can see, the leaders now heading through compression. We've got drivers still heading through the downhill section earlier on in Sector 1. Such a large grip, so much racing going on. I don't even know where to look, to be honest.
I've got to say, you look at that image there, how can you not love this sport? Beautiful scenery, colourful karts, lots of talented drivers, action as close as you wanted. Bishop has the race lead. Bishop is now, he was in front of Kian Garrity, he's now in front of Taylor Orridge, who makes the move for the Mad Croc Promotions, well, the Croc Promotion team on the Mad Croc chassis. And Orange to the inside into number 66. Bishop had to, and Garrity coming. Oh, Garrity fighting back there. He's saying, I'm not happy about the way you took second place. I will take it back. And it's getting very, very close indeed. But it's the Dan Holland Racing, number 4 of Macaulay Bishop, who still leads. Zach Green getting a warning flag. Don't forget, he won the repechage. He's fighting his way up from towards the back of the field. Looking down, Ethan Spanswick, the Moldovan, Anglo-Moldovan driver, is up into 15th position, up 7 places. The other driver that gained a lot of places is James Shotton, debutant this weekend, He is up into 20th position from grid 27. Alexander Savinkov, the Ukrainian driver, up 8 places to 26th.
I think that little battle at the front is what we call in the business some elbows out racing, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
rather aggressive, but they all kept it on track and they all gave each other just enough room for it all to settle down.
Those of you that used to collect the Panini football albums, we call it sticker swapping.
Yes, exactly.
It's a generational joke there.
I am just about involved in that one, I think.
Got, need, got. I'll have a shiny one. Here we go. It's Bishop, Geraghty, Orridge, Kenzo, Craigie up into P4 as a change for second place. That is Orridge back up the inside of Geraghty. Now, if these two aren't careful, the driver leading this race, Macaulay Bishop, will wave bye-bye to everybody else. So they're going to have to work together. They may not be best buddies at the moment, in the middle of this race, but they're going to have to cooperate if they're going to want any chance of stealing the win away from Bishop as things stand. 8.5 minutes to go.
Macaulay Bishop never fails to amaze me every time I see him race down at Wilton Mill. He's absolutely fantastic, often dominant, and he's proving that at the moment. Now sets the fastest lap of the race, a 42.46 for Macaulay Bishop, and he's got no toe. He's got no one assisting him up that Dragon Straight, yet he's still able to pull out that gap and increase that race lead by setting another fastest lap of the race. That's unbelievable from Macaulay Bishop. He's still got 8 minutes on the clock, though. A lot of time to try and hold on to it, and as we said previously, there's quite a few drivers behind him who quite like to take away that first position.
Yes, indeed. Well, this is, you know, in terms of Junior X30 drivers, there are some absolute superstars in this race. You could say the clash of the Titans. You could say the clash of the various team clans. But this is absolutely a clash royale going on at the moment. As we've got 7.5 minutes remaining. Bishop, Orridge, Geraghty, Craigie and fast Freddie Lloyd up into P5 for the Fusion Motorsport team, followed by Lewis Bird, Oliver Stilp, Harry Bartle, Fred Green, Thomas Min-Spearing. Then it's Lewis Islin. He's got some support online from Max Cuthbert. And then it is Mackie, Mondi Junior Canini. And there's a restaurant in Letchworth that sponsor Mondi Junior Canini. And my table awaits, I'm hoping. Shenton, leading privateer driver. Rocco Shenton, look for number 86 in 14th position. All the big teams are here, and Shenton, one of only 2 privateers in the top 20, the other one being Joey Brown in Kart number 11. Riley Cranen, Morgan Moore, Eden Spanswick, then Shotton, Cathal Clark and Joey Brown is 20th. Then it's Ewan Charman, Isaac Phelps, Zach Green for the repechage, TKM convert Ollie Rands, followed by Savinkov, Graham, Powell, McDermott, Carter, Sharp, Quatermain, Mimasi, Branston and Samuel Woolley.
Yeah, indeed. Rocco Shenton, if I'm not mistaken, was super quick in Honda Cadets.
And
Great to
he's
see him
jumped
now.
straight from
straight
Honda
up
into this class.
That's unbelievable.
Talk about out of the frying pan into the fire.
Exactly, yeah. Really a baptism of fire, as you say, for Rocco Shenton. But we know how good he was in those Hondas. He's clearly proving that here in the Junior X30s, fighting his way through the order nicely. And battles galore continuing throughout the pack. We're watching this one headed up. Who's that? The 73 of Harry Bartle in 7th place, heading this one up. But look behind the green, going for the move. The 51 tries it. That's Fred Green. He's still on the inside on the exit, but not quite able to get it done on Oliver Stilp. Has to feed in behind once more.
One of the things that Jamie Green said to us at the paddock show last night, which you'll be able to see very shortly, is that the team are new, but the drivers aren't the most experienced. So they're performing over and above their experience level. And again, Fred Green, their smart driving, went for the move, showed a bit of an experience going for the move, but then showed a lot of how quickly he is gaining experience by backing out when he realised, oh, this might not work. He discretion, the better part of valour, as we're looking now at fast Freddie Lloyd. He is now dispatching Kenzo Craigie for 4th position.
Indeed, it's a great little battle going on, isn't it? Still looking here as the 17 leads this little battle. That's Freddie Lloyd now through on Kenzo Craigie, as you say. Kenzo Craigie now under a bit of pressure from behind as well. That's Lewis Bird in with this battle too, as the timer ticks below 5 minutes to go. A lot of names in this one I think are incredibly quick up and down the order, but as you highlighted earlier, Alexander Savinkov having a great race, up 10 positions already in this one to 24th place. Zach Green just ahead of him there, up 7 as well. A couple of drivers having some brilliant results here in the pre-final for Junior X30s, and really, you can't turn off for 1 second in this one. So many drivers all around you. You turn off for a second and suddenly you've got 4, 5, 6 drivers going down your inside.
And into the next lap we go. We got 4.5 minutes remaining. So Macaulay Bishop comes out of the last corner. Anthony Jordan is watching them battle through Paddock Bend. We'll come back to Anthony in the next time. We'll come back to Anthony next time around. It's Bishop, 1.17 seconds. Now, look at the camera. John, we talked about the lack of suspension. There's a move. Late move there. Kenzo Craigie backing.
Well, yeah, Henry, I was just watching these guys through the final corner, and as you can see, look how physical and demanding it is. There's a beautiful move there by Mondo Junior Canini down the inside. And again, just watching them go through the marbles that are getting kicked up as well. It's quite dangerous to stand here because you can get a marble in the eye. It's not very pleasant, but beautiful racing so far in this race.
Looking very, very... of you, and I always find it interesting, both at Wilton Mill and here as well. As back up into 5th place as he points forward, says, yeah, let's work together. We've not got much longer left in this race. Let's keep moving forward here. But as I was good. really how physically and mentally draining both this circuit is. And not only that, when you're racing against 33 other karts on circuit, and they're all so closely matched on pace. Between our fastest and slowest on circuit, it's less than a second in fastest lap. But here could be a move into Spoon, possibly not quite. The 24 just covered off by the 17. Lewis Bird not able to find a way past Freddie Lloyd just yet. Still got half a lap to go though.
Yep, Freddie Lloyd's going to have to defend for all he's worth now. This is the battle on screen for 4th position. In front, here's the battle for 2nd, Orange and Geraghty. But Macaulay Bishop, once again, comes through Devil's Elbow. An exemplary performance. He had to battle on the opening lap. He made the move stick, and he takes the checkered flag. Pre-final victory for Macaulay Bishop. A great race-long scrap between Taylor Orange and Cian Geraghty. Freddie Lloyd holds on to 4th position, and 34 drivers started this race, and as we watch the remaining drivers come home, 34 drivers take the checkered flag. You mentioned lap times. Macaulay Bishop's fastest lap of that race, a 42.35. Sam Woolley finished 34th and last. Sam's fastest lap was a 43.31. Just under 1 second separates the fastest lap of the race winner and the fastest lap of the driver that finished in last place. Great consistency. Here is a look at the full race results. Bishop, Orange, Geraghty, Lloyd, the top 4. Lewis Bird in 5th, followed by Fred Green, Oliver Stelp, Harry Bartle, Thomas Minspearing and Kenzo Craigie. Harrison Mackie, Monday Junior Canini, Lewis Islin and Riley Cranham were up next.
Yep. Then after that, in 15th position, who was behind them? It was Morgan Moore and Cathal Clark. They were followed by Eden Spanswick, Ewan Charman, the Charmander there in 18th place. Then Zach Green and Rocco Shenton rounding out the top 20. He was followed by Isaac Phelps and Joey Brown and James Shotton. Then Alexander Savinkov, a good race there from our repertoire up to 24th. Then Jensen Graham in 25th, Aston Sharp 26th and Tristan Powell 27th.
28th was Flynn McDermott, then Ollie Rands. Canada's Hardy Noah Massey had a poor start. The E-plate holder finishing down in 30th position. George Quartermain, Sam Branston, Henry Carter and Samuel Woolley round out the field. 34 starters, 34 finishers, and we've got one race to go before the lunch break. Before we get to that, let's hear from some of our sponsors.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Here we go then, next race is coming up. It is KZ2, it's pre-final time, and well, there is drama in the paddock. Rumours going well, it's not really rumours, it's facts more than anything, and I'll kickstart this fact. We'll go with Morgan Portis firstly. Morgan, well done in Heat 2. Thank you. It all went your way, didn't it? Technical circuit in KZ, many gear changes you've got to go through. Certainly a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. It's definitely proving to be difficult, I think, definitely as the tyre gets older, which is a big thing around here.
Tyres is what I want to talk about. Yeah. So last year, of course, the race format was a little bit different. You had the 2 heats and then into a final. This year, you've got a pre-final, which you're about to go out in, which would technically mean, last year, the end of your race and end of your weekend. The tyres were okay. This time around, you got an extra race. Them tyres ain't doing too great, are they?
No, and I think it's the same for everyone, really, on the grid. I think if you've missed a heat or something like that, I think you're definitely looking a little bit better. But I don't think it's necessarily just the fact that we've got a longer race format this year. I definitely think the compound's changed, and that's affecting it as well, big time.
Yeah, it's mainly only affecting the rear tyres. The fronts are okay, but the rear tyres on the inside of it, that's what's been affected the most. And yeah, there's a lot of drivers thinking that they're going to be on canvas going into the final.
Yes, I could very much see that happening.
Well, that will certainly make it very interesting, but you're starting on pole position for this one. Like you say, you've got the best run to the start-finish line on this one. Obviously, standing start. How difficult are the starts in these?
Yeah, definitely not easy. It's been a sort of a big learning curve for me for the past year and a bit that I've been doing this now, and just sort of getting to grips with it every time that you do it. It's like just you find that little bit more of a comfort zone in it. So yeah, it is tricky.
It is indeed. Well, best of luck. We'll see you out on track. Safe drive. As not going to lie, I don't know if it was a fly or a spot of rain on my cheek that I felt, but there you go. I'll throw that shade at you that way. Looking a little further back, let's chat here to Ella Stevens in the number 28. Ella, sorry, I've picked on you here. Now, race winner from Kimbolton, a solid weekend. This weekend, starting second row for the pre-final. You still looking comfortable?
Yeah, I'm still feeling confident about the weekend. I'm just going to see how it goes.
Yeah, it's a tough old track, isn't it? Lots of gear changes you've got to get through, but like you say, the guys at the Jade Racing team have done a good job. The setup's there and it's the kart's comfortable?
Yeah, the team's been doing really well, and I'm happy to have my mechanic Ross helping me out all the time.
Yeah, Ross is a good lad. He's pedalled many quick cuts, hasn't he? There he is. Have a look at Ross. He's chatting away with the rest of them as well. He's actually chatting to another J driver just behind, Charlie Cole. Charlie, who is an experienced KZ2 driver, and this is your second year?
Second year, yeah. It seems to be all going smooth-ish so far. I can't say Kimbolton was very good, but managed to make up places in the final, which got us some points. But yeah.
What's that for?
This is our starter. No one else seems to have one at the minute. It hasn't caught on, but you'll see it in a minute. My dad press it. Oh, look, here we go.
There you go. You're getting going. Right, I'll get you seated in the car. Green flag's gone out. Right, I'm getting in the way. Boys, grid's coming up. It's KZ2. It's coming up next.
Thank you, Anthony. Some last-minute drama then on the grid in KZ2. John Ratcliff, here is the last race of the morning session. It's Morgan Porter and Tom Adams on row 1. It's Ella Stevens and Miles Murphy, row 2. Charlie Cole and Josh Price share row number 3.
Row 4 sees Dan McKeon, then Derek Morgan is alongside, then Charlie Turner and Hannah Lang round up the top 10 there, followed by Lee Ward and Nat Thomas.
Sam Ward, Joe Charlton, Ryan Green and James Glenister round out the field. The final 2 rows contain one former British champion and the driver with the most wins in KZ2 in the modern era of the British Championship. And we've been informed there are potentially a few spots of rain around the circuit. We're going to get 2 sighting laps. We're going to get a standing start. 12 minutes plus 1 lap in the KZ2 final. They're going 90 miles an hour uphill at the end at this corner here. You don't want to be doing that on slick tyres when it's starting to rain. You can see the mountains behind the circuit have disappeared, and oh dear. This could get very interesting, ladies and gentlemen.
This certainly could, yeah. Now, you've already corrected me on Whittingham. How do I pronounce Dan's name correctly? Because I want to make sure I get it correct.
Dan McEwen.
McEwen.
But I made that.
Sorry, Dan.
Well, I think it's Dan McEwen.
Okay, I definitely got it wrong on the grid.
Dan,
so my
if it's not, then just come and see us.
Yeah, come
and I'll blame Anthony Jordan.
Perfect.
There we
I'll
go.
do the same.
Yeah. No, Dan McEwen. No, I've been calling him Dan McEwen for several years, and he's never corrected me yet.
Cool.
And it is beginning to rain a little bit harder. Okay, John Ratcliff. First time watching KZ2 is the British Championship. Lead us to the start. The tension is beginning to mount even more. This could be the ultimate test of skill.
Yeah, that's why we were having that little bit of drama, wasn't it? Holding the wheel guns, not sure whether to change them. I think all drivers looking like they've stayed on those slick tyres, and if it does get into some even light rain, when they're going this quickly on these karts, it could be crazy. But here we go then for the KZ2 pre-final, and already a crash off the start. One driver didn't get away. I'm not sure who that was. Was that Charles Cole in the middle of the pack, possibly?
It was 2 of the Jade Racing karts. I think it might have been Nat Thomas and Dan McEwen. But it is a great start from Tom Adams, new race leader. Tom Adams in the rush performance, number 3. Let's have a look. We've got James Glenister at the back there, Ryan Green, Joe Charlton. They all managed to avoid That was absolutely supreme reaction kart control from those drivers. They had a split second to avoid a stationary kart. And these karts, these KZ2 karts, 0 to 60 miles an hour in 3.5 seconds. They had a split second to avoid it. Oh, and it looks like it's a bit slippery. Here comes Derek Morgan out of the final corner. Now, was there a bit of fluid on the track? Anthony Jordan is down there. We'll hand to Anthony Jordan to see if he has seen anything that we can't out of the commentary box window. Anthony, what's going on?
That was a interesting start. It was the two teammates that collided, Henry. It was Dan McEwen and Charlie Cole. Charlie Cole did not get a good getaway, unfortunately, and his teammate just ran into the back of him and rotated him. Huge disaster for the both of them, but they continue to race at the moment. But Charlie Cole all the way at the back of the grid.
Thinking about the move there, Miles Murphy all over the back of Tom Adams, but not able to get the move done. You were saying that incident you thought involved two Jade racing cars, so possibly Ella Stevens one of them. Yeah, Ella Stevens has dropped back there, but she's not come around at all. So Glenister, Charlton and Stevens out of the race. Porter leads, Morgan second, and now it's really beginning to come down. Watch now, it's raining heavily here at Glan-Y-Gors in North Wales. There's Josh Price, they're slipping and sliding. Miles Murphy makes a move. Porter's just set the fastest lap, and so's Nat Thomas as the rain begins to fall harder. I can't believe that, that's insane. Oh my goodness, this is going to be crazy. We can even see the rain from our commentary box now. It's getting even harder. The whole circuit soon to be covered in a little bit of moisture, but you only need a little bit in these kind of karts on slick tyres for it to get very slippery, and it's already looking pretty slippery. But Morgan Porter still 2 seconds in the lead. He's dealing with these conditions fantastically. 13 drivers still in the race. Lee Ward runs in 13th position. Then it's Charlie Cole 12th. Dan McEwen is 11th. Nat Thomas 10th. Sam Ward is 9th. There's the battle further up. There's Sam Ward, in fact, moving past Hannah Lang, and Ryan Green also in the mix there in that TR kart. Look for the privateer driver, number 26, Anthony Jordan. Tell us a little bit about the track conditions from your perspective.
Yeah, guys, the rain is coming down just a little bit heavier now. I'm in the pit lane, and there are big drops of rain. At the moment, I don't think it's fully affecting the karts. I think they're okay. They've got enough temperature in the tyres, but remember, the tyres are struggling. They're going down to the canvas. This could be very, very interesting.
See the slippery surface flags, and down the hill we go. Again, John, incredible kart control there. Luckily, the tyres have had a couple of laps on, a slick track to get a bit of temperature there. And there goes Sam Ward. Sam Ward making a move. That puts the number 63 Rush Performance kart up into the top 6. But it's Port that leads by 2 seconds from privateer driver Derek Morgan on the right chassis. Then it's Murphy in third, Charlie Turner, Tom Adams, and look at the number 26 car, privateer driver Ryan Green. Green having a storming run at the moment as a storm approaches the circuit. Exactly, yeah. Hannah Lang was able to follow through Sam Ward, then gain a position for herself too, continuing to battle in that pack as we do indeed look to Hannah Lang. Still
hounding the back of Sam Ward's car as they try and feed their way down through compression and through Devil's Elbow. It's so tricky in these treacherous conditions, and it's so interesting from the cameras. You can't really see the rain too much, and particularly as they come over the crest into Spoon. If you compare from our earlier heat earlier today, how quickly they came over that crest, dived on the brakes, down the gears, into the right-hand, and now they're just tiptoeing, trying to get those gears down and get it towards the apex. They're only losing a few seconds a lap, but it's enough to just make it feel really treacherous when you're in the car.
Incredible. They're losing 2 seconds a lap to slick weather time and in the rain. The track hasn't completely gone wet yet because there's enough ambient heat in the temperature to keep it from getting full wet, but it's definitely very slippery. 2 seconds, they've dropped the pace. Ryan Green has the fastest lap of the race, and they're tiptoeing around that final corner. There is Ryan Green. He's ahead of last year's British champion, Charlie Turner. We've got 6 minutes to go. Morgan Porter's extended his advantage. Oh, and look at Derek Morgan sideways up the hill. And there is the number 7 car, Miles Murphy, passing Morgan for second. Now, I know that Luke Moore will be watching this, the Moore Racing tent. He is Miles Murphy's biggest fan, and he'll be willing Miles on. In fact, well, actually, Miles is down to third. I'm trying to think who's that in second. Porter is there. It's Ryan. No, it's still Morgan second, Murphy third. It's Ryan Green in fourth. Ryan Green having the drive of his career.
Indeed, yeah, fastest up of the race for Ryan Green, and he's all over the back of the number 7. Look at how much of a better exit he got there. Off of turn number 1, now funneling all the way up down the Dragon Straight. He's already got him before they even get to Spoon. Up into third place then goes Ryan Green, as you say, having an amazing race, and already all over the back of the number 10 of Derek Morgan. Derek could be under pressure here immediately from Ryan Green. Look at that, bumping him through the corner. Where's this pace come from then, from Ryan Green?
Well, a couple of things. He did retire from the earlier race, so, I mean, he's got a bit more rubber on his tyres. Okay. But maybe this was predicted. You could, even though they're on slick tyres, he might have put a wet setup on that kart. He might have put a wet setup. Up the inside goes Ryan Green. Ryan Green. Oh, Murphy goes for a spin. The Demon tweaks more racing entry around, and the rest of the field come flooding past. And now, has Ryan Green got enough time to catch our race leader, Morgan Porter? 2 of the true privateers in this paddock, Ryan Green and Derek Morgan, running second and third, chasing down Morgan Porter for the race lead. It's still spitting and out of the commentary box when the rain is coming down even harder. Look at Ryan Green go on that Daniela Rossi kart.
Yeah, it's raining now. The umbrellas are going up from the spectators, getting ready for this bit of a downpour. Possibly could continue into lunch, but I think that's another one of your commentators' curses, I'm afraid, there for Miles Murphy. Sadly for Miles, they're having a little bit of a spin.
Miles.
We said earlier on in this race how treacherous that last corner looked. It would seem to be the first one to get that bit of rainfall, and now it's getting even worse at that final corner. Trying to get it in with that bit of steering lock and get the power down as early as possible is proving a challenge, but someone who isn't finding it challenging is Ryan Green. Neither is Hannah Lang, all the way up into 5th place.
Yeah, Charlie Cole has just gone off-white. Here comes Sam Ward. He's making moves. Hannah Lang. Now, we've been talking a lot about Ella Stevens in this class this year. We're not forgetting about Britain's longest-serving, most experienced female KZ2 racer, Hannah Lang. Hannah Lang in the MK Racing team. She is on that IPK chassis, and she is in the top 5, and she's closing in on last year's champion, Charlie Turner. Form book, throw it out the window. Porter's leading, but for how much longer? Here comes Ryan Green. I had to do a double check job because I thought he's not on wet tyres, is he? The answer is no, but that kart is on rails. Down towards the carousel, the Morgan Porter Moore Racing number 4 kart is about to be swamped, and here comes Hannah Lang. Hannah Lang tackling, defending and reigning British champion Charlie Turner for 4th place. This could be one of the greatest pre-finals we've seen in KZ2. Porter, Green, Morgan, Turner, Lang, Ward, Dan McEwen. Dan McEwen was off the track at the start. Oh, Charlie Turner almost ran into the back of an understeering Derek Morgan. And there comes Sam Ward side by side with Hannah Lang.
Oh my goodness, it's all completely kicking off, isn't it? Hannah Lang, you saw her start to drop down the timing order there. That was just a timing issue. Now back into 6th place as she should be. Under pressure then from behind. They're still going side by side ahead though. And through goes the number 1 of Charlie Turner, then takes away 3rd place with Derek Morgan. Derek Morgan trying to fight back, gets forced to the outside line, and they stay as they were. So Charlie Turner takes away that 3rd position. But Ryan Green, I can't believe how much confidence he has in that car. It's amazing the pace he's able to put down.
Well, he's caught Morgan Porter, but Porter, I think, might have just stabilised the gap a little bit. Again, it's not ready fully. You can see the clouds. Here comes Sam Ward up the inside. Ward passes Morgan, puts Sam Ward into P4. Turner runs third. Green now 1.5 seconds behind Porter, the race leader. And Charlie Cole getting word, Anthony Jordan down in the pit lane, telling us that Charlie Cole's had a problem.
Charlie Cole, I was just talking about him here. He's just spun out of the final corner. His race has gone from bad to worse. The track itself is dry. I think it's the tyres. They're just dying at the moment. They're going down to the canvas. These drivers are driving so hard to maintain control of these karts. It's not going their way.
Great to hear from Anthony once again. We look back to the action once more. Still the number one being hounded from behind. That's now Sam Ward, who seems to be behind him on the 63, and it is. He's had a great last couple of laps. He's pointing forward to Charlie Turner, saying, let's work together. I'm not sure how much he's going to follow even his own advice there as they head into Spoon. He does stay behind for now, but once again behind the number 10, Derek Morgan, the number 75 of Dan McEwen, also there as well. Hannah Lang waiting in the wings too. If anything kicks off ahead, anyone goes into a spin. We've seen a couple of those already today.
Oh, yes.
She's right there to pick up the pieces.
I think Charlie Turner, message received loud and clear from Sam Ward, his Rush Performance teammate. What Charlie hasn't got, that Sam does have, is Derek Morgan, Dan McEwen and Hannah Lang breathing down the back of his race suit. Into paddock, there we go. 22 seconds left on the clock. Porter onto lap number 17, leads by 1.4 seconds. Here is the battle of a third. Sam Ward at 90 miles an hour, giving his teammate a little love tap to help him down the straight. These KZ2 drivers are just wired differently as the rain, Anthony Jordan tells us, has stopped. But the track conditions aren't going to go back to being optimum for some time. The clock strikes 0, John Ratcliff. What has this crazy race still got in store for us?
It's still going to be pretty slippery over this last lap, isn't it? And Morgan Porter leads us onto it. That gap closes once again, and it's a new fastest lap of the race for Ryan Green, a 40.94. Where is he finding this pace from? But he's clearly seen the red mist. He's going for that number 4. That's all he's thinking about right now.
Does someone want to tell Ryan Green it's raining? And there's Charlie Turner. Now Sam Ward getting shuffled wide there by Derek Morgan. Morgan up into 4th place. Ward fighting for 5th. McEwen has got past Hannah Lang. Nat Thomas in 2nd. But the final lap, Morgan Porter. Well, he's had it. Well, it's not over yet, John. It's not over yet. But Porter comes out of the final corner and he can breathe a sigh of relief. That was something else, John Ratcliff.
Wow, what a race. I enjoyed the dry action enough with the KZ2s, let alone chuck a little bit of rain on it, and everything goes crazy. That was fantastic. What a race of Ryan Green closing in there. One more lap. I think there could have been an incredible battle between those two, but luckily anyway for Morgan Porter, he held true. He put in some great pace at the end there to just keep that gap as where it was and held on to the win. Well done to Morgan Porter.
What that does mean is that the final, no matter what the conditions are, the grid for the final is going to be very mixed indeed. Here is a look at your full and official results. Morgan Porter takes the win by 1/4 of a second from privateer driver Ryan Green. Charlie Turner takes third from Derek Morgan, with Sam Ward in 5th, Dan McEwen in 6th, Hannah Lang in 7th, followed by Nat Thomas, a recovering Miles Murphy, Tom Adams, who led early on, eventually finishes 10th, privateer driver Irishman Lee Ward in 11th, then Josh Price. Charlie Cole had a spin, and we lost Joe Charlton, James Glenister, and championship leader Ella Stevens. John Ratcliff, what a morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologise for the 1 or 2 technical difficulties. I will hold my hands up. I muted Bus and the commentary for a few laps there. It wasn't an alpha problem or a technology problem. It was a stupid Welshman problem.
You silly sausage.
I am a silly sausage indeed. But speaking of silly sausages, we had a great time in the paddock show last night. Anthony Jordan, he wasn't in it. Back to you.
Well, a very interesting race, that one, wasn't it? I mean, the rain is fractionally coming down a little bit now, but the lunch break is upon us. Hopefully the rain holds off. We'll see, but I'm sure for the KZ drivers with their tyre troubles, they're really wanting the rain to come down. Paddock Show is coming up next, and, well, I've got to say, it's the first Paddock Show I've ever missed. I'm not jealous. It's fine. Here it is. Watch it.
Do you know what, John? I'm thinking, what TKM we gonna do? There we go. That's got the IAME and the TKM in. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Paddock Show, event 3 of the 2023 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, and we're in Wales, John. Now, for those eagle-eyed viewers amongst you, this isn't Anthony Jordan. This is John Ratcliff. John, welcome back to the British Championship.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm not sure what I can add that was better than that introduction from you, to be honest, but I'm very excited to be here.
Excellent. Let's have a walk around this paddock. 8 classes, 157 drivers. You're watching this during the lunch break on Tuesday? Tuesday? No, we are watching the lunch break on Sunday or on the Saturday night before the race meeting. We've had a great day of racing here today. The weather in beautiful North Wales has been quite beautiful.
It's been fantastic, hasn't it? I mean, you've caught a little bit of the sun today. I've managed to slather the factor 50 on me, so I'm avoiding it just yet.
Yeah, well, I've got an early radar detection system, you know, on the top of my head there, which does tell me that it's been warm today. The Motorsport UK awning has been a busy place. We've done a lot of filming today. Please keep an eye out for all the features that we filmed today. We've had a lot of fun.
So many features, so much content film. We got to talk to so many drivers in their own little interviews, and of course, during this Paddock Show, we're going to talk to a few more.
We are indeed. So we've got Bambinos, we've got Water Swift restricted and unrestricted, Junior X30, Senior X30, Junior TKM, TKM Extreme, and of course KZ2s and the Bambinos. But let's go to Fusion. Now, we've been statistically talking about statistics a lot today.
You have,
but do you know the team that's got more podiums than anybody else in the Motorsport UK British Championship?
I could have a guess. Is it Fusion by any chance?
It might be Fusion. Some of these drivers are responsible. 109 podiums, John. Now, let's have a little look. George Edgar, who have we got here? Mr. Davidson. Right, we're going to get through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 interviews with 8 Fusion drivers. Let's go. Right, I want name, class, results, and how you're happy. Go.
George Edgar, Fusion Motorsport in Water Swift. He's got disqualified in quali.
Boo.
And then come through to 5th in race 1 and 6th in race 2.
Excellent. Right, off you go. Right, there you go. Next.
Jarlath Thayer.
Good.
Fusion Motorsport in Water Swift.
Good. DP tune-in on the spanners.
Yeah. No, it's actually Reggie.
Oh, it's Reggie, Mr. Excitement on the spanners. Oh, how's it gone?
It's gone all right, yeah. I mean, well, it's 15th in quali, 6th in the first heat, but then got a penalty in the last heat.
Boo.
But finished 8th on track, but got 17th.
Yay.
After.
17th after a nose cone. Right, next one. Sunglasses, Mr. Davison. What's up?
My name's Alfie Davison, and I'm in Water Swift, and I'm very happy. And I qualified 3rd, and then got 2nd, and got in race 1, and then I got 3rd in race 2.
Even better. No penalties, no boos, all yays. Go.
Ackerman. I'm in Fusion Motorsport in Water Swift. In quali I got 11th. In heat 1 I got 9th, and then heat 2 I got 8th.
Brilliant. Next.
Aaron Richardson, Fusion Motorsport. In qualifying I had P6. No.
Boo. Oh, yeah. Oh.
And then race 1 I went to P4, race 2 P5, and yeah, quite good.
Quite good. Excellent. Next.
Ethan Woodward. I qualified P7. Well, P8, but there's a penalty, so P7. And first heat P7. And then I got took out in the second heat, so I wasn't the best.
Okay, there we go. Right. No, yes, you. Go.
No, hi.
You're on
Hi.
Hi. Who are you?
Luca.
Luca. Narroway. Luca. Holmes Ballock.
Yeah.
How'd you do?
Good.
How's your interview going?
Good.
Excellent. Good luck. Well done. Right. A couple of questions. 109 podiums that Fusion have scored. How many podiums have you got, George?
I don't know. 5?
5 podiums. There's only 104 podiums. Any of you got a podium yet for Fusion? Oh, there he is. Oh, yeah. And you have as well. Go on then. How many podiums?
Must
have been good. You can't remember them. 2 podiums.
Yeah, I think.
2 podiums. Ethan?
I've only got one, I think.
Only one so far.
Podium.
You've had a podium. Tell us about your podium. Quickly, we've got to move on.
In both rounds of the LG, I got P2.
Right, no, that's okay, right. Other championships we don't talk about. This is the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Championship, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Right, moving swiftly on. John, let's have a little look. Right, thank you, Fusion. Thank you for your 109 podiums and counting. Right, there we go. Yes, Timmy, indeed.
Right.
The sun has got some of our drivers.
Yeah.
Water Swift, a lot of those drivers in Water Swift. Take us through there, as we got a birthday. We're going to, take us through the results.
Well, which Water Swift for starters?
Main Water Swift, non-restricted, unrestricted.
Yes, indeed. Well, of course, we had Archie Lovett started on pole position, finished in the win as well. So a pretty impressive race from him. Change between second and third, though. Jesse Phillips getting second place, starting in third. Canish Rao was the one overtaken, went down to third. That was in their heat number 2. Right. In the heat number 1, Archie Lovett once again, pole to the win. Pretty solid performance. And again, the same result. Jesse Phillips to P2 and Canish Rao to P3. So seemed to go pretty similarly across heat 1 and heat 2.
Okay. Good. Now, it's a birthday. How do I know it's a birthday? Because it says so there. I got a feeling it's someone's 9th birthday. It is Austin Newstead's 9th birthday, and guess what? He's not in here. There's his. There he was. Look at that. 9th birthday. Austin did start pole position. He qualified on pole position, and I got a feeling some of the drivers around and give him the birthday bumps going through turn number 1. He's in the motorhome. Right. We'll talk to you guys. How's it going?
Noah Curtis.
Who?
Noah Curtis.
Noah Curtis. Oh, Noah Curtis. I said, how's it going?
Good. I'm not a driver here, though.
Yeah, no, but I want to know who you are. I just want to know how it's going. I'm a nice guy.
It's going all right.
Good, excellent. Enjoying the racing?
Yeah, it's been good.
Good. What are you up to today, then? If you're not driving, are you helping, mechanicking, you know, putting the wagon together? Or just being a nuisance?
I'm driving my own cart.
You're driving your own cart? Where's your own cart?
In the OMS tent.
In the OMS tent? Right, we'll come into the little OMS tent later. Young man, go.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Night Measures.
Night Measures. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, best name in the paddock, Night Measures. So, how are we measuring up today?
Pretty good. I mean, the last session was a little bit difficult, I find, but...
Why was it difficult?
I mean, I started from the back a little bit. I didn't have the best start. But
Right. I'm assuming the cart was amazing, though, obviously, with platinum on the spanners, yeah?
I mean, it was pretty good. There was nothing wrong with the cart. It was just a little bit of struggling with driving at the moment.
Oh, okay, well, it's only your very first time in the British Championship. Welcome to the British Championship. Welcome to the karting show paddock. Who do you want to say hi to?
Everyone that's watching this video. Hello.
Hello. Right, thank you very much. Night Measures, everybody. Right, next, let's go, John. Right, and a happy birthday to Austin Newstead. Right, there we go. We're going to go down this way now, I think, John. Right, what else have we got on terms of results? So we went through the first, what's Water Swift Restricted done?
Let's have a look at that then. So skip forward across to their heat number 1. That was Austin Gibson who took the win on that. From pole position once again. Then Alfie Davidson went up to second place. Mason Brooks up into third there in their first heat of the day. So that was a good performance from them.
I noticed that Mason Brooks was a little bit unhappy after qualifying. So he was on the podium at PFI, and there's more. There we go. There's the Fusion. Morning, Lewis. How are you? Afternoon, evening, Lewis. How are you? Sorry, carry on, John.
Then on to heat number 2. Mason Brooks with a win again, up 3 spots on that one. Austin Gibson down to second place in that one, so a bit of a switch. Alfie Davidson remained in third place.
Okay, so that's good. So, Bambinos making their first appearance. Now, I've got a feeling most of the Bambinos have probably gone home. It's their first appearance in the championship. We haven't got that many Bambinos, but we said Austin Newstead. Austin Newstead's a former Bambino champion. We've had other, you know, so the talent is going to be very, very good. There's the Jamie Green racing team here. Should we have a little chat? How about team principal Jamie Green? Very, very quickly, how's the day gone?
Okay, yeah, we've had a penalty with Fred in one of the heats, which we didn't really think we deserved, but other than that, yeah, he was in the top 3 in both heats, on track. Got
to say, one of the most improved teams of the 2023 season, coming on. We haven't expanded too quickly, Angus Fender there on the spanners. You haven't expanded too quickly, but we're building every year, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, obviously, I've got a lot of experience, and the drivers are quite inexperienced that we're running. But yeah, they're at the front at British Champs level, and we're happy with the progress.
That's the key, Mr. Cameraman. We are at the front of the British Championship. Those logos there, those colours, we're going to be seeing a lot of them on the live stream. Jamie Green Racing going well. Thank you very much, chaps. Angus Fender. Angus, hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, that's all right. That's all good. That's all good. Okay, let's move on. Right.
A man of few words.
Well, he's got lots of words, but I normally prepare him for the word.
Yeah, on the spot, maybe not.
Bambinos. Quick rundown of the Bambinos.
Oh, I was very excited to chat about this one. As you say, only 9 drivers involved in it, but what a race it was. Mason Hibbert up 3 positions to first place. Henry Algar up 3 positions to second place. Harry Chapman sadly down 1 to third, but those top 3 only split by just over a tenth of a second across the line.
They've got their second heat tomorrow, as well as their pre-final and their final, so we've got plenty of Bambino racing to go. It's going to be really, really exciting stuff indeed. This track isn't the easiest to overtake on in some of the classes, but the Bambinos, they find a way every single time.
Oh yeah, the Bambino race is always fantastic, and it always amazes me as well, just how young they are, how good their racecraft is. It's such a young age. It's so impressive.
Right, new team, it'll be new to me, new to you. This is Oracle Motorsport. Look at the hospitality. We're going to come into the hospitality. This is the OMS team. Oh, the hospitality. Wagons, absolutely fantastically prepared wagons, and they've got air conditioning. Right, Mr. OMS, tell us all about this team immediately in 5 seconds. Go.
What do you want about it?
I want to know where it's come from, who is involved, why you've got such great hospitality.
It's great. Yeah, we've got Adam helped start it up. This is George, our first driver. We've got Noah here. We've got Callum, who isn't here right now, but yeah, 3 drivers. Dylan is one of the owners with Paul over there. He's hiding away though. And yeah.
Oh, there's people hiding. Look, there's that Hibbert in the background. Oh, I can see Herbert in the background. Oh, I can see Herbert getting there. Oh dear.
Yeah.
I've got to say, what a stylish way to come into the paddock. Congratulations. Yeah. Team look the part, and I'm sure the karts look the part. Team looks the part. I tell you what, if you want to bring corporate sponsors to British karting, this is the place to be.
That's the plan, isn't it?
That's the plan. Excellent, excellent. Well, great interview.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Oh, John, I tell you. Oh, I want to. Oh, we like this. We like this. Right, we're going to do the rest of the paddock show here. 2 sugars, please, Sir Gasson. I'm only joking. He's going to kill me. Right. Oh, hello. That's gone backwards a bit.
Can we do the commentary from here?
We're in a sofa tomorrow, yeah.
Oh, lovely. I can't wait. I'm just enjoying the hospitality.
Enjoy the hospitality. Right. Sorry, cameraman. We got to go. Up we go. Right. Next, moving swiftly onwards. But again, for people that want to come to the British Championship and entertain corporate clients, because this is an expensive sport, you know, there are sponsors here, this is the way to do. Here we go, Argenti Motorsport. Now, there are two Formula 1 teams represented here. We've got, obviously, the Mercedes link with Argenti Motorsport. We've got the Alpine Formula 1 Academy as well represented here. So, first of all, I got a feeling that Kenzo's had a slightly better day than Finley. Finley Lines, tell us all about your day without saying naughty words.
Well, all right.
That's better than it was this morning.
Yeah, qualified 16th because the kart didn't start. Then I was just in my own air and just couldn't get any pace. Then Heat 1 started P16, and then the kart didn't start again. Had to start from the back of the grid, 10 seconds behind everyone.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have a good day tomorrow is what we're going to have.
Yeah.
Excellent. Right, John, you look at the X30 results, because you've got 40 X30 drivers. One of the X30 drivers here, Kenzo. You're smiling, that can only mean good things.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
It's been all right. 6th and a 3rd.
6th and a 3rd?
Yeah.
Out of 40, that's not too bad. First year in junior.
Yeah.
Smiling?
Should have been better, but
we could have, should have, would have, but you've done well tomorrow. The plan tomorrow.
Yeah, we're looking good.
We're looking good. How hard is it to pass here?
It's so hard. You only have like 2 overtaking spots.
2 overtaking. Right. Okay. Look, Mason Brooks, come this way. Mason Brooks. Take the microphone. Right. Yeah. Interview. Hip. No, he's interviewed that man there. Go.
What? Hello. Hi.
Who are you?
Ollie Warner. I came ahead of you. I know that.
Don't rub it in, Mason. Don't rub it in. Right, okay. Well, right, Mason Brooks, you had a bad start and a good finish, yes?
Yes.
And Ollie Warner, you had obviously a good start, but a worse finish than him.
I got 2nd place and got a nose cone.
Ooh. 7th. Okay, but all right. But now, you just done your man here by saying you finished ahead of him. You got 1 comeback. What have you done better than Mason today? Got better sunglasses?
Yeah, I got better sunglasses. No.
Oh, hang on. We got a competition right on.
No, bro, mine are better. No, mine are better.
What do you think?
Mine are better. How?
Oh dear, right, here we go. Okay, we got independent, Mr. John Ratcliff, John Ratcliffe's sunglasses judge extraordinaire. We've got the reflective, we've got the skiing sunglasses with a pan au chocolat, and we've got the curtains look, no sunglasses. Go.
I've got to go for the shiny glasses on the left.
Shiny glasses on the left. Sorry, Ollie, but you've got to just beat him on track tomorrow.
Yeah, well.
Okay, there we go. Right, moving swiftly on. There we go. Well done, lads. Well, how are your day?
My day has been very mid.
Mid. That's not mid-grid. Mid is what the kids say when it's not good. Right, mid. No, meh. There we go. Well, there's Argenti. That's good.
You're licensed down with the kids, so you know all the Freddy.
Do my best. How Junior X30?
Yeah, so of course 3 heats in Junior X30 because we had so many drivers involved. So you have an A versus B, a B versus C, and all that jazz. Heat number 1, Macaulay Bishop took the win, up 2 spots. Lewis Bird following behind in 2nd place, up 4 spots. Then Kenzo Craigie, who of course we just spoke to, there in 3rd position. Then moving on to heat number 2, we had Taylor Orridge took the win, up 4 spots. Good race from him. Kian Geraghty in 2nd, and Freddie Lloyd there in 3rd.
Fast Fred?
Yes.
Fast Fred.
Yes. Then Kian Geraghty won heat number 3 with Macaulay Bishop 2nd and Fred Green in 3rd.
Okay, right, we're going to go into, thank you very much, John. Let's go into the Ollie Roller Motorsport awning. We'll go at this end while they turn the music off. So we're going to come in, we're going to see Ollie Rowland. All right, yes, we're going to see, here he is. Okay, come on, right. Hello, Ollie, right, we're going to come in here, But first of all, Ollie Roller Motorsport, really improved team this year. Now we can go in, there we go, he's happy now. Ollie, yes, how are you? Good to see you, my friend.
Very good, thank you, how are you?
I'm very well. So, last year, not a great year for the team. This year, looking really, really strong. Are you pleased with the change you made? You've got Air Force One, Mr. Platten, helping you out as well. But are you pleased with how the team is progressing?
Yeah, very pleased. I think we've had a good start to the year. You know, we won the first 2 rounds of the Euro Series. We won with Austin at PF again, which has been a long time coming.
Yes.
But no, it's good. There's a good team environment. I think we've got a lot of new people in, new drivers, and yeah, there's a fresh buzz about it. So yeah, good.
Speaking of new drivers, watch this man here. So, Monterrey, Mexico. So this is a big team, but we got Mexico's. Where's It's Mateo Garcia's, Mexico City born. Mateo is, he was a Mexican karting champion when he started off when he was 4 years old. He was Mexican champion when he was 5. He's been racing in the UK before. Mateo Garcia in Water Swift Restricted, John. Let's have a chat about them. Now, tomorrow, we are going to see big things from this young man, and we're going to say hola, buenos dias to everybody in Mexico City. He's got 100,000 social media followers, and he's only that big. How do you do?
He did pretty well in heat number 1, up 3 spots from 13th to 10th place in that first heat. Then heat number 2, if you spot him before me, mate, you shout up. Oh, he's there in 13th, so stayed in 13th that time. But an overall positive day, I think.
But kept his nose clean, quite literally. No nose cone penalty. So we're moving up here. We got there's number 99, and again, great to see Ollie back in the paddock. Oliver Rowland, interesting fact. Oliver won the very first race I ever commentated on. There's George House's kart, there's Kanish Grau's kart. We mentioned Kanish earlier, having a decent result. Archie Lovett having a good result as well. Oliver Rowland won the very first race I ever commentated on. It was a JICA heat race at Landau, Stars of Tomorrow, 2004. He went round the outside of Jack Harvey, current IndyCar driver, at the last corner to win the race. Great to see him back. He's giving a lot back in the paddock. So we've done a lot of X30, he's done a lot of Water Swifts. We've got TKMs and KZ2s. How about we drop in on this bunch of reprobates, KZ2. They've had their heat races today. Here we go. More racing. The excitement of karting has absolutely got to things. Let's see the Miles Murphy and Morgan Porter's dad. Morgan Porter was on pole. Yes. Morgan! Come hither. Come here now, boy. Yes. Right. First things first. Miles Murphy, driver. How's your day been?
Not a bad day. Qualified 4th. Finished 3rd in the first heat. Not too bad day overall.
Excellent. You did have the wherewithal to park your crash go-kart next to the Demon Tweak sign at Kimbolton, though, didn't you?
Was it intentional? Oh yeah, Demon Tweaks, yes, it was completely intentional. Hope you got a good photo of it.
Excellent, there we go. And I've got to say, so we talk about overtaking. KZ2's really, really critical. This man here had a demon start in heat number 1, and it pretty much the only pass that was made all race, wasn't it?
Well, at the start we tried to get around the lap developer, but there's not enough space in there. But it was the end of lap 2, we managed to send it down the final corner and pull it off from there. And it's just a case of then seeing, can we catch the 2 in front? We couldn't catch the 2 in front, so just try and manage the race from there, really.
Okay, no problem. So we're going to say a big hello now to Luke Moore. Luke, you're going to be in the paddock tomorrow. I want to see you in the commentary box saying hello. Well, I'm gonna say, whoa. Go on then, Sam. You've got to tell the people.
Oh, there's Robert, my son, who's 6, Ethan, who's 4, and Alex, who is 2, and there's Jack, who is Luke's younger brother, and Charlie and Rosie, who are my sister's nephew and nieces.
Excellent. So I'm going to say this now. Luke Moore, this is the official instruction. Tomorrow, when you get to the circuit, you walk up to Anthony Jordan, who's going to be in the pit lane doing all the commentary, and you walk up to him and you go, Anthony, bosh. There we go. That's fair enough. I think that'll be fair, don't you? You've got my permission, Luke. Do that. Right, Morgan Porter. First things first. How's your day been? I think the answer's going to be very good.
Yeah, no, it's gone all right, pretty smoothly.
Yep. Would one care to maybe embellish upon that statement?
Well, pole and a heat win is...
start.
That's what I class as smoothly.
OK, Tubber. Right, overtaking difficult here. Miles has said there's only a couple of places, really. How many shifts are you making per lap?
Do you know what? I couldn't tell you. I just shift up and down. That's the way I do it.
Of a percentage, how many... How long are you spending with just one hand on the steering wheel?
Yeah, there's over 50% of the lap you're doing it one-handed, definitely.
One-handed, excellent, good there. Great interview. Superb, insightful interview.
Thank you, Henry.
Right, here we go. Let's move on. TKM is next. We've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to get to TKM. John Ratcliff, please tell us how. Thank you, More Racing, everybody. Good luck tomorrow. Oh, they've got a fan there. There's just, that's a thing of beauty. Oh my goodness me. Oh, there we go, right. Right, KZ2, thank you guys. Right, KZ2, how do they do as we go? We'll finish off with Precision Racing TKM. We've covered every class.
So am I going with KZ2 first?
KZ2, just a quick recap.
Of course, Morgan Porter, you just spoke with.
Yep.
Pole to a win. Pretty decent race.
Yes.
Then Tom Adams behind in second, and then Miles Murphy there in third.
Excellent. So, you know, a good thing. Thomas Adams in second there. Ella Stevens, championship leader, finishing in 4th place. TKMs, we got Precision Racing, and we can see a couple of TKM drivers. Do apologise if we haven't had time to feature too many TKMs. Let's have a look in here. We have got the Precision Racing crew. We've got, there we go. Big up. You're already putting the KZ2s to shame with the atmosphere. Who we got in the awning? How's your day been?
Fantastic day. Some brilliant driving with all the Precision team. We've had a first, a pole, we've had a third, we've had a second, a nice consistency. The boys have done really well. All the pilots done well. All the pilots are behind you there.
Right, let's meet the pilots.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. We've got Harry Bloor, who's number, come on, what is he now, number 11? And this is Harry here, who's just there.
Come on, Harry. Anthony Jordan, you've just been fired for this man here. He's better. Right, Harry Bloor, go.
Yeah, it was a very good race. Had a good heat 1. Came first, but the second heat was not the best. I didn't do that well, but I've got a good start for tomorrow, and I'm excited for that.
Excellent. Right, we've got a driver here shaking his head. This would be...
This is the one. This is Willoughby Steve.
Right, we're going to finish... Willoughby. OK, we're going to end this paddock show. We've got 30 seconds. Newly crowned British Open champion, O-Plate, Willoughby Steele. Without using the C word, carnage, OK, you're going to tell the people out there why they're going to tune in to Alpha Live's coverage of the Motorsport UK British Championship at Glan-Y-Gors tomorrow. What are they going to see?
They're going to see great racing. They're going to see...
Precision Racing winning TKM, maybe?
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe the O-Plate winning?
Yeah.
And lots of really good racing in Wales. What's the best country in the world?
Wales.
Excellent. On that note, thank you for joining us. John Ratcliff will join me in the commentary box later on. Anthony Jones the pitch. Ciao for now, as they say in Landau. Hey. The very first Wera Tools Motorsport UK Driver of the Day Award was handed out after the PF International round, and it went to Junior TKM's Jan Callaghan. Jan Callaghan, Class and Motorsport, the ARC Kart, you are the first double Wera Tools Driver of the Day winner. Congratulations.
Thank you, I just feel great. I'm shocked that I've won it again, and just massive thank you to everyone who voted for me.
Well, let's take it back to PF International. It was a history-making day. Firstly, your team won junior and senior TKM on the same day for the first time in their history, but for you, virtually unbeatable. Take us back through the PF International opening round from your perspective.
I mean, I qualified third. It wasn't really what I was expecting. I mean, and then heat 1, got up to the front, pulled it. Heat 2, same thing. And then pre-final, it was pretty much the same thing, and I was just consistent. And because of the consistency, I was just always at the front, and for the final, I pulled it.
Now, Junior TKM always is very, very close. Very few opportunities to break away. So you're always going to be right in the middle of a scrap, no matter how many drivers are in the class. This weekend at Glan-Y-Gors is no different. How hard is it then as a driver to focus and try and plan out a race knowing that it's going to come down to a last lap crapshoot pretty much no matter what you do?
I mean, it's very hard because, as you said, it was a close battle. You just have to make sure of the things what you're doing. Just think through, see if it's going to work, and yeah.
Now, you've won the public vote twice. I think this is because you're probably, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, you're probably Mauritius's most famous kart racer. Is that correct, you reckon?
Yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, I've just got everyone there supporting me, so yeah.
What does it mean to you as in a family team, in a family running with a classic motorsport team? Again, a very, very generous prize from Wera once again.
I mean, it means a lot. I mean, my family, friends, all happy, and yeah.
Well, I've got to say, it gives me great pleasure to officially award Jihan Kalachern the Motorsport UK Wera Tools Round 1 Driver of the Day. Congratulations.
Thank you, thanks.
The Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championship is a blur of intense noise, colour and action. But the numbers behind the championship are just as interesting. For instance, this weekend's event at Glan-Y-Gors is the 52nd event run by Motorsport UK in the modern era of the British Championship, which began in 2019. Those 52 events have run at 15 different circuits around the UK. This weekend, we've got a record 8 different classes competing and 157 drivers entered. Now, 16 different classes have had at least one British title crowned in the modern era of the British Championship. That's 49 individual titles that have been awarded to 44 drivers. 5 drivers have won 2 titles, but nobody has won 3 yet. Now, on to the finals. We have run 349 different finals in the modern era. They have been won by 143 different drivers, racing for 42 different teams, although 33 of those wins have come for privateers. In terms of overall wins, Kai Hunter has the most wins with 14. That's 6 more than his nearest rival, although one of his nearest rivals, Macaulay Bishop, has won in 4 separate classes. That is also a record. In terms of overall podiums, Harry Burgoyne Jr. is the most successful driver with 16 podiums. Now, in terms of overall podiums, 349 finals times 3, that's 1,047 podium trophies that we have given out in the British Championship so far. They have been earned by 281 different drivers. They've sat on the podium at least one time. Now, 100 drivers have sat on the podium as privateer entries, and that's second on the overall list, only behind Fusion Motorsport, whose drivers have sat on the rostrum a total of 109 times. Final victories. Dan Holland Racing has the most final victories with 45. Fusion is second with 43. That's 25% of all finals that have been won by one of those 2 teams. They say that numbers never tell the full story, but in this case, they tell a very good one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's finals time here at Glan-Y-Gors. Bambinos are on the circuit, and the starting grid for what will be a very different final, as you will see shortly, is as follows. Harry Chapman and Mason Hibbert go from row number 1. Henry Algar and Toby Biggs on row number 2. Rex Pooley and Ronnie Kempson on row number 3. Row 4 is LBJ Stubbs. Philip Petro is on row 5, at the end, outside of row 4, with Alex Marshall on row number 5. John Ratcliff, times they are changing, and so, as Bob Dylan said, but so are the track conditions.
Indeed, yeah. Suddenly we went away from the Welsh Highlands and went into the Mongolian forest and had a bit of a downpour, didn't we? It was
yes.
Suddenly absolutely chucking it down just as we cut away to the paddock show. Luckily for all of our cameramen, we were able to hot-foot it inside. But yeah, conditions...
Well,
just
luckily
about.
luckily for the cameras.
Yes, for the cameras.
Cameramen, dispensable. Cameras, indispensable. However, the rain has now stopped.
Yes.
And look at that. The Bambinos are on wet tyres, but it is going to start drying out. Form book has just been thrown out of the window. It's a standing start. We should have 9 drivers. Or 6. We've got them. They're not in the correct positions, but never mind. Here we go. Lights out. It's finals time at Glan-Y-Gors, and it's the number 32 of pole sitter Harry Chapman, who gets away cleanly and into the race lead. Down Dragon Straight we go. You can see the rooster tails being kicked up behind these little Bambino karts as we go up the hill towards Spoon Curve. And it is Chapman still leading up into P2. I think is that Henry Algar into second place. I'm trying to catch the number.
No, I think Henry Algar's dropped down to 4. Toby Biggs has gone through into 3rd, I believe.
It's the 77.
No, it's Rex Pooley, sorry. Rex Pooley's up into 3rd.
Yeah, and it's not the 17 in second place. It's the 77 and Mason Hibbert. But it's that very distinctive yellow and black machine of Harry Chapman leading them up towards Compression Corner for the first time, and now they begin the descent. Now, we saw such great action in the second heat. The final, not to say we're not going to have the same great action, but the chances of it being a 6-kart pack in these conditions does get a little bit lessened. However, look at the way the track is drying out. Negatives about being on the side of a mountain. When it rains, my word, does it rain. Positives about being on the side of a mountain, it does dry out very quickly.
Rex Pooley's enjoying it, already up to 2nd then from 5th on the grid. He's had a great first lap of the race, checks over his shoulder, and indeed the 77 of Mason Hibbert has to pull in behind. So Rex Pooley already up into 2nd, but look at Harry Chapman already starting to build a bit of a gap out in front, and you can see the drivers just pulling over to the inside there, staying on that wet line as they head then into the braking zone into Spoon. And it is still Harry who leads us through this one. What a baptism of fire for the first weekend of Bambinos in 2023. Starting off with a dry race in the pre-final and then moving on to a wet race in the final. There's not much more challenging than that to transition to between only a few hours, but impressively so. And the drivers, I mean, they've all kept it on the black stuff, and that's impressive in and of itself.
Indeed it is. Now, all 9 of these drivers are new to the British Championship. They are making their Wera Tools Motorsport UK debut this weekend, so we've got no statistics to go on. I hope you enjoyed the videos that we were able to play you after the paddock show, and I hope you enjoyed the paddock show. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please keep your comments coming in on the live chat. Now we've got a little bit of rain in the air. Please let us know who do you fancy for success in the rain. Now that the track conditions have changed, as Rex Pooley closes in on race leader Harry Chapman. Up the hill, through the spray, up towards Spoon Curve. At the end of the races, Anthony Jordan will be down to capture the winner's emotions of the top 3. I'm sure there's going to be tears of joy, tears of sorrow up and down the paddock at the end of this one. It's been a very, very competitive weekend, John, and it's only going to get more competitive as we draw to a close.
Or you may think there's tears, and they actually just got caught in that earlier downpour.
Yes, it was just the precipitation?
Just a little bit of precipitation here at Glan-Y-Gors. But Rex Pooley, he's loving these conditions already on the back of Harry Chapman, and it is Rex Pooley with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:07.53. So we're looking at, what, about 8 seconds slower in these wet conditions, of course, on those wet tyres than we were in the dry conditions earlier on the dry tyres. And Rex Pooley's going to look for the lead, then into the first corner. They're going to be side by side, heading up Dragon Straight, and it's going to be a drag race all the way up to Spoon. Pooley's on the inside, but he has to feed back in once again.
I was going to say, now look at how number 77, Mason Hibbert, in third place. Look at how he would have closed in with the two drivers in front of him side by side. He would have got a double slipstream there, two karts break in the air. That vortex, even these slow speeds, the vortex that they would have created would have brought Mason Hibbert right into play. Henry Algar in fourth. Toby Biggs is fifth. They got a good battle going on. The 17 of Algar, the 66 of Toby Biggs. Then it's LBJ Stubbs in sixth position, followed by Ronnie Kempson in seventh. Alex Marshall is eighth, and Philip Petro is ninth.
Yes, indeed. Still some close battlings. Looks like Henry Algar's got through on Toby Biggs. Then you were saying that battle was just starting to kick off, and it looks like Henry's managed to get through into fourth place. These top two still following line astern. It looked like Rex Pooley could easily get through on Harry Chapman with how quickly he closed the gap. But as you said in the pre-finals earlier, it's one thing closing the gap, it's one thing going for the move, but he is going to go for it this time at the first corner, and he's got more of an overlap than last time and takes the lead of the race.
Yes, he does. That's probably the first official lead change. But here on the outside comes Harry Chapman, wheel to wheel. Now, is he gonna brave it round the outside, going up the hill side by side? Fastest point of the circuit. Wow, they've managed to do it, but it's Pooley on the inside, and he takes the racing line. Hibbert has closed in, so has Algar, so has Biggs, and so has Stubbs. What was I saying earlier about I'm not sure we're going to see a 6-kart train in these conditions? Henry, once again, you proved yourself to be a total muppet.
How big's the tally now?
I've lost track of fingers and toes.
We don't have enough between us, I don't think.
A big hello to Gustavo Kalinowski from Brazil choosing in. And look at that, Anthony Jordan is getting wet down the pits. Anthony, what have you got for us?
Well, Henry, the rain is coming down quite considerably more. Now, the GYG is known for drying out quite quickly here, and I thought we were going to get lucky, but a whole new band of rain has just come in out of nowhere, and it's just started tipping it down once more, so drivers are going to have another challenge on their hands here.
Thank you, Anthony. Hopefully you got an umbrella down there. Otherwise, it's going to be getting a little bit moist.
No, hopefully not. Here we go then. Look at that. It's coming down in steer rods. The Bambinos don't mind. 3 for the lead coming into Spoon Curve. We've still got 6 minutes to go. Now, of course, they're all on wet tyres. And looking at them, I think that 1 or 2 of them might have forgot to put their wetsuits on, which is...
oh, dear.
That's not gone well.
Hey, at least it's the last race of the day.
At least the last race of the day. And you could drive back. Oh, my word. Absolutely tipping it down as we come up to compression corner. You've got a feel for the Orange Army out on circuit, the marshalling team here at Glan-Y-Gors, and you can almost hear it rattling off the commentary box rooftop here at Glan-Y-Gors. It's still Pooley, Chapman and Mason Hibbert. They're unaffected by the conditions. It's still nose to tail, neck and neck out of the final corner. With 5 minutes to go, we start another new lap. This is lap number 7, and Mason Hibbert to the inside, Chapman to the outside, change of lead possibly.
Yeah, lovely red there by Mason Hibbert, and then gives the bump, of course, to the driver in first position, that being Rex Pooley, and takes second place as Mason Hibbert. Really nicely done. Harry Chapman just moving out to try and get the outside line and go for an overtake. Gets overtaken himself. I did see some people saying in the live chat, I thought it wasn't supposed to rain in Wales, but I think we've already covered that.
If you're not familiar with Wales, ladies and gentlemen, this is merely a light shower. This is a light shower. It'll disappear as here we go again. This is the battle now for 4th, 5th and 6th. Henry Algar in the 17, RBJ Stubbs in the 96 and Toby Biggs in the 66. Now we're back with the race lead. The good news is for the Bambinos is that, of course, they're all on wet tyres, and, of course, the racing line's been virtually nothing, so they've got all this track to play with, and my word, they're using every inch of the tarmac available. And now you can see the windmills working overtime in the background. And when it's sunny up here in North Wales, it is absolutely beautiful. When it's raining, it's absolutely brutal.
And still pretty beautiful as well, to be fair.
If you like that sort of misty look, yes. Here we go. down the Dragon Straight. Looks like there's a...
Oh my goodness. The spray coming off the tyres now is insane. Look at Harry Chapman move to the inside there. Thought he could be thinking about the overtake into Spoon, but no, it's covered off there by Mason Hibbert. Hibbert holds on to second place then. Rex Pooley in the lead, followed by Mason, and then Harry behind. A little bit of a gap, about 3 seconds back to that battle you were chatting about earlier. Headed up by Toby Biggs now, but those three also nose to tail as they headed down the hill. Once again, that section of circuit, that is so tough in the rain. I was going to mention it earlier, but I didn't think we were going to get rain today, to be honest. I thought that the Met Office would likely be lying to us, but down into the carousel, that downhill braking zone can really catch you out in the wet. Brake 2-3 centimetres later than maybe you should have. Suddenly the rear's lock, and suddenly you're around and off into the grass.
That's the camber of the track, and you would know this, John, as someone who has driven around here many, many times.
On slick tyres.
On slick tyres, of course. Club 100 don't let you out on wet. So, well, John Vigo's as sharp as a tack. He won't spread the money on wet. It's good for kart control, though. Now, I've got 3 minutes to go. What I have to say is you're thinking, why aren't they stopping the race? Well, they're on wet tyres, so the karts are built to the conditions, so they're out on the correct tyres. But secondly, look at how wonderfully good the car control is. We haven't seen any spins, any incidents. They're still battling away. This is fantastic driving. New fastest lap. Well, the fastest lap of the race is 107.01 for LBJ Stubbs. Last lap round, Rex Pooley lapping within 1/10 of a second, the fastest lap of the race. So that tells you that even though the weather has changed, the track conditions haven't worsened to the point in terms of they're not getting dangerous. The karts aren't slowing down because they can't get any traction.
And of course, to remind you how young these drivers are, I'm so impressed of how as soon as it started raining that bit heavier, Rex Pooley started moving off the line, trying different lines, seeing where he could find that grip. So impressive for such young drivers.
If you're watching the British Championship first time, these Bambinos aged 6 and 7 years old. If you've got family, you might have a 6-year-old son, daughter, or a niece, or a nephew, or a grandkid, and they're 6 and 7, and think, my word, are they capable of doing this in these conditions? This is what makes these drivers so very, very special indeed. Anybody who thinks that go-karting is what you do at a fun fair, they're wrong. This is real sportsmanship, it's real athleticism, and it is real skill.
Harry Chapman loves that move into Spoon, doesn't he? Just gets it over to the inside and gets it on the brakes. Chops off the nose of the driver. He did that to Mason Hibbert a couple of laps ago. Thought about it on Rex Pooley that time, but doesn't quite materialise anyway. They head down the hill into the left-hander at the carousel, and it is still Rex Pooley leading us into the final minute of this race. But Harry Chapman is all over him, tries to do the switchback as they head down into compression. Can he get alongside? Not quite, and he's likely going to have to follow in line astern once more then as they head through Devil's Elbow.
Mason Hibbert is watching this keenly. Don't just think he's sitting there and just thinking, oh, they're having a good battle. He's waiting for an opportunity. He's thinking, where can I possibly take advantage of this battle that's happening right in front of me? What corner is it going to be now? He's making his move. Mason Hibbert for the first time moves from third up into second position through turn number 1. They're coming up on Philippe Petro, the lapped driver. Philip gets out of the way. He waves the drivers through. Very, very good heads-up driving. Well done, driver number 11, Philippe Petro. And it's Pooley, it's Chapman, side by side. Hibbert trying to go around the outside. Are we going to get 3 wide into Spoon? 10 seconds of this race to go. Almost 3 wide. Coming through turn 4. Pick a winner, John. You can't.
I definitely can't. This is fantastic. Back to the front goes Harry Chapman. Rex Pooley's practically led this entire race. Since he got to the front, he hasn't lost it. But in the dying moments of this race, Harry Chapman steals it back, but Rex Pooley is trying to challenge round the outside. It could leave it open then to Mason Hibbert, trying to get back down the inside as they head through compression. They're still going to go 2 by 2 into Devil's Elbow. As we say, that usually doesn't work. And Mason Hibbert is the one that comes out ahead, but a little bit of contact from behind from Rex Pooley. Just couldn't quite get it stopped there for the left-hander, but all of them facing the right direction.
Brilliant stuff. Hibbert now has 1 lap, 1,100 metres. Oh, and that's Henry Algar out of the race. There's just the joy of karting and the despair of karting. Hibbert's been pushed back to 3rd again as Pooley back up into P2. Final run down the Dragon Straight, up the hill towards the Spoon. Here we go. Hibbert's actually dropping back a little bit. Here comes Pooley, but Chapman defends the inside. Now down towards the carousel where you've got to be so careful under braking.
You could see the rain bouncing off the tarmac and jumping back in the air. I think higher than the drivers are tall in those karts.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Insanely so. It is ridiculously wet conditions here at Glan-Y-Gors, but what a battle it's producing in these incredible conditions. Rex Pooley still trying to make it work down the inside into compression. He's trying to force the door open. He's trying to force the door open, but can't quite do it. And it is going to be Harry Chapman who holds on into Devil's Elbow. There maybe is only one more opportunity into the final corner, I think we could assume, for Rex Pooley. He's all over the back of Harry Chapman's car, but he's not quite able to force that door open. Mason Hibbert's there as well. Mason Hibbert's thinking of going down the inside too, but it is going to be Harry Chapman to hold on to it as they come to the line. It might be a photo finish. It's just going to be Harry Chapman. What a race!
Absolutely, indeed, John Ratcliff. You have joined us for a great round of the British Championship. Chapman, Pooley and Hibbert separated by 0.3 of a second. Now, this is only the first of 8 finals we've got. But for those of you in the UK, last weekend, I know last weekend we had the British Touring Car Championship at Thruxton, and one of the guest classes that weekend was the Mini Miglias, the little Mini 7s, the old thing, and they absolutely stole the show. I think our Bambinos, they're not a guest class, they're a regular member of the team, but those Bambino drivers, those 9 young drivers, you can see Harry Chapman and you can see the rest of the names on your screen. Potentially, they have just put on an absolute masterclass of driving in the rain. Well done to all those drivers. So Harry Chapman, Rex Pooley, Mason Hibbert, your top 3. 9 seconds down in 4th place is Toby Biggs. Then Albie J. Stubbs beats Ronnie Kempton across the line for 5th position. Alex Marshall, we saw Alex get lapped in the pre-final, in the second heat rather. In the final, Alex comes home in 7th. Philip Petrov finishes 1 lap down in 8th position. Sadly, Henry Algar failed to finish. I'm just looking out the commentary box window through the mist. But again, it stopped raining again. It's incredible.
It does indeed. So maybe we might see some drying conditions, but maybe not for a little while after that. Quite a downpour. Yeah, no, of course. And for those of you watching now, you know, just because that race went ahead, I mean, if the conditions change and get even worse, obviously now the karts get faster and faster, safety becomes more of an issue. We've got 5 race directors, clerks of the course on circuit. They will judge whether the conditions are safe. Obviously, the karts will be on wet tyres in an event such as this. But Anthony Jordan is undercover, sadly, but he's about to speak to our winners. Bambinos are all done now, and we're down here in, well, Parc Fermé, a scrutineering bay. We've got our 3 drivers here. Harry Chapman, who takes the win on that one by just a small amount. Look at that, 0.008 across the line. You take the win. How's that?
Good.
Good. How was the rain for you? That looked very tricky to race in.
Well, I'm not very used to the rain because mainly where I live it's always dry, and so I'm on a Simon Wright car, but they're meant for the wet.
Yeah, exactly. So you got away with it, didn't you? But yeah, tricky circuit, but a great result. Are you happy?
Yeah.
Solid. Nice work, mate. Give us one of them. Well done, well done. P1 out there. Let's go to Rex Pooley, who finishes that one in 2nd place in the number 31. Very, very close race there, mate. Do you want to lift your visor up a little bit? There we go, mate. I know it's slippery out there, but there you go. It's not raining in here. But that was a challenging race. What a drive. It's very good, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyone you want to thank?
My mum, dad, brother, Tim Arago, who's my engine builder, Terry Fullerton for the chassis and stuff.
Well, big thanks to all of them, but I will let you get dry. You can take your helmet off and everything now, but well done on P2.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's go to 3rd place just very quickly. Mason Hibbert. Mason, that was a very interesting race, wasn't it? I mean, what can you say about those the rain coming down? That looked like a challenge.
It was.
Yeah. Well, it's a great way to end it. You come away with a podium, top 3. You get some nice trophies to take home with you. Are you happy about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we like to see, isn't it? Have you raced a lot here at GYG, or was this your first time?
2nd time, I think. No, 3rd.
Yeah, so found it a bit of a challenge, but like you say, you get to celebrate with your team now, and yeah, you get to go home with a nice trophy. Excellent. Well done, mate. Well done. Congratulations. P3, as you can see, Bambino's slightly lost the words there, but you can excuse them for that one. Only a very young age on that one. As you can see, the rain is coming down once again. The next final is coming up in just a moment's time. Stay with us.
So, from Bambinos to Senior X30, John Ratcliff, the rain continues to pour down. 17 Senior X30 drivers sit on the dummy grid. Here is your starting lineup.
Yeah, just slightly different from the Bambinos to the Senior X30s, ever so slightly. And indeed, you said just before we cut away there, the rain was halting. It seems to have started to pick up again.
It has indeed. But I mean, the one man that is hoping that, well, they're all the drivers, but the driver that we're hoping that can get away clean at the start. He's going to be our pole sitter, the #1 plate, the defending champion, Gus Lawrence for the PF International karting team. Starting alongside him, looking for a record-setting 17th podium in the British Championship is Harry Burgoyne Jr. Sam Shaw and Caden McQueen are on road to
Smith in behind. Then it's Michael Shin and Christopher Bingham there in 11th and 12th position.
Louis Johnson, Cool, Josh Palfreyman, Kalai Atkins, Alex Duncan and Callum Tanner. Hopefully after his brake failure, now that has been replaced, we will see Callum at the back of the grid. Watch out for Kalai Atkins. And here we go, 17 drivers. This is a 15-minute plus 1 lap heat race. And coming into today, the championship has been led. Oh my word, the conditions are absolutely foul
Drivers
out there.
getting a little bit slidey.
It is, but do you know what? These are the most experienced drivers, the most experienced direct drive kart drivers that we have here today. And it's going to be Gus Lawrence, championship leader. Kalai Atkins came into today second in the points, but then lost ground, obviously, in the pre-final. So Harry Burgoyne Jr. will move into P2 in the championship standings. He'll be looking to peg back Gus Lawrence, who has had 3 out of 4 maximum scores so far this season. They come into the tram lines. Lawrence leads them to line. Lights are out. We're off and racing through turn #1, into the mist, into the gloom, into the spray. Lawrence leads the pack of snarling X30s on the brakes through the curve. Are they all going to somehow stay on? Yes, they do. This is going to be 15 nerve-wracking, skill-testing minutes, John Ratcliff.
I thought you might have spoken too soon there with the amount of standing water on the outside of Spoon there at the top. Impressive that they all kept it on the road. And look at that, the 68 taking back second place. That is Harry Burgoyne Jr. But no, the 142 of Caden McQueen sides down the inside as well. Caden wasn't too happy with Harry Burgoyne Jr.'s start. You saw him flailing his hand up in the air as they got to the tram lines. Wasn't happy with Harry Burgoyne. Who's gone wide there?
Is that Burgoyne Jr.? No, it's the #1. It's the number 23. Mick Barrett racing car.
Shin.
That's Michael Shin. Now, I'm not quite sure how much racing in the rain they do in South Korea. I imagine not quite like this. Look at how much progress Kalai Atkins has made. He's gained 2, 4, 6. He's gained about 8 places. He's moved up halfway through the field, and look at the different racing line they're using through turn #2. Gus Lawrence is climbing all over that curve like he's greeting a lost friend.
Exactly, yeah, that's what you've got to do in these conditions to help lock that that front right onto the curb and help you drag around the corner so you can keep as much speed up as possible. The 28, that's Josh Palfreman.
Oh, is it 28 or the 26
Ooh,
of
you might be
Christopher
right.
Bingham? No, actually it was Palfreman. It was the red and white Jade racing kart of Palfreman that was going for a rotation, but he gets it back underway. So there is the number 6 kart of Sam Shaw for premium karting, chasing Harry Burgoyne Jr. in the number 68. There is a difference in lines there, and that wasn't one driver making a mistake. Oh, there's a driver in the background going off at the final corner. And, well, we'll get a name check on who that was. Oh, it was Louis Johnson. Cool. He's up, he's out of the kart, and he is trying to get back in the race. In a race like this, though, the chance of getting maybe a full course caution, like a Wade yellow, so they slow the whole field down, you want to get back in, because if you get that, then you'll catch back up. But also, the chance of drivers dropping out in front of you is even greater in these slippery conditions where mistakes are punished.
Exactly, yep. You've got to be in it to win it. You might as well carry on because you don't know what's going to happen ahead of you. So you might as well crack on. And even if it doesn't produce a good result for you, you've got some more wet experience to take into future rounds that then could cause you to create a win for yourself over a possible second place. So definitely best for him to get back involved in the race and get going once again. But Caden McQueen now sets the fastest lap of the race, a 50.60, and he's trying to chase down Gus Lawrence in the lead. Gus Lawrence with about 9/10 of a second over him, but Caden is fully locked on the back of Gus Lawrence's car.
Both of the top 2 drivers, multiple winners in the British Karting Championship. Marcus Littlewood running in third has yet to earn a first race victory. Burgoyne Jr. again has got multiple race wins, multiple podiums. Sam Shaw's won a race. Kalai Atkins has won at this level. And look at Kalai Atkins up into 6th position. He's got so much online support, has Kalai Atkins, and it seems to be boosting the Jamaican sensation on. James Pashley, a double British champion in TKM Extreme, runs in 7th position. You're thinking about, the numbers aren't as big as they normally are in Senior X30, but the talent level is second to none. It's as good as it's always been. Just look at that, and Kalai Atkins at 50.53. The Crocs, the Mad Croc chassis, love these conditions. McQueen and Atkins, the 2 Croc promotion teammates, they're not leading, but they're the fastest karts in this race. Lawrence, however, has track position, and guess what? It stopped raining.
It has indeed, once again. Who knows? I mean, we've seen it stop and start a few times today, so we might see a restart in a few minutes. We'll definitely keep an eye on it, and we'll keep you updated as to what's going on. But I don't think the drivers are really going to care whether it's actively raining or not, because look at the standing water, look at the spray off of those tyres. The conditions are difficult enough as it is. They don't need any more precipitation on circuit. But look at this, a 68 all over the back of the 10 then. That's Burgoyne Jr. trying to get on the back of Marcus Littlewood, that is, for 3rd position. And of course those 2, and of course the number 6 behind as well as Sam Shaw, all trying to chase down Caden McQueen and Gus Lawrence. But Gus Lawrence has been managing that gap nicely. Was actually a couple of tenths of a second faster than Caden McQueen on that last lap. So maybe just checking over his shoulder, seeing, he's closing a little bit, turning up that wick just ever so slightly.
Jack Nettleship getting that warning flag there for an incident we didn't see on screen. But, oh no! Kalai Atkins, the curse of Glan-Y-Gors strikes again for the Jamaican sensation, Kalai Atkins. The kart has broken, and Kalai Atkins is out of the race. That will move Pashley into P6, Agambart to 7th, 8th to Nettleship, and up into 9th place, Michael Shin from South Korea into the top 10. Great drive from a driver that probably doesn't have much in the way. If I was that marshal, I wouldn't be turning my back on those karts. I'll tell you that for nothing.
Yes, indeed. It looks like a couple of marshals running over to deal with something up at the top of the hill.
To deal with the fact that Kalai Atkins abandoned kart sitting on the outside of turn number 2.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Of course, very, very slippery through that right-hander at the top of the hill, so a little bit of a squall where you could be off on the grass, and then if there's a kart there, you don't want to be running into that. So glad to see the marshals there diving straight on that, and of course, our fantastic team being fantastic as always in clearing up the debris there and getting Kalai Atkins to a safe position. But we look back here to the 68 with the 6 behind. The 6 thinks about it down the inside of the final corner and does get it done. Sam Shaw moving up into 4th place, that is.
That will please Big Rob Shaw no end as Sam moves moves into... Now, one of the things that is great about these wet conditions, the drivers, they use their clear visors. Now, as you can see Marcus Littlewood there, and side by side, Sam Shaw has to give way to Harry Burgoyne Jr. Now, when the karts come down through Devil's Elbow the next time as Shaw fights back, you get a real good close-up view of how these drivers' eyes on steroids. Oh, no! Burgoyne and Shaw, it's getting a little bit tasty there. Shaw shaking his head, looking a little bit disgruntled with Harry Burgoyne Jr. there. But as the karts come through this next corner here, look at, Shaw's got a iridium visor, but you can almost see the rage in his eyes as he now tries to burn a hole in the back of Harry Burgoyne Jr. as he gives chase. But we're going to have a battle for the race lead very soon, John.
Yeah, it's great. You get to see their race faces in the rain, don't you? Full focus. And, of course, in these conditions, you need that full focus. One little dip on the white line, one little bit of blip of throttle, just ever too much of underpower, and you're spinning that car around.
Great car control from Harry Burgoyne Jr. You could see the car. He was literally throwing the car in there. The car is going right, and cart's going left. He's going right, and he's jacking the front wheel up there just to get, Caden McQueen beating his chest. He's saying, come on. He's trying to motivate himself. You can see Andrew Salis, the rest of the Croc team there standing to the right of the camera. So as he comes around, he's beating his chest saying, come on, let's go. Maybe Kalai Atkins is walking back there and he's seen his teammate out of the race. He goes, okay, Kalai, I'm going to win this one for both of us. Now, the gap was 9/10 of a second. It's come down to less than 7/10 of a second. 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, plenty of time for this to change. Plenty of time as we've got the 68 as well. Harry Burgoyne Jr. continuing to press on after that bit of a battle with Sam Shaw. I think that's a good way to put it, battle.
And you can see that Burgoyne's line into Spoon Curve is different from everybody else's. Now you can see McQueen moving around the card. There's a battle further back in the pack. That is the fight for 9th place. That's Christopher Bingham in the S8 Racing, number 26. Michael Shin in the number 23 kart. Then we got Callum Tanner, privateer driver in kart 177. And Alistair Cresswell and Alex Duncan. Great fighting. Tanner taking it wide through compression corner in that white, looks like a Jamie Green livery, but it's not. It's a privateer entry. That's just his sponsor logo. Bingham for the S8 Racing Team. Well, I've got to say that the S8 Racing Team, they're all Sheffield Wednesday fans, and they've all been in very, very good voice recently, and now Christopher Bingham is giving them even more reason to cheer.
Yes, indeed. This little battle is fantastic. Now, we've got Caden McQueen falling down the timing screen. We'll have to double-check whether that's a timing issue or whether he is off the circuit, but we'll assume it's a timing issue for now anyway as we watch this little battle. The 23 still pressuring heavily. That is Michael Shin. He's doing a fantastic job, isn't he? Right in those wheel tracks of the 26 of Bingham ahead. And they're continuing through this second sector of the circuit, 5 of them following line astern. As we said earlier, one little mistake, and it could all change. It could all change between these 5 battling. It's fantastic to see, as you said earlier, through that final sector, the different lines going on, and people trying to find that grip of where it suddenly arises as the track begins to dry out, as it's still not raining here at Glan-Y-Gors. Despite what it might look like on the camera, it isn't actively raining. So the drivers just testing out where those bits of grip can be found and where they can press on and gain that lap time. Caden McQueen, we've just got confirmation that Caden McQueen is out of the race.
Oh no, both had Croc karts, both Croc Promotions entries out of the race. I was going to say, I was hoping we would sneak back and see where Gus Lawrence is to see if McQueen was still behind, because he's come into the pits, engine died. So we said he was beating his chest there and sort of like, psyching himself. Maybe he could sense the kart was developing a miss and a problem, and sadly, you would just... Sometimes karting giveth and sometimes karting taketh away, and it has taken away a lot from Croc Promotions in this final. It does mean, however, that Marcus Littlewood is up in the second place. We've got a lot of people from Mexico. There it is, out of the race, the number 142 kart. We've got a lot of people from Mexico tuning in, from Mateo Garcia. Mateo Garcia's race is next. People, Mexico City fans, he is up next. But you get to watch this fantastic battle for what is second position. This could be podium number 17 for Harry Burgoyne Jr.
Yep, Burgoyne Jr. just did a beautiful overtake there on Marcus Littlewood. Sent it perfectly down the inside, perfectly weighted on the brakes and got it done. Didn't hold each other up too much, and he continues to press on, does Burgoyne Jr. So after a little bit of a scuffle earlier from Sam Shaw, looked like they could hold each other up, or even take each other out of the race. Continues on now, as you say, looking for once again another podium for Burgoyne Jr. But such a shame for the Croc Promotions guys. And Caden McQueen, that seat now becoming a bucket seat as it fills up with water.
It is indeed, and I'm sort of, in one respect, we've got Anthony Jordan down the pit lane, and I'm kind of glad that Caden's kart was stranded out on the circuit, because I wouldn't want to be Anthony Jordan sticking a microphone under Caden McQueen's nose after that has just happened, or Kai Atkins for that matter. Commiserations to both them. Oh, and there's the number 23 of Michael Shin from South Korea running wide at Carousel. That was Calamity Corner that you were calling, that we were referencing earlier on, John, and it's caught out the driver from South Korea. And look at Alistair Cresswell, but look at number 177. Callum Tanner, that is now up, he's past Chris Bingham. I think Tanner is up into 9th place, a top 10 for the only privateer in the field, while he's got 2 3/4 minutes to hold on to potentially a great result. Lawrence leads by 2.3 seconds from Burgoyne Jr., Littlewood, Shaw, Nettleship, Pashley, Agambar, Alex Duncan, and this battle on your screen now, for 9th place, led by Callum Tanner.
Yeah, don't you commentators curse Callum Tanner now. He's having a great race. Oh no, down the inside, just behind. Is that Cresswell trying to force his way through, and does get through. Really nice move, to be fair, at the bottom of the hill. As we said, it's such a tough corner, even when you're by yourself, to get the braking right, but to get it done down the inside, back onto that dry line, still get it stopped and still make the move. That was a really, really nice one. It just shuffles Tanner back down into 10th. Once again, and there we go, Michael Shin, after that little mistake earlier, is going to think about the move as well into the final corner, and now Tanner gets shuffled back down to 11th, and Shin is back into the top 10.
Indeed he is. Time ticking away. Less than 2 minutes to go. There is Sam Shaw in the number 6 premium karting entry, running in 4th position. And he has got a little bit of work to do. He's got 1.5 seconds to make up to catch Marcus Littlewood. We have got 5 different teams in the first 5 positions. PF International running in P1, Mick Barrett Racing in P2, the Jade Racing team in P3. In P4 we got Premium Karting. In P5 you're looking at him now, number 75, Jack Nettleship for the MDL Motorsport team, Mark and Dave Litchfield Motorsport. Then you've got Pashley in 6th, Agambar 7th, Duncan 8th, Cresswell 9th, Shin in 10th, Bingham 11th, Tanner down to 12th, Palfreyman, Johnson, Cool and William Smith, the remaining runners. Into the carousel, over that curb. He's trying to use that curb to rotate the kart. Now up the hill, oh, he's given that kart some abuse, is Jack Nettleship, but that's the quickest way around this circuit in the rain.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how much those curbs do help you grip up in the middle of the corner, really assist. But of course, you notice as well through the final corner, they don't get anywhere near that curb. That curb is far too big. If you go over that, it could break something for one, yes, or it could throw you off the line so much you get squirrely on the exit and you can't get the power down. So that one, they're staying away from. The more easily to get up on curbs, they're all over them to use them for the grip. However, the 68 Burgoyne Jr., he's looked quick, and he does, visually anyway, look to be closing in on Gus Lawrence, but the timer has just ticked to 0.
As Lawrence there, so we'll cover the last lap of the race for you, but I want to very quickly say buenos dias to everybody in Mexico. We've got a whole flood of comments on the live chat. Mateo Garcia's race is next. Okay, so good morning to Mexico, buenos dias, hola. Mateo Garcia is next. Now, back to the last lap of this race. Mexico, you're about to watch the best in Britain.
Yes, indeed. Gus Lawrence, so quick. He's managed this race fantastically. And fair enough, Phil Scott, you've reminded us, Burgoyne Jr. does have a 5-second penalty from early on in this race. So even if he is able to catch Gus Lawrence on this last lap, which I highly doubt, considering how quick Gus Lawrence has been, Harry Burgoyne will drop 5 seconds. And that could actually drop him out of the podium.
That could stop him from adding to his already record-setting 16 British Championship podium finishes. In fact, I think it will. He's got to make up about 2 seconds in this lap alone. But Gus Lawrence, it took him a long while. It was a 3-year victory drought for Gus Lawrence. He ended it. Oh no, that is the number 6. That's William Smith out of the race. But Gus Lawrence, he makes it 2 wins out of 2 in 2023. No celebration for Burgoyne, and it's going to be a best career result for Marcus Littlewood. P2 for the Jade Racing team. Sam Shaw makes it on the podium for Premium Karting in 3rd. And looking down, Harry Burgoyne Jr. will finish 4th after his penalty has been applied. 5th for Jack Nettleship, James Pashley, that's his best senior X30 finish in 6th position. Josh Agambar and Alex Duncan next. But, okay, John Ratcliff, quickly try and summarise that race. First of all, you've got Gus Lawrence celebrating. He's celebrating because he's seen 2 of his nearest championship rivals, Kalai Atkins and Caden McQueen, fail to finish.
Exactly, it's a perfect race for him. He did everything he could do, get out in front, manage it well, win the race, and then also to look over and see my closest rivals haven't even made it to the finish. They're not going to get any points. That's fantastic for my championship challenge, so that's why he was probably celebrating so much over the line. Great to see.
Yes, indeed. So there is a rundown of the remaining finishes. As you can see, quite spread out. Such are the conditions here in North Wales. For those of you watching in Mexico, this is País de Gales, Wales, the land of the gods. They don't know me, they don't know I'm Welsh, I can say that. Here is a look at the results. Burgoyne Jr. 2nd on the road, plus 5 seconds for that penalty, so that will move him down to 4th position. Marcus Littlewood in P2, Sam Shaw 3rd. Great podiums for Littlewood and Shaw. Shaw, after a tough day yesterday, his mum Jo has been commenting in, nobody drove over Sam this time. Harry Burgoyne Jr. had a little go of it, but he didn't. And Sam finishes on the podium. Burgoyne Jr. in 4th place, followed by Nettleship in 5th, Pashley 6th, Agambar, Duncan, Cresswell, and a big well done to South Korea's Michael Shin, a top 10 in what I would assume is the worst conditions he has ever driven in on one of the toughest tracks in the UK. And back there, William Smith retired, Caden McQueen and Kalai Atkins. What an absolute devastating turn of events for McQueen and Atkins.
Indeed, quite the race of attrition at the front there, wasn't it?
Yep.
Sad to lose both those crop promotion carts. It looked like Carl Atkins was fighting his way through the pack, made up, what was it, 8-9 positions on the first 1-2 laps? Something ridiculous.
He was, and I'm going to steal this from O Management, he was absolutely tuning it up towards the front.
He was, and he's sadly out of the race. Then all of it was put onto Caden McQueen, and then a few laps later, Caden McQueen's out of the race.
Yes,
Can't believe it. Crop promotions are going to be so frustrated with that, but sometimes, as you said earlier, that's just how karting goes.
That is motorsport. A very wise man once told me that motorsport is 10% joy, 90% heartbreak. and if you can't handle that ratio, you're in the wrong game. So, Anthony Jordan is about to speak to a very happy Gus Lawrence down in the pits. Take it away, Anthony.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, down here in, well, Parc Ferme, winner's circle, scrutineering, whatever you want to call it. But Gus Lawrence, what a dominant performance on that one. Challenging conditions, but you certainly proved your worth out there.
Yeah, so it was my first time driving in the rain at this track, so I was a bit worried going into it, because I know some of the other drivers have obviously done a few laps before. So I had the first few laps I was learning as I was going, even the rolling up lap I was learning. So, yeah, I enjoyed it. It's a lovely track to drive, and I'm glad we won every event this weekend, so good championship points.
Yeah, solid race weekend, and yeah, when it rains in Wales, it certainly does rain. It brings it all, doesn't it? But, you know, like you say, challenging conditions all the way out there, but the track itself, you're saying you like it. There are some difficult spots out there, though. Physically, how are you feeling after this weekend?
Yeah, quite knackered. It's definitely one of the most challenging tracks to drive. in terms of fitness level, and I drive quite a lot, and you have to make sure you eat well before you throughout the day to keep your body maintained. But yeah, it's definitely it's different to what we've raced previous, like PFI, totally different type of track. So it's great to have the variation. I really enjoy it.
No, brilliant. Well, congratulations, P1. Solid result. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. There's Gus Lawrence. Now the question starts. Who was P2 and 3? That's all right. You just walk through the shop, Mr. Nettleship. You walk through the shop. Fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. You walk through the shop as well. Absolutely fine. Right, now, who is P2? Because nose cone penalties came in thick and fast there. I think there was one for Marcus Littlewood, and I think there was also one for Burgoyne Jr., and I think Sam Shaw's actually finished in second. Am I right in saying that? I don't know. Sam Shaw, who's right here. Sam, take a stand over here for us, please. On this side, on this side, on this side. So you've so it's confirmed, yeah, that you've come in second place in that one after finishing P4 on track. Nose cones have come to your saviour there.
Yeah, I think that Harry had a 5-second for an incident track, and then Marcus had a 5-second, had a nose cone penalty. So yeah, I take P2. I don't think really had the pace in that one, but damage to limitation result. So.
You got away with it, though, like we were talking about with Gus there. Very challenging conditions here, and certainly not the best racing weather that we've had so far this year, but certainly you've got away with it. How much of a challenge was it out there to maintain control?
Yeah, it was really difficult out there. It was a lot more slippery than I think, because this track's got quite a lot of grip on it, so I thought it would be quite grippy out there, but it didn't turn out that way, so...
You get away with a P2, though, so congratulations, and we'll see you on the podium a bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there, Sam Shaw. Then we do have Burgoyne Jr. If we could get Harry over. Harry, come on over for us, mate. Take a stand just here. Let's talk about that second out on track. What's your take on what happened out there?
Well, it was very difficult with the wet, and the track's been very slippy because of all the rubber that's went down this weekend, so it was a difficult condition to drive in.
Yeah, like you say, it's definitely not the best race weekend in terms of conditions that we've had, but like you say, going into the rest of the season, are you still feeling like you're prepared, the team knows what they're doing, and you're still confident that you can get away with the rest of the season?
Yeah, I'm still confident that I can get higher up in the championship and get more podiums and wins. So the team have done an excellent job this weekend, so it's been a good weekend.
It's what you need. Next round coming up relatively soon. Are you feeling like you're ready for it as well?
Yeah, I'm always ready for it.
Awesome stuff. Well, mate, Harry Burgoyne Jr., second on track, but finishing P3 at the end of that one after penalties, unfortunately. Well done, though. You get away with the podium.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Our top three. Brilliant racing results that they've had across the entire of the weekend, but we move our attention on to the next race, the next final. It's coming up in just a moment's time.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Very quickly, your starting lineup in Water Swift Restricted. Austin Gibson and George Howes on row 1. Austin Newstead and Ronnie Carter, row 2. Harry Williams and Christian Colby, row 3. Mason Brooks and Colby Patterson, row 4. Joshua Cooks and Charlie Clough, row 5. Oliver Warner and Henry Clark, row 6. Mateo Garcia and Daniel Ferguson on row 7. Alfie Davidson and John T. Restrick on row number 8. Here we go. This is going to be 15 minutes plus 1 lap. John Ratcliff, the rain has returned. Half of Mexico is watching, and we head down into the final corner. Are we going to get a start this time of asking? Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. We're off and racing then, and look at the conditions. It keeps toying with us, doesn't it, the weather? It starts, stops, starts, stops. Well, it's back again here for the Water Swift Restricted, and look at that, the front 4 already starting to pull away. I thought the 77 might try around the outside there. Could he switch back to the inside and in Spoon? No, stays back, does George House. He's lost a couple of positions off of that start, and my Spanish isn't good enough to read the live chat, but it's going crazy. Thank you all for your support here on Alpha Live, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage today as we head down the hill then. All the drivers keeping it on. The black stuff fantastically slow once again. This class, another class of very young drivers. These are very difficult conditions for them to get used to, but they're all still facing the right direction, and it's already proving to be a great race. But Austin Gibson is still leading us then as we head through compression down into Devil's Elbow. Look at the drivers, some of them learning from the seniors earlier on, getting all over that curb, and there's a bit of contact in the background.
And that was Mateo Garcia. Great kart control there from number 36, Mateo Garcia. He got a little bit there on the first lap. Gibson, Newstead, Carter, House, Williams, Brooks, Kobe, Patterson, and the rest. And for Mexico City, for Mexico fans, Vamos Mateo, P12, up one position, uno posicione for Garcia in the number 36 kart. There we go, there he is coming out of there. Please, ladies and gentlemen, don't think that we are not featuring other drivers. However, we have, this is an international broadcast, we have never had, we can see where the viewers are coming from here in Alpha Live HQ. We have never had more viewers from one single country outside of the UK as we have right now. But they're going to watch some of the best in Britain battle in atrocious conditions. There's number 33, the Fusion Motorsport kart of Ronnie Carter in third place, holding off the Oliver Rowland Motorsport number 77 of George House. Side by side, Mason Brooks takes over P5.
Well, for our Mexican viewers, they're not doing a great job on the meme of British summertime weather, are we? This is quite British summertime. Absolutely pouring it down.
Sergio Perez is a master in the rain. And maybe this is how Mateo learns how to be like Checo.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully so. We'll keep an eye on him, but we look back to the leading battle, and it is still Austin Gibson who's leading this Water Swift Restricted final. Tough to get that one out in one sentence. He's followed by Austin Newstead and Ronnie Carter as well, and it is Ronnie Carter who has the fastest lap of the race, a 55.30. That's a good couple of tenths of a second faster than the drivers who are ahead of him. Just behind George House, right in there as well. So it could continue to kick off here as a couple of drivers diving down the inside there through the end of Devil's Elbow as they head round the final corner. Was that a flash of lightning that I saw on the camera? Quite possibly. We'll keep an eye out for that, but it's definitely raining here at GYG. I can certainly confirm that.
Mother Nature is throwing everything that she has, and the Water Swifts are taking it and saying, bring me more. The number 24 Toby George Motorsport kart of Colby Patterson side by side. There is the number 36 of Garcia. He's got his Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammate, Charlie Clough, right in front of him. This is the battle. Henry Clark in the number 82 has gone past them. And look at this, down the hill we go. We're on lap number 3. Austin Gibson and Austin Newstead and Ronnie Carter are first, second and third. Here are the remaining runners, and that Telmex sponsorship, well, it's going to be absolutely soaking at the time. But back with the race leaders, new race leader on his 9th birthday, Austin Newstead.
Austin Newstead takes the lead of the race. Who's gone wide there? 3 drivers get through and 1 driver gets blocked in the exit. I can't quite see the numbers of who's gone off there, but it's changed down near the back of the order. We'll see as they come over the top of the speed. 82 was certainly involved in that one. I'll just double check. That's Henry Clark who was involved. It was around Henry Clark, Charlie Clough, Mateo Garcia, that area of the field. So we'll keep an eye when they come across the line as to who's slightly dropped down the order from that one. But when they say that they're water-cooled engines, I didn't quite think they meant like this.
The water is normally inside the engines, cooling it from inside, but we've got outside water cooling it as well. Now Austin Gibson back in the lead. Austin Gibson, he broke the Oliver Rowland Motorsport victory drought at PF International. Oliver Rowland is here. He's watching from Formula E to the British Kart Championship, the ex-Williams Formula 1 test driver, giving back a lot into the sport that got him onto the world stage. And his driver, Austin Gibson, is holding off Ronnie Carter, the birthday boy, the BMR restart driver, Austin Newstead, a former Bambino champion. Lead change, and it is Carter in front, and here comes George Howes in the P3.
great little move through the section of that middle section of the circuit. Absolutely fantastic. How close this racing is in such treacherous conditions. This is brilliant. But indeed, Ronnie Carter, a new leader of this race once more. We've still got 9.5 minutes on the clock, and it's Mason Brooks, currently 4th place in this train, who does have the fastest lap of the race. So any of these top 5 I could pick to take this win, to be honest. They all look like they're up for it, and to be fair, if they continue battling, it's not far back to Alfie Davidson and Harry Williams behind.
Exactly. Harry Williams having a great drive in 6th. Then it is Alfie Davidson, Colby Patterson, Oliver Warner, Charlie Clough, and then Ready Mexico, Mateo Garcia up into P11.
Yes, indeed. He's moving through the order nicely, isn't he? There's a good little battle in the middle of the order. And we're very much enjoying watching this race. Still 9 minutes left on the clock, and Mason Brooks has got up into 3rd, as we saw earlier, and now he's hounding at the back of the 77 of George House, who's managed to make it up into 2nd place. So it's all flipped around. They're continuously changing lap on lap, corner on corner, it seems, in this leading battle, and it's fantastic to watch. I am thoroughly enjoying it.
Yeah, when the race, when the weather takes a turn, this is the drivers. When the sun doesn't shine, the driving talent absolutely shines. Here is your lead battle through turn number 1. Thunder rolls around the Welsh mountainsides, but on track, it's thunder and lightning for number 52, Austin Gibson. Number 77, George House's teammate. It's an ORM 1-2. Fusion, 3rd and 4th. BMR restart in 5th. Then Davidson and Williams for Fusion, and Colby Patterson for Toby George Motorsport. Oliver Warner runs 9th for the Argenti Motorsport team, and Charlie Clough runs in 11th place. There's been action further back. Oh, and these 2 have gone. That's House, and that is number 33, Ronnie Carter. The battle for 2nd. And look at the rest of the field streaming through. And have to say, that is going to push Mateo Garcia a couple of places closer towards a top 10 finish.
Ronnie Carter can't get it back onto the black stuff. He's going to try and push it, but he's gutted and looks like he's walking away from the cart. That could be race over then for Ronnie Carter.
Yeah, I think it was. Daniel Ferguson runs in 15th position. John T. Restrick is 16th. Christian Colby has fallen down the order. Now, Henry Clark and Joshua Cook up into P10 and 11. So Garcia has fallen down the order a little bit. Again, family members of the drivers, please don't think that we're ignoring your driver's talent, because this is a superb race. But we do have half of Mexico watching. This is great stuff in the rain here at Glan-Y-Gors.
And the Marshall's doing a fantastic job once again, just running over to help Ronnie Carter off to the side of the track and get his stricken cart also to the side, out of any driver's harm's way as they continue through the last 7 minutes of this one. But what was a massive battle over the lead, was it 6 carts at one point, now down to 2. We have got Austin Newstead just there in the background trying to get onto this top 2 battle now, but it is Austin Gibson versus Mason Brooks at the moment. Mason Brooks still with the fastest lap of the race.
These 2 drivers were separately, they had a great battle at PF International, and it was Gibson that came out on top. Newstead was, let's have a look at the qualifying. It was, yeah, a fantastic scrap, but they're 1 and 2 in the championship. They're 1 and 2 on the road here. Newstead, though, on the podium at PFI, I believe, and he's looking good once again as the minutes wind down. 6 minutes to go.
Yes, the top 4 currently in this race are the only 4 drivers to have been in the top 3 in both qualifying, Heat 1 and Heat 2 across yesterday.
Fantastic. I mean, I am astounded at your statistical analysis, John. Are you putting me to shame?
I'm trying to learn
here.
a bit from you, my friend.
You're putting me to shame. It's great stuff. And what you're trying to say is that the cream is rising to the top once again, regardless of the weather. Mason Brooks chasing race leader Austin Gibson. Oh, Mexico fans, Mateo Garcia drops to P12, but still time to go.
Garcia in a bit of no man's land, isn't he, now in 12th, about 5 seconds off of Henry Clark in 11th, and a good 3 seconds back to John T. Restrick there in 13th. Not having a bad race is John T, up a few positions from his starting place, but look at this, the 84 of Mason Brooks, now hounding that rear end of the 52 of Austin Gibson. He's all over it through Devil's Elbow, but once again, an unlikely move not really a section of corners where we like to see moves, because once they go side by side there, we often see them off in the grass on the exit. There is the 36 of Mateo Garcia, as I said earlier, in a bit of no man's land. No one near him to sort of focus on, and that can be quite difficult, particularly in these conditions when you don't have someone to sort of compare your lines, your braking points against. You can often lose time, but here's the move for the lead then, already before they even get to the braking zone. Through goes Mason Brooks.
Mason Brooks scored his first British Championship podium at PFI last round, just after his 8th birthday. And he's now looking for his first win. Gibson, though, is not done yet. Gibson chases him up the hill through compression corner. Now they begin the descent through Devil's Elbow, through turns number 9 and 10, down through the valley here in Snowdonia into Paddock Bend, and they complete lap number 12 with just under 4 minutes remaining. Now our attention turns further back. There is the Argentine number 23 of Oliver Warner in 6th position, holding off Colby Patterson, and the recovering George House in 8th. Joshua Cook is right behind them, and the number 82 of Henry Clark not far off in 10th position. Then it's Charlie Clough and a gap back to Mateo Garcia, Jonty Restrick, Christian Colby and Daniel Ferguson.
Yeah, Alfie Taylor's just managed to sneak past Austin Newsted there up at the top of the circuit. I think it was a move down the inside at Spoon after that long straight. Really nice move from the 46 and takes that final podium spot for now. And now it's going to be looking forward to Mason Brooks and Austin Gibson.
Oh, George House on his way back up the order.
Oh, yes, he's batting very nicely.
Man on a mission.
He certainly is, and look at that, really using all of the circuit, as we said earlier, tipping that kart in, and look at the wheel control as well through those couple of corners. It gets super slidey, especially as you get the car onto that curbing. It really doesn't like that, starts to squirrel around, and as you try and get the power down, it doesn't like it either, but George dealing with that very nicely, and now at the front of that little train, as we look to the 44 of Harry Williams, leading Oliver Warner up and over the crest then, and Oliver Warner looks for it down the inside. Can he go for it? Just about a kart's width left on the inside, and he gets the move done. Really nice bit of racing that.
The Argentine number 23 past the Fusion number 44. Harry Williams, he's come on leaps and bounds. Had a tough day yesterday, did Harry. He's learning a lot. I said he's got Alex T mechanicking for him. Alex T is the man that guided Kit Belowski to more wins in the British Cadet Championship than any other driver in the last 2 years. So Williams has got a good package behind him. He's got a good team, he's got a good mechanic. He's just got to listen and learn, and he's doing it.
Indeed, he certainly is. What a brilliant battle this is. A good 6 karts involved in this one. Just thinking about the front once again, from this weekend, Austin Gibson has got 2 wins, Mason Brooks has got 1. So Mason is trying to balance it up once again and get a second win for himself. And he's already extended that gap now to 1.2 seconds out in the lead. He's clearly taking these conditions, like taking to these conditions like a duck to water, literally.
Like a well stuck, some very Welsh water. Yeah, interesting you say that. Yesterday, Mason Brooks, he had a bit of a problem, I think, in qualifying. It didn't go very well. I saw his mum and his sister were saying, look, you've got to let it go. You've got to just, refocus. It's done. It's past. You can't go back to it. You've got to, not be upset and look forward to the next one. And obviously, he's taken that on board. He's not dwelling on what happened yesterday and the things that went wrong. He's focused on, you can't do anything about that. What you can do something about, and this is for any young driver, you can do something about what is in front of you. The next race, that's what you could do something about. And Mason Brooks has obviously taken that to heart. For an 8-year-old driver, and these are some of the youngest drivers we've got here, apart from the Bambinos, that is a very, very valuable lesson. He's extending his lead. Right, 43 seconds to go. Here is the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Behind this battle, Charlie Clough runs 11th and Mateo Garcia runs 12th. Jonty Restrick is 13th, Daniel Ferguson 14th and Christian Colby 15th. But 30 seconds to go, John. Let's focus on the battle for the top positions.
Yeah, George House was right on the edge of grip there, heading through the carousel, nearly touched the grass on the outside, just managed to hold it. Clearly is feeling the pressure from Joshua Cook behind. Joshua Cook's been looking, trying to fake him out at a few different corners, but managing, George House is managing to hold on to that 7th position for now anyway. But we do look back to the front, still Mason Brooks with the lead of the race as the timer does tick down to 0. So this is going to be the penultimate lap of our Water Swift restricted final here for event number 3 of the British Kart Championships. And it should be a fantastic end to the race. He's just pulled out that gap, 1.35 seconds now, the gap over Austin Gibson. And Austin Gibson actually now might start to feel the pressure from Alfie Davidson, whether Alfie Davidson can close that 3, 4, 5 tenths of a second gap over this last sort of lap and a half.
Well, it's down to Austin Gibson's mental strength. Let's not, I mean, I'm sure we'll see Austin look over his shoulder. His team will have signalled saying there's someone behind you. But Austin, now you've got to drive. Don't beat yourself, Austin. You're on for P2 here. Mason Brooks is up the road through the Dragon Straight for the final time. Number 84, Mason Brooks leads the 52 of Gibson and the 46 of Davison through Spoon for the final time. It's ORM versus Fusion for P2 in Water Swift Restricted. Who is going to come out on top? It's been a fantastic race, John Ratcliff. Bring them home.
It's been a fantastic race, hasn't it? I've been super impressed with, well, everyone in this race. Not only Mason Brooks, Austin Gibson, Alfie Davidson, Austin Newstead at the front. As we said, the cream rising to the top. They've been super quick all weekend. And even in these horrific wet conditions, they continue to be at the top. But Mason Brooks, what a fantastic job through this race. It looks like Austin Gibson should fend off from Alfie Davidson, but it's going to be Mason Brooks who takes the win, and he's happy about that, as he should be. Really challenging conditions, and Mason Brooks on the top step of the podium after that one. It's Austin Gibson and Alfie Davidson who follow him home there in 2nd and 3rd. It looked to be a run to the line there in the middle of the pack. That would have been between Harry Williams and Joshua Cook for 6th place. 0.03 of a second between the two of them as they cross the line.
And here comes Mateo Garcia across the line. 12th position for the Mexican driver. He'll be disappointed, but I'll tell you this, he will not have driven in conditions like that. Oh, on a circuit this challenging, and that is Ronnie Carter trudging back to the pit lane, and we'll take you a full rundown through the order. So sadly, Ronnie Carter, the only driver failing to finish. Jonty Restrick comes home in 13th position, Daniel Ferguson 14th, Christian Colby in 15th, and in the midst of all that excitement, John, the rain has stopped. There is the smiling face of your newest British Championship Water Swift race winner, Mason Brooks. Austin Gibson in 2nd, Alfie Davidson in 3rd. The birthday boy, Austin Newstead, just misses out on a podium. Oliver Warner finishing in 5th. Harry Williams, a career best for Harry in P6. Joshua Cook 7th. Colby Patterson in 8th. 9th for Henry Clark. Charlie Clough in 10th. George House, Mateo Garcia, Jonty Restrick and Daniel Ferguson round out the top 14. Christian Colby in 15th position, and sadly Ronnie Carter, after battling for a podium position, finishes in 16th position.
Now, it's not a spoiler anymore because the people have seen the paddock show of the lunch break.
Yes.
But do you think Mason Brooks is going to be more excited with winning the Water Swift Restricted Final or winning the Sunglasses competition?
Sunglasses competition.
Oh, easy.
All day long.
That probably means we need to get him a trophy for that now, though, to really compete.
Well, or we can't get him a better pair of sunglasses.
No,
although I've got to say, I spoke Oliver Warner's dad. They're not. I mistakenly called them skiing sunglasses. They're not. They're triathlon. Sunglasses.
Okay.
Special triathlon sunglasses. So I think that maybe Oliver Warner maybe could get one back later on. But Anthony Jordan will be down in the pit lane with our newest winner, Mason Brooks.
Oh, thank you, Henry. What a race that was as the rain now suddenly starts to fall once again. Mason Brooks, your first win, mate. Congratulations.
I got to thank my family for supporting me and my mechanic for making my car super.
And what a great job he did, because wait, what a race that was. You were flying out there. What can you say about it?
I
I don't know.
Yeah, you lost for words.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mate, what a drive. Congratulations. Is there anyone you want to thank?
My family for supporting me, and my mechanic, and my mum and sister for coming and helping me do stuff.
Well, congratulations, Mason. Well done. Celebrate your victory on the podium later on. You might need to get your helmet out the rain. Yeah, go get your helmet, mate. Go get your helmet. Let's chat to second place, Austin Gibson. Austin, come on over, mate. That was a tough race, but what can you say about it? You had a tough battle all the way to the end there, didn't you?
Yeah, it was hard to get round first. We had a strong start. It was hard to keep the lead, but yeah.
Yeah. Like I say, you were very lucky with the rain there. Now it's starting to come down, but how challenging was it out there in the wet?
Very challenging. It was really hard to see out there, and yeah, in the end, Alfie almost got me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very close. Anyone you'd like to thank?
My team, ORM, Jack for drive coaching me, my mum and dad, yeah, and Grace.
Well done, mate. Congratulations, P2. Enjoy the podium later on.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's chat to third place, Alfie Davidson. Alfie, you seemed very happy when you came into the pit lane, P3. What a result, mate. Well done.
Yeah, I started 15th. Jordan Forden just said, keep calm and see what you can do from the back. And I did it, so I'm very happy with the team.
What a result, and like you say, they're very, very lucky you're not in that rain at the moment. Stay dry, I think. But, mate, anyone you'd like to thank?
My mum, my dad, my mechanic for the waft, and all my family who came to watch.
Well, congratulations, P3. We'll see you on the podium later on.
Thank you.
Excellent. Alfie Davidson there. Now, I would be contractually obliged to speak to Matteo Garcia, who unfortunately has already left Parc Fermé. There are no drivers left out there, and if you can see out there, ladies and gentlemen, I, for one, am not going to step out in that. I've got my brain switched on. The next group is ready to get going, but it's going to be an interesting one. The next final is coming up in just a moment's time. Stay with us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Glan-Y-Gors.
Oh, my goodness.
Come to Wales, they said. It's going to be the summertime, they said. Weather is going to be lovely, they said. Now, the eagle-eyed viewers amongst you will have noticed that the precipitation has increased mildly over the past few minutes. However, Water Swift unrestricted. Now, I've got to say, there's a mechanic there. That is Archie Lovett's mechanic standing there. Congratulations, Mr. Lovett. You are the bravest man in Wales. Black t-shirt, black shorts, no hat. We're going to stand there. We're going to man up and get absolutely soaking wet. We haven't been given the signal to start just yet. Jack Stewart already chiming in, criticising the Welsh weather. Jack, I know you got an exam. I wish you good luck in your exam, but you are coming back to the championship. Watch what you say about the Welsh weather, young man. I've got a lot of races to commentate on you before the season is out.
the commentator's curse Canada's been on fire today, so
it has, because I was busy poo-pooing the weather forecast earlier. Now, obviously, we've got 25 drivers, John. The grid is coming there.
Oh, my goodness.
They say a picture says 1,000 words. We need to say nothing. Look at that.
My goodness. The visibility, even from our commentary box, has been reduced by about 80%, I would say, since about 10 minutes ago.
Personally, I think that James Fitzhugh for Alpha Live, our producer, needs to send Anthony Jordan out into the paddock to interview. Well, I'm glad that's not the waste pipe from the toilet block. That's all I'm going to say.
That drain has more pressure than the shower in our Airbnb last night.
Yeah. You go and stand under it by all means, John.
Be very refreshing, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're looking. There we are. Now, you can see in the middle, there's the marshal, the lady, the grid marshal, in the middle of the field. They're telling it now. We've got drivers are in communication. Anthony Jordan is still down there. We can see some conversations going on between officials. Anthony, any news? Is it still raining, per-chance?
Yeah, Henry, it's days like today where I really wish that I was in the commentary box. But luckily at GYG, they do have a handy little roof over my head here in Parc Fermé, so I'm quite happy. The view, however, if you can see, if we're looking at the pit lane camera that we're currently on, if the view, that doesn't look very nice. And, well, there's people in shorts out there. I don't know why. It was warm and muggy earlier, but they knew the rain was coming, but for some reason they're still in the shorts. And, in fact, actually, this is a great shot. If we were on the pit lane cam, look at the people. They're stranded under the Motorsport UK awning there. Look at them there, standing there. Absolutely terrible. It's not fun out here at all. Hopefully you're enjoying the nice, warm commentary box.
That was Danny Curl, 2017 CIK World Karting Champion, huddled in the holding area, well, in the assembly area there. I mean, do you know what? I'm really glad, John, that we've got a third. I'm really glad that Anthony's out there, but he's undercover, so I can't be that happy. What I'm doing, it does give the viewers a great perspective. You know, we're able to throw back and forth and get up to the minute information. The officials on circuit, they'll be looking, and you can see that Ken Potter there in the orange tabard, and it looks like, right, drivers are getting out of the karts. There's flashes of lightning around the place. So we're going to get undercover. The camera crews are going to come out there. Joys of being at the side of a... You don't want to be manning a lot of electrical equipment on the side of a mountain in the middle of an electrical storm.
Yes, that wouldn't be ideal. Yeah, I think for everyone's safety and the enjoyment of everyone's lives, we're going to get them inside, try and keep them dry and try and keep the equipment dry as well. But Alpha Live have been doing an amazing job to bring you this coverage throughout today, especially as you were saying, throwing down to the pit lane has been awesome. But yeah, might be a little bit of stoppage to action for a few minutes at least. So we will keep an eye on what's going on. We will try and keep you up to date with what's happening at the circuit. But as you can see, more and more and more umbrellas coming out, and there do seem to be flashes of lightning.
Yes, indeed. And what it does mean is that we can get our money's worth out of Anthony Jordan, because all the drivers are running towards Anthony. He's going to have 25 very, very wet, soaking water Swift drivers. All the drivers need to give Anthony a big hug. But Anthony, down to you in the pit lane. What is going on? What updates can you give us?
Well, as you can see, I've got the grid here with me now because they've all decided that they don't want to take part in this race, and who can blame them, firstly, if anything. If anything, they're putting a new nickname on the word Water Swift in terms of their racing. But here we go, we've got some drivers. Hello. Right, okay, right, so we've got a couple of drivers here. Right, firstly, because you all got helmets on, I don't know who you are. I do recognise some of you, but introduce yourself to the camera. Who do we have here?
Noah Curtis.
Right, Noah, as I've just seen a lovely lightning strike out the window there. Noah, yeah, exactly, rain and lightning. Noah, what do you think of these conditions out here?
Looks fun.
It looks fun. Do you want to go racing or do you want to wait until it stops?
I want to race.
You want to race. There we go. That's one for race. Right, Finley lines that we have here. Finley, right, so do you want to race in these conditions or do you want to wait for them?
Definitely want to race.
You definitely want to race in these conditions. Okay, that's two mad drivers. That's 2-for-1 so far. Right, who do we have here?
Luca Narroway.
Luca Harrow, right. Luca, would you like to race in these conditions, yes or no, or do you want to wait for the sun to come out?
I want to race.
You want to race. That's 3 for race so far. This is terrible decisions. Right, who do we have here?
Jensen Ackerman.
Right, Jensen, right, okay. Do you want to race in these, yes or no? Yes. Okay, well, I'm not winning here. I think no is the correct answer that we want on here. Blimey, right, okay, who do we have here?
Ethan Weldon.
Ethan Weldon, Ethan, right. Yes or no to racing in that?
Definitely.
Okay, they're all insane here. They're not old enough to know better. Right, Jesse Phillips. Right, Jesse, yes or no to racing in this?
Well, it might be a bit dangerous, but I want to race.
Okay, that started off well, like you say. Yes, probably not want to race in this one at the moment, but yeah, it's a bit interesting, isn't it? Who do we have here?
Aaron Richardson.
Aaron, right. So, I'm going to ask a different question here. Would you prefer to race in sunshine or in rainy conditions?
Definitely sun.
Definitely sun. There we go. No one likes the rain. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere with these answers. But as you can see here, all the drivers, they were primed, ready to go. Obviously, there's a delay to this because, again, if you turn the camera around, if you can see, if you might have to zoom out a little bit there, look at it. It's still coming down. There was a lightning strike not a few moments ago as well. It's not going well. Welcome to Wales, everyone, and British karting in the summertime. Hey, Henry, back to you. I thought you said it never rains in Wales.
It never rains, it pours. There we go. Thank you very much, Anthony, and thank you to the drivers. It's an interesting percent. The drivers want the race. The parents and mechanics who are going to stand out to watch them race are less enthused by this. But, ladies and gentlemen, what we can see now is the karts are being taken off the grid. The rain is one thing, but lightning in the area is another. We can't show you too much around it because for safety reasons, Alpha have had to take their cameras down for the time being. We joke all the time about cameras being indispensable and camera crew not, but no, Alpha, the safety of the camera crew out on circuit, as well as the marshals and all the people that have to stand out there, now it becomes paramount. So, we are having a little look there at the karts going off the circuit. Anthony is in the pit lane. We've spoken to some of the drivers. We will try and get information to you as soon as we can from the race officials as to what might happen. Depending on the weather, if the thunder stops, the lightning stops, you know, the rain starts very quickly, it could end just as quickly. Obviously, the track is going to be very, very wet, but because of the gradient levels here at Glan-Y-Gors, there's very little standing water on the circuit. So that is the first tick in the racing box. Then there's the risk of more lightning in the area. If we look at the weather radar and we see that the radar, and they will be looking in the Motorsport UK truck with the weather radar. But Anthony Jordan is down with one of our race directors, Ken Potter, who could perhaps enlighten us a little bit further. Anthony, what do you know?
Back here in Parc Fermé in the shelter, I've got Ken Potter here, one of our race officials. Ken, what can you tell us? Rain conditions, what's been the call so far about this race? Because I'm starting to see now karts have come into the shelter. What's been the call?
Yeah, the karts are coming in now just to keep the karts dry. The drivers are allowed in, so we've cleared the grid. At the minute, we're really under the control of the weather. Yeah. Safety's got to be paramount, and at the minute, we don't believe it's safe to send karts out. So we'll make a decision probably in the next 30 minutes and make some announcement.
Okay, not a problem. Cheers, Ken. Thank you very much. We'll let you get on because obviously you're very, very busy. Well, there you go. Possibly even a 30-minute delay here. The water's even coming into the weather tyres area here. My feet are getting absolutely soaked even standing under the shelter. So certainly not the conditions that we want, but definitely very, very interesting situation we're dealing with here. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Anthony and Ken Potter. Quite right there. Safety is paramount. I mean, you'll know, viewers will know that we have a lot of laughing and joking on this stream. Some people think it's a great advertisement for karting, other people think, oh, it's a bit too jovial. But again, this is a lot of there's kids out there that they're premium athletes, but they're kids. So we try and reflect the jovial nature of the paddock on our commentary, Anthony Jordan, John Ratcliff, and myself. But the bottom line is that the thing that none of us ever forget is the safety of the competitors. Motorsport is dangerous. You can make it as safe as possible. You can make the equipment as safe as possible. You can make what the drivers wear, the karts, the circuit, the barriers as safe as possible. But you're sending boys, girls, men, women out onto a circuit in projectiles that can go in sort of terms of the Water Swift 60 miles an hour, in terms of the KZ2 to 100 miles an hour. But one thing that we do want to tell you is that a lot goes on behind the scenes. You're getting a really good insight into the behind the scenes workings of this event, thanks to Anthony Jordan and Ken Potter. But yesterday, John, you and I had a little wander around the paddock to show exactly what goes on behind the scenes of a Wera Tools British Championship event. While we're on delay, enjoy this next special feature. The Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championship goes from strength to strength. It's one of the biggest events that we run anywhere in the UK. Now, what you see on screen is just a fraction of what actually takes place in order to run one of these race meetings. Want to find out how to do it? Let's go. So for every competitor in the British Karting Championship, your first stop is here, race control. This is where all the administration for a race meeting happens. The race secretaries do everything from take your entry, take your payment, take your licenses, and call you up to see the stewards if you've been a naughty boy or girl on track. Now, John, we ready? Signed on? Good. Now let's look at what goes on behind the scenes, how to get this all set up. Setting up the British Kart Championship is not the work of a moment. On the Tuesday or Wednesday of a race meeting, a team of 4 people drive 2 fully articulated lorries carrying everything the championship needs, from the awnings to the cameras to the tyres, all to the circuit, and they begin the long and arduous process of setting up everything that we need to run a proper race meeting. John, got those tyres ready? Excellent. Good lad. Now, onto the track. Once every driver gets onto the track for the qualifying, practice and racing itself, they're watched by a team of 5 clerks of the courses and a whole team of corner marshals. Anything that goes on the circuit that shouldn't, the clerk of the courses will watch it, decide whether it's actionable or not, and then report it to the next phase, the camera room. John, everyone behaving themselves? Good. Let's go to see the cameras. We're now in the camera room at one of the Motorsport UK trucks. This is where any on-track incident is reported to. The clerks on circuit see an incident, they report it to David Manchester. David has got 23 separate cameras and access to the live stream to see if the incident is worth a penalty. If David and the camera crew think it's worth a penalty, then it goes to the panel of stewards. This weekend we've got a panel of 3 stewards. They sit just behind me. They've actually got drivers in there now in the middle of a hearing. If you're called in to see the stewards, this is your driver's chance to plead their innocence or be told what penalty they've got. The stewards assess every single incident. It can be a time-consuming process, but it's the best way to ensure that the racing remains fair and just. But someone's getting told off next door. I think it might be John. Now we're in the stewards room. This is the panel of 3 Motorsport UK appointed stewards that hear every single incident reported either on track or through the cameras. If a driver thinks they're going to get a penalty, or if the officials think that a penalty is due, the driver and their representative, if they're under 18, come sit here, they plead their case, they talk about the incident, they review all camera footage, all written reports, and then they decide if a penalty is due or not. What do we think, guys? Has he been a naughty boy? Out of the commentary box the weekend. Sorry, John. Bad lad. At the end of every race, each driver has to come into scrutineering. Firstly, they go over the weigh scales to make sure their carts are on the correct weight limit, and then they have to speak to the scrutineers. Now, Motorsport UK have a team of between 4 and 6 technical commissioners and scrutineers led by Paul Klassen and Ernie Salmon. They can call on any one of the regulations in either the Blue Book or the Gold Book, or any of the online fiches. A fiche is the technical regulations for each class that contain up to 100 different regulations. Now, once those drivers have all been okayed by the scrutineers, they can go. But every driver, team member and mechanic has to be prepared to have their entry checked for any one of these rules at any given time. In addition to scrutineering, all the fuel for the championship is supplied by Carless Fuels. Now, in the event anyone's tampered with the fuels, this is how it works. At the end of every race, this gentleman here requests a sample from any cart he chooses. The driver has to give the sample of fuel to this man, and he puts it into the fuel sampling machine. In that machine, there is a sample of race-legal fuel. Once the comparison goes in onto that screen, it's what's called a fuel fingerprint. If the fingerprint matches from the cart's fuel to the sample already in the machine, you're good to go. If it doesn't, there's a problem. All the fuel is kept in sampling kits so that if there is a problem, you can go through the appeals process. But this is the most up-to-date technical fuel testing system anywhere in karting. Before every race, each driver has to come here, the assembly area. This is where tyres get put on their rims, fuel gets put in the cart, and the nose cones are attached. Now, if you miss your slot, you miss your race. But also, you've got to remember several key things. If you haven't got your race suit or your lanyard, you don't enter this area. Ladies, do you have his lanyard?
No entry, no car.
John, you're out. Karting is one of the closest forms of all motorsports. And for timing, that's why we need the best in timing technology, which is where motorsport-timing.co.uk comes in. They bring with them an entire truckload of equipment. They have got photo cells, cameras, half a dozen LED digital display boards that are dotted all the way around the circuit to communicate with the drivers. Their technology can mean that we can see where every driver is in every sector of every lap. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you will be able to watch the last 30 seconds, including a great performance from our producer, James Fitzhugh, on the social media channels. However, as you can see, just as quickly as the rain starts, it stops again, and we're going to go back racing. 12-minute finals from here on in. Your starting lineup for Water Swift non-restricted is George Edgar and Jesse Phillips on row 1, Archie Lovett and Will Green on row 2, Kanish Grau and Aaron Richardson on row 3, Jarlath Sayer, Max Endicott, Jensen Ackerman, Sukmani Kera, Teddy J. Porter and Archie Owen round out the top 12, followed by Nat Johnson, Ethan Weldon, Jacob Bashler, Noah Curtis, Max Ewell, Ethan Woodward. The top 20 completed by George Clark and Harley Musk, Luca Ballack, Aryan Nayar, Luca Narroway, Knight Measures, and then Finley Lyons at the back. John Ratcliff, let's go racing!
Let's do it then. We've had a bit of time off, but we're straight back into it. And what a move there from the 88. Archie Lovett pulling over to the inside and looking to try and take second place, but no, has to feed back into third. I think it is still George Edgar leading the way up into the spoon section at the top of the circuit. Look how slidey it is. They head through the right-hander. Is anyone going to lose it under the brakes? No, they're all dealing with the conditions fantastically. Lots of them following 2 by 2 through that section as they head over the crest and then down the hill, as we were saying earlier. This can catch drivers out that downhill braking zone. The first time of asking for these drivers in these properly wet conditions this afternoon, but they've all managed to make it through.
Exactly. First things first, all credit. 22 years ago when this circuit was designed, whoever did the drainage for this circuit, take a bow, son, because look at that. I mean, the amount of water we had and the track. Oh, it's a side-by-side moment there. The track is obviously very wet, but you can't see any standing water. That allows us to go racing safely, although the drivers want to stay off some of those sawtooth curbs because they do retain water. End of lap number 1. Jesse Phillips getting a penalty, a 5-second penalty for Jesse Phillips. That is your race leader. Now that's thrown another cat amongst the pigeons and a warning for George Edgar. So one of the top, the race leader's got a penalty and the driver in fourth's on a warning already.
Yeah, your pole sitter down to 4th didn't have as good of a start. I think Jesse Phillips actually got the right at the start, and I was confusing the two, so it was a brilliant start to this race for Jesse Phillips, but not an ideal second lap as he gets that penalty. There's a move, though, the 54 losing out, tries to go up and under, though, and that door is closed. Was that the 16? It was of Aaron Richardson who closed the door there and takes the position as we watch them head down Devil's Elbow once again. Again, the drivers learning from those seniors earlier on, clattering the curbs as they go through, trying to get as much grip as they can through the corners and get the power down as early as possible, heading through that first turn and all the way up the Dragon Straight.
Here we go then, the field spreading out understandably in the conditions. May not see as much nose to tail train pushing and shoving as we would normally do. Sideways into Spoon Curve, and number 54 Will Green as he holds on to 5th position on the road. That's 4th place. So for you watching at home, Jesse Phillips, cart number 26, has a 5-second penalty. His task now is to try and drive away as much as possible. He's got more of a chance, 3 wide as we go through compression corner. Phillips has more of a chance of getting away in these conditions. Look at those.
Oh, spin. 15's
yeah.
round.
That is the number 15 of Nat Johnson.
Yeah, Nat Johnson, just a little bit of spin there. As soon as you start to lose that rear end, it's so difficult to catch it in these conditions, especially with these lesser powered karts of the Water Swifts. And he's gone round and he's going to lose a lot of positions. As you say, they were spreading out a bit, but not enough for him to not lose a number of positions there from that little spin. But at least he continues, and he's got a lot of time left in this race to try and catch those positions back up. Just less than 9 minutes left to go in this one. And of course, just to remind you, this race lessened in length from 15 minutes to 12.
Yes, indeed. Now, Archie Levitt is chasing Jesse Phillips around. Now, Archie Levitt is in a prime position. What does Jesse Phillips do? So, you're in Jesse Phillips' shoes. There is a digital display board that Motorsport-Timing puts out over the thing. Oh, a 5-second penalty for George Edgar as well. So we don't know what it was for. There was a little bit of door handling on the first lap. So the drivers in first and third both have penalties. Archie Levitt's thinking, is it Christmas yet? Here goes Archie Levitt for the race lead on the road, as well as after penalties are being applied, Levitt leads for Oliver Rowland Motorsports. Really nice move there from the 88 of Archie Levitt, getting it done under brakes, as we saw a couple of drivers getting super slidey in that corner. Grip is at a premium there at the top of the hill, but he's got it done really nicely weighted under brakes. But look at that, the 17 of George Edgar is already right with them. But as you say, Jesse Phillips and George Edgar both with a penalty here. They need to try and get ahead of Archie Levitt and pull away themselves if they want to get on the podium by the end of this race. It's going to be a seriously tall order though, as Archie Levitt is looking very fast. And just behind them, Jarlath Sayer, Will Green, Canish Rao, Aaron Richardson as well, Max Endicott, loads of drivers right there behind to pick up the scraps if it all goes wrong for the drivers ahead. Well, Archie Levitt, I'm going to play, in a minute, I'm going to play devil's advocate. So, Jesse Phillips and George Edgar have got their Fusion Motorsport teammate, Jarlath Sayer, in 4th place. If Jesse Phillips and George Edgar work together and try and push Archie Levitt away, they can salvage a top 5 finish, top 10 finish for themselves. If they try and drag Archie Levitt into an all-out battle, that means they cost themselves positions. They won't be salvaging a top 10 finish, but it might give their teammate, Jarlath Sayer, a chance to steal a victory. What do you do? Team or self? Team or self? Who knows? We're going to find out in the next 6.5 minutes as the battles continue further down the order. That is the number 28, the number 11, and the number 89 battling away. Luca Ballack in the 28, Jacob Bashler, the Austrian MDL Motorsport driver in 89, and Ian Nair for Toby George Motorsport. Ian's got Alicia Barrett mechanicking for her. Great driver back in the day, Alicia Barrett. Now top-level mechanic. That was a lovely move there from Canish Rao up into 5th place, past Will Green there before they even got to the braking zone up at Spoon. Really nice bit of battling there between these two over 5th position. And it does go the way of Canish Rao for now. Anyway, getting really slidey on the exit there. Got to watch out not only for the grass on the exit, but also those white lines. They can get very slippery when it gets wet like this. Drop a wheel on that as you start braking, and you're going to be round before you even know it. Nigel Mansell lost the 1984 Monaco Grand Prix in these conditions because he touched a white line. Simple as that. There's the number 15 Kart making a move. That's Nat Johnson a little bit further back. We saw Nat spin earlier on. He's trying to fight his way back up the order. Now, Finley Line started dead last the field. He's gained 4 places. Here's a battle, and here are 2 drivers fighting 3 wide in the rain. Oh my goodness, the 18 nearly got both of them there, didn't he? What a move. Max Endicott tries it, but the 16 just about gets back through to Aaron Richardson, retaking his 6th position there and dropping Will Green to the back of this little pack down into 8th now. And a great little scrap between these 3. And it's all kicking off throughout this pack. There's little packs forming, isn't there, of 3 or 4 karts just battling throughout this one. And I mean, the fact that they can race side by side through this amazing track in these treacherous conditions is brilliant to see. But just less than 5 minutes left to go here, and it has officially stopped raining now. Incredible. I mean, during the middle of that storm, I didn't think it could ever stop raining, but it has. We've gone from thinking we got a half an hour delay, then from thinking we're going to probably have to abandon the race meeting, to being back on track on a drying circuit. And of course, the mechanics of the race, we've still got both TKM finals and KZ2 to go, as well as Junior X30. There's now going to be mechanics thinking, is it going to be slicks for our final? Who knows? Anything can happen. John Ratcliffe's got the meteorological service up, but do you know what? The rain is moving away from us. Oh, anything can happen in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Karting Championship. Archie Lovett continues to lead. Jesse Phillips and George Edgar are second and third on the road. When you add a 5-second penalty to both those drivers, that pushes them back to 8th and 9th.
Just looking at the weather forecast, at the tracker, I'm going to assume, from what I'm looking at here, around 40 minutes until we'll see a bit more rain here at GYG.
Okay, set your clocks, ladies and gentlemen. So Phillips and Edgar closing in once again on Archie Lovett. Jarlath Sayer runs in 4th position. At the moment, he's on course for his first ever British Championship podium, which will be 2nd position. Kanish Grau runs 5th. He is on course for, I believe, would be his first British Championship podium. But Phillips and Edgar, if they drag Lovett into a scrap, that opens the door for their Fusion teammate Jarlath Sayer to snatch a win. Lovett needs to be aware of this, and he needs to act accordingly. Oh, look at the contact there. That is the number 11 of IAME, who is now up into 16th position. Nearest Welsh, best placed Welshman, Archie Owen, in 18th place. And all 25 drivers, John, still running.
Somehow, all 25 drivers still running. It's so impressive that they're able to just keep it on the black stuff here. Fantastic racing going on. Also, Walmid in the chat just reminding us as well, of course, don't head over now. You don't want to miss this fantastic racing, but after this stream, you can go back and watch the Club 100s at Wilton Mill on the Alpha Live channel, and it seems from his comment that the weather's pretty similar, and they're all on slick tyres, so that must be very interesting. I'm definitely checking that out later tonight.
Fair enough. People asking about Mateo Garcia. You can watch this back. He was in the previous race to this, fans of Mexico. But don't tune out, stay tuned. This is what Mateo Garcia will graduate into perhaps next season. So you can see some of his future rivals in this. And again, thank you to all our Mexican viewers, of which there are literally hundreds and thousands today.
How slidey those drivers are at the final corner as they get on that exit curb. Of course, they've still got a bit of steering lock as they're trying to get the power on, somehow holding the slide. And here's a move down the inside for the number 11. Gets it done once again through the right-hander before we head into Spoon. That was a lovely move from Aaron Nayar, just moving himself up into 15th place. I think he got Sukmani Kira there, didn't he? Yes, he did. So Sukmani not having her best race of the day anyway, down a couple of positions from her start, but still heavily battling there, now trying to fend off the pressure from behind. That's Jacob Batchelor trying to get through as well.
Max Ewell, you're watching in the Optima performance, number 75. He is up into P13. So, yeah, the Optima team, 2nd year in the championship for Optima, and Max Ewell on course for what would be one of his best results. There is Batchelor chasing hard behind Sukmani Kira in cart number 44. The young lady got a podium last time out. It's not going to be a podium this time. Could potentially be a top 10 finish. Now, up at the front, Lovett leads by just 0.2 of a second over Phillips and Edgar. Jarlath Sayer is 3 seconds back, so time is ticking away for Edgar and Phillips to help Jarlath Sayer into a winning position, but Jarlath still potentially on the podium. Phillips and Edgar, with their 5-second penalties, they would now only drop to 5th and 6th.
Good managing of that, knowing you've got a penalty and trying to work together out in front and push ahead to gain those positions off the penalty, as you say.
Well, Kanish Grau, who is currently 5th on the road, is 4 seconds behind the 26 of Phillips and the 17 of Edgar. They've chosen not, they chose to work with the race leader, and maybe it could get one of them onto the podium. There's the number 16 card of Aaron Richardson. Aaron Richardson and Kanish Grau, they at the moment are 3rd and 4th on adjusted time, but the more they battle, the more of opportunity comes to Phillips the 26 and Edgar in the 17 as the clock strikes 0, John.
Yeah, there's nearly 5 seconds between them now, isn't it, between Richardson and Phillips and Edgar. As we go on to the final lap of the race, it's going to have to be one very good lap from Jesse Phillips and George Edgar to just squeeze that extra few tenths, half of a second out there to gain those extra couple of positions after penalties are applied. But Archie Lovett out in the lead sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 53.47 for kart number 88. It doesn't matter that he's out now 6-7 tenths of the lead. He's still pushing as hard as he can, gets that fastest lap, and he's trying to bring the kart home. And somehow, as you said earlier, we've still got so many drivers in the race. A couple of drivers who lost, Archie Owen and Noah Curtis, but lots of drivers keeping it on the black stuff and continuing to the end of the race here. Archie Lovett leading us through sector number 3 now. Jesse Phillips and George Edgar just in behind after a calamitous opening couple of laps with George. Fought back through to third really nicely. Jesse Phillips had a great start up to the lead, but couldn't hold on to it as Archie Phillips came through, took the lead and takes the win of the race then in our Water Swift final here for event number 3 of the British Kart Championships. Jesse Phillips second on the road, George Edgar third on the road, but where are they going to end up after penalties?
Well, 2 things, John. Archie Lovett wins. Oliver Rowland Motorsport are back. Secondly, Jesse Phillips and Aaron Richardson are tied for 3rd position. 0.57 seconds the difference between Jesse Phillips and 5.57 seconds the difference between Aaron Richardson. Ian Rogers, Motorsport-Timing, will have to split that somehow. The technology goes down to thousandths of a second. Motorsport UK regulations only allows us to time to 100th of a second. But when Jesse Phillips has a 5-second penalty applied, he is tied for 3rd place on the road with Aaron Richardson. Jarlath Sayer takes 2nd position. Welcome to the podium, Archie. Welcome to the winner's circle, Archie Lovett. Welcome to the podium, Jarlath Sayer. Max Endicott comes home 6th place on the road. I think he will be 5th after penalty supply. I think George Edgar will take 5th position. Kanish Grau will finish in 7th. Will Green 8th, Ethan Woodward 9th, and Harley Musk rounds out the top 10. Teddy J. Porter, Jensen Ackerman, Max Ewell, and Arya Naya in 14th. Luca Holmes-Balak will round out the top 15. Then it is Slovenia's Luca Holmes-Balak, Austria's Jacob Bashler, Sukmani Kira, Nat Johnson, great recovery for Nat, Luca Narroway, Finley Lines salvaged the top 20 from a disappointing weekend. And on the subject of Finley Lines, we hope that everybody at TCR UK is okay. Finley's parents run the TCR UK Championship. There was a bit of an incident with their awning yesterday. We hope everybody at TCR UK is absolutely fine. You can mend awnings and Ford Fiestas. You can't mend people. There we go. Oh.
Wow.
And breathe.
Well, it looks to have stopped the rain again, but there we go. We've said that about 3 times today, haven't we? And then suddenly a new storm has come in to put us back underwater. I feel like we're in Atlantis at the moment, not Wales.
Yeah, often the comparison's been made between the two.
Is that where they think it was situated, somewhere in Wales?
On a wet Wednesday in Prestatyn, it can be quite...
The lost city of Swansea.
The lost... I'm from Cardiff. All I can say is, I wish. Anthony Jordan, very quickly, is in the pit lane.
We've come live with me. Archie's just gone to take his helmet off, and the next carts are going out. So, guys, we might have to record these ones, so I don't think we're going to be able to talk to our drivers. Guys, we might have to head back up to you.
Greatest link ever. Ever. Anthony, put that one on your show reel. Here we go then. It's junior TKM time. John Ratcliff, please tell us the grid.
Oh, I'll do my best, mate. I'm still recovering from this afternoon's action. It's, of course, Willoughby Steele on that O-plate who's lining up on pole position then for this one. Alongside him is Jake Humphrey. Then it's Jihan Kalichern and Patrick Leaf there on 4th place. I'm interested to see what he could do. He had a brilliant pre-final. Then Joel Hull and Dara McNerney are there on row number 3.
Row 4, Leo Robinson and Aidan Mitchell. Row 5, Monty Brathwaite and William Bryant. Row 6, debutante Daniela Sutton and Harry Blore. Harrison Morrow, who didn't start the pre-final, starts last. Hopefully he gets underway, and I hope his rabbit Murdoch is watching and chewing on a carrot or something. And yes,
I think all the rabbits here at GYG
he's
have
got a
gone into
rabbit.
hiding.
So he starts singing Bright Eyes from Watership Down.
Bright eyes, burning like...
No, here we go then, Willoughby Steele, the O-Plate winner, doesn't lead them to the line. I carry on. How can I lie?
No. Please spare us. Talk about the rabbit more, please.
Well, he's in his hutch.
I wish I was in my hutch.
Yeah. Welcome to the commentary box, John. John Ratcliff commentated with Anthony Jordan at Wilton Mill last year when I was away doing my other job with the Bahamas national go-karting team, and I think John Ratcliff is realising, oh, I like it when Henry's away because Anthony is controllable. There we go. Thank you, Simon Harris. The £20 is in the post. Here we go. Willoughby Steele for Precision Racing, and Jake Humphrey for Tim Wilson Motorsport on row number 1. Klassen Motorsport on row 2. This is a great microcosm of TKM Racing. You've got the 3 biggest teams in the sport. Well, you've got the 4 biggest teams in the class. Precision Racing, Tim Wilson Motorsport, Klassen Motorsport 1, 2, 3. Then you've got the Talco sponsored privateer Patrick Leaf in 4th. Behind them you've got True Privateers, and then you have got Rob Saw Racing, one of the new TKM teams on the block. So we haven't got many of them, but they're very, very good. And we've got all the best of British in TKM Racing on your screens now. Willoughby Steele was trying to steal one there in the line. Uh-oh, there are carts oiling up. And that is the number 6 of Leo Robinson. Jump up and down the seat, Leo. Get her going, get her going. She's going, she's going. She's gone, she's okay.
Thank goodness, yeah, a couple of drivers just getting a little bit bogged there, wasn't it? Thought we might see some breakdowns, but nope, all continuing once again.
There's Harrison Morrow.
Indeed, so glad to see him out.
As his mates call him, and his parents, and other people. But
he's one of my favourite rappers.
H, 1989, he was brave enough to sample the Stone Roses. What the greatest lyric I've ever heard. My mouth dirty, but my heart clean. That's why my pockets are fat, just like a darts tee. That is truly inspiring. John Ratcliff, ladies and gentlemen, telling everybody what a bad taste in music he has. Let's talk about some go-karting, please, John.
Yeah, I'm not actually a massive fan of H, but thank you for that bit of rapping. I think I prefer your rapping, actually. Let's get him on a single. Alpha Live release a new single. Right,
here we go.
Third time of asking. Let's see if we can get this underway then. Leading us to the lights is Mr. Willoughby Steele. Points across, but actually round the outside, looking to take it is Jake Humphrey. They're still going to be side by side, making a bit of contact on the exit. But however, Willoughby will be on the inside. That's where you want to be for this right-hander as they get up and over the crest. It's going to be incredibly slippery. Look at that. The driver's almost braking there. I think just a big lift. Look how slidey it is for Willoughby. Under attack from the inside from the number 4 of Johan Kalachern. He's had a good start up into second place as they do rise over the crest, down the hill. You can see the elevation change here at GYG and how tough it is, how treacherous it is in these conditions. But all of them continue on through the first couple of laps. But it is still Willoughby Steele who leads the way.
It is indeed. Up over compression corner. Ooh, he saw there the number 43, Daniela Sutton. She was getting her left rear wheel on the grass. You don't want to do that, Daniela. And there's some side-by-side action further down. That looks like possibly William Bryant, the number 97, Rob Saw Racing Kart, making some progress. Aidan Mitchell on the inside. He passes the Tim Wilson Motorsports, number 31 of Joel Hull. The top 5 breaking away. It is Precision Racing's Willoughby Steele. It's the round 1 winner, Klassen Motorsports, Johan Kalachern in P2. Jake Humphrey runs 3rd, then Patrick Leaf in 4th. Harry Bloor from the back of the grid after he retired in the pre-final. He is already in the top 5. High five for Harry.
What an opening couple of laps then for Harry. Fantastic to see him. We were unsure whether we would be seeing him in this race, but we certainly are. All the way up into 5th place already. Could be challenging right at the top of the order in only a few minutes' time. You can see he's just at the back of that 3-kart train behind our 2 leaders, and he's already hounding the rear end of the 22. That's Patrick Leaf. Of course, we saw him have a brilliant pre-final, if I can get my words out. It gets a little bit wide there on the curve. As I was saying earlier, they're trying to get the power down while they've still got a bit of steering lock on, and then it can just just start to slip on you. But he holds on to it, now under pressure, and here are your two leaders. Also under pressure is Willoughby Steele. Don't think he's close enough for a move there behind is Yihan Kalachern. Of course, Kalachern had a perfect round at the opener, won the heats and the pre-final and the final. Hasn't quite been so on it this weekend with a third place in heat number 2, his best result, but he's there in second and he's challenging for this final win.
Well, we're going to save our best to last, maybe, for Yihan Kalachern. Here he goes for the race lead. Mauritius well, he's living in the UK, but originally his family are from Mauritius, and he's got a lot of support in Mauritius. He's the only driver to win 2 Wera Tour Driver of the Day awards. Both times he's been nominated, he's won. So we've been talking about our viewing figures from Mexico. Well, I think Mauritius might be trying to challenge Mexico for the most, away from the UK, the country with the most viewers. And their man, Yihan Kalachern, leads the way from Willoughby Steele. Then a big gap developing back to Harry Bloor up into P3. Top gear from the rear for number 11, Harry Bloor. And Willoughby Steele looking over his shoulder. Yihan Kalachern has lit the touch paper and gone. Oh, there's Patrick Leaf diving at the inside of Harry Bloor for P3, but he has to back out of it. Tell you what, I wouldn't count out Harry Bloor for a sneaky crack at P2 as 2 of the Tim Wilson carts go side by side.
Is he trying to last the first challenge? Do you reckon he just sat out the early ones? Was like, I'm just going to try to last the first of the final.
He thought, you know what, the racing's not exciting.
Yeah, it's too easy.
Henry and John have been a little bit off colour. They've been a little bit, so I want to try and boost them up a little bit and give them something to talk about.
Well, he's certainly doing that, isn't he? He's certainly doing that. Yeah, cheers, Harry. Much appreciated. We see Leo Robinson get a move as well, up to 5th place on Jake Humphrey on that last lap. And indeed, as shown now on the timing, Yihan Kalachern is getting it down, getting the tyres nice and warm there out in these wet conditions, and really getting the time out of that kart. Now 0.8 of a second in the lead is Yihan, just ahead of Willoughby Steele, and Willoughby Steele is starting to fall back into the clutches of Harry Bloor. Still just about 1.5 seconds between the two of them. However, they are closing in. But to remind you, Willoughby Steele and Harry Bloor, 2 Precision Racing teammates. Could they decide, maybe we don't have the pace to get on our own, to catch up with Yihan Kalachern, but maybe working together, we could try and close in on him.
Yeah, even wet conditions, it's harder to work together, but it's not impossible, and they can try. There's a good Tim Wilson motorsport photograph there. The 10 of Humphrey, the 31 of Hull, followed by the 14 of Mitchell, followed by the 43 of Daniela Sutton, up into the top 8. So again, the Tim Wilson motorsport team doing a great job of coaching these new drivers. Yihan Kalachern at the moment.
He's in the 52s.
He's in the 52s.
He's in the 52s.
That is insanely quick from Yihan Kalachern. So Dave Klassen, there's a move. That is the number 31 of Joel Hull. So, for an example, last time around, Willoughby Steele did a 54.07. Yihan Kalachern at 52.94.
Over a second faster. That is unbelievable from Yihan Kalachern.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. So I said Dave and Ashley Klassen must have got that setup absolutely nailed on for Yihan Kalachern. And this... Tell you what, Daniela Sutton's not out with this one either. Daniela Sutton debuted in the Daniel Ricciardo series, first time out here in the British Championship, and she has got the pedal to the metal as she goes through turn number 1 onto Dragon Straight. Here is a battle further up. This is...
Leo Robinson through on Patrick Leaf, that up towards the first section of the circuit, and already gets it done. A really nice move. A little bit of a wiggle from the rear end there of Patrick Leaf as he just got overtaken, got out on the wide line there, tried to get it back in, wasn't able to do anything about it, has to settle for 5th place by now. But yeah, as you were saying, Daniela Sutton's having a good race, up 3 positions already, now in a bit of a train with her teammates, Leah Robinson, Joel Hull, Jake Humphrey, and then herself from 5th place down to 8th. So it makes it a little bit more difficult. You can't go for a crazy move on your teammate. If it all goes wrong, then you're going to have a bit of an awkward chat after the race.
Well, exactly. But I mean, this is no fear driving at its finest. Okay, we knew the championship. It's raining. We're at the most difficult track in the UK. We got a bunch of the best in the country around us. Well, what the heck? Let's just go for it and have faith in our own ability. Ooh. No fear. Oh, Joel Hull puts a wheel on the grass. Now, talking of inter-team battles, here is the inter-precision racing battle. Yihan Kalachern has waved goodbye. 52.88 for Yihan Kalachern. The question now is, John, which precision motorsport driver, precision racing driver will finish second? It's not a case of can they catch the lead, and I think we know the answer to that. Which of them can finish second? It's Willoughby Steele versus Harry Blore. Don't take each other out, no team orders here, but it's going to be a case of, it's been a long time coming for a precision race to get back on the junior podium, but it looks like they're going to, like buses, two come along at once, provided the drivers behave themselves. Certainly Blore looks quicker at this stage in the race at 52.77 for Callaghan. He is 4 seconds up the road.
Exactly, yeah, he's continuing to push on, but these drivers behind are starting to find the grip now as it continues to dry here at GYG. The rain's been stopped for a good sort of 15-20 minutes now. And luckily for the drivers out there, starting to find a bit more grip, and especially for Willoughby Steele there, it was around the low 54s, now dropping into the low 53s. Last lap, still a tenth of a second slower than Harry Blore behind, but finding the pace now is Willoughby Steele there in second place and making a good go at it, are these two. But as you say, I think Johan Callaghan, it's just too little too late for anyone in behind. He found that grip somehow immediately as it stopped raining there, and impressively slow has extended that gap. I think as they cross the line now, it's going to be more closer to 5 seconds than 4. What an impressive race so far, and just less than 4 minutes to go on the clock.
Okay, here we go then. So as we watch this with 4 minutes to go, 45 minutes ago, we were underwater and we thought the race meeting might be abandoned. Now we want to know, we have got 3 races to go after this one. In the comments, let us know. The next race after this is TKM Extreme. The penultimate race of the day is Junior X30. The last race of the day is KZ2. Let us know in the comments which, if any of those races, are going to be slick tyres. I can't believe I'm saying it. Is it going to be TKM Extreme up next, Junior X30 after that, or KZ2 last race of the day? Which one's going to be on slicks, if any? Let us know in the comments. Well done to Eddie, Tracy, Ash Davis, the owners here at Glan-Y-Gors. The drainage system here is set. There are Formula 1 tracks that could learn something about how to dissipate torrential rain better than Glan-Y-Gors Park in North Wales. Well done. Let us know in the comments. Are we going to see slicks in TKM Extreme next, in Junior X30 after that, or in KZ2 final race of the day? Let us know. 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. John Ratcliff.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it's before the KZ2s, but then equally with the KZ2s, the amount of power that they've got on slicks in the wet, that would be so treacherous. So I can't call it, to be honest, but these two are having a great little battle down the hill. They're still going side by side as they head into the braking zone there. Try not to squeeze him out onto the curb. That's your teammate, but the 10 makes the move stick. So Jake Humphrey, actually, that was staying ahead of Monty Braithwaite. It's Monty Braithwaite who's the one pressuring there, trying to find a way through, but not able to do so. Just behind them, the 97 of William Bryant there as well with them too. But we look back to the 31 leading the 43. That's Joel Hole in 6th, and Daniela Sutton there still trying to find a way through. Hasn't quite been able to do so though.
Daniela Sutton running in 7th place on her British Championship debut. Harrison Morrow is running in 10th.
She's got a good run as well.
Look at this. Go on, Daniela.
What a move. No fear, as you were saying, all the way over onto the grass. Might be an up and under, though, for the 31 into the braking zone. Might be a bit of contact. She tries to hang it around the outside, and she's going to do just that. What a brilliant move.
Daniela Sutton spent last night sharpening her elbows. And with good reason. Joel Hull's thinking, yes, but my elbows were sharpened last year when I did this championship. And Aidan Mitchell's thinking, I would love to be a fly on the wall in Tim Wilson Motorsport. Yellow flags. Now, why have we got yellow flags? Because we got a go-kart at the side of the circuit. Who was, I think it was Dara McInerney. I was saying that the number 3 of Dara McInerney. And the reason is, Dara went on slick tyres. Dara McInerney, brave lad. The gamble hasn't paid off, Dara, but my word, that takes some testicular fortitude, I think is the best word. That takes some guts to do that, Dara. It hasn't worked this time, young man, but it might. There you go! And we'll move swiftly on as Joel Hull gets going again. The comments coming in, a lot of people think the Junior X30 might go out there. A couple in the next race could go out, Alice Powell says, if there's nothing to lose. And a few might chance a full six, Jack Stewart full six in KZ2. It's starting to spit again.
Sorry to inform you.
Sorry to inform you. It is light bits of rain. However, 10 seconds ago, Johan Callaghan, there's a famous quote from Pedro Rodriguez in the sports car racing at Brands Hatch in a Porsche 917. when it started raining, he was on slick tyres. And John Wyer, the team boss, he told his mechanics, does anyone want to tell Pedro it's raining? Because even though he was on slicks in the rain in a Porsche 917, he was just going 10 seconds a lap faster than anybody else. And it was like he wasn't aware. Does someone want to tell Jan Kalichern it's raining?
Now over 6 seconds in the lead, absolutely ridiculous. But what I was saying earlier about Daniela Sutton and Joel Hull not wanting to get together, otherwise there might be a little bit of an awkward conversation in the pits after. I think we might be seeing that. Hopefully it gets nowhere near Anthony's mic down there. But look at this, Johan Kalichern is leading us on to the final lap of the race. He extends that gap to now nearly 6.5 seconds even, I should say.
Here we go. As we there, Johan Kalichern is on course for victory as Neil Robinson sets a new fastest lap. Alice Powell, you can tell Alice is a proper racer. She has said, somebody at the, who said that someone could risk it in TKM if they got nothing to lose. Alice, congratulations. Out on the grid, there are some drivers at the back of TKM Extreme who are on slicks because they got nothing to lose. Now, on track, change on the last lap. Leo Robinson moves into P3 at the expense of our pole sitter and the O-Plate champion, Willoughby Steele. But up at the front, after an absolute masterclass, it is the Klassen Motorsport of Johan Kalichern who wins once again, and from the back of the grid, Harry Blore takes his first British Championship podium, and Leo Robinson for Tim Wilson Motorsport. So all the big players in TKM get onto the podium. Kalichern, Blore, Robinson, Willoughby Steele, commiserations. That first podium for the British Open champion, it will come, I promise you. In fifth positions, Patrick Leaf. Daniela Sutton on her British debut is sixth, but as you can see on the screen, that sixth position is under investigation. Aidan Mitchell seventh, William Bryant in eighth, Monty Brathwaite ninth, Joel Hull unfortunately down in 10th, Harrison Morrow. Murdoch is happy, Harrison, because you got home and finished 11th. Jake Humphrey finishes 12th. Dara McInerney, after gambling on slicks and only spinning once, fair play, finished a lap down in 13th. But what do you do?
I'm not sure what happened to Jake Humphrey at the end there. He was crawling across the line. Last lap, a 1:22. So something going wrong at the end there for Jake. Managing to get to the checkered flag, to be fair to him. But yeah, came across the line sort of with his hands in the air. Not sure what was the problem, but either way, making it to the checkered flag, and fair play, not for just pulling it over and saying, well, that race is done. Actually continuing on, making it to the checkered and getting the race done. So well done, Jake.
Well done indeed. There is a look at your Junior TKM final result. Kalichern, Blore, Robinson, Steele, Leaf, Sutton, Mitchell, Bryant, Brathwaite, Hull, Morrow, Humphrey, McInerney. 3 races to go. You know, about 2 minutes ago when I said it is starting to spit again, John Ratcliff?
Yes.
It's now sunny outside.
Ah, lovely.
There is literally sun coming through Coventry Rock's window. You couldn't make it up, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at the Demon Tweaks banners. Some of our very, very loyal sponsor. Nature. Nature. Wet leaves in Wales.
Can we commentate over the water droplets?
Someone's angling for a job on the next series of Green Planet. Here we go then. TKM Extreme is up next, but Anthony
Thank
is
you very
down
much,
the pits.
guys. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé. Well, Johan Kalichern, what a drive that was. You went for the wet tyres. There was only one driver on slicks. Maybe the wrong choice. It was a little bit too wet out there. But, mate, where did you find that waft? You were flying out there.
Thank you. I honestly, I'm speechless, kind of. I didn't even know I was going to pull such a big gap, and I was just consistent all the time.
You were awarded driver of the day from the last round. You received those tools early on today. So, you know, all around, it's been a pretty solid weekend.
Yeah, it's been fast. Yeah, it's been good, yeah.
Well, congratulations. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank ARC Chassis, David and Ashley Klassen, Klassen Motorsport, Joe Fowler, and my parents.
Mate, congratulations. Well done, Johan Kalichern, on a race win there. Well done. Next races are firing up. We've got to go back out there. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. TKM Extreme heading out now. And one thing that we could possibly use Anthony for is to find out who is on slick tyres. Here is your starting lineup.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a look at it then. Charlie King will lead us away for this TKM Extreme Final here for event number 3. Alfie Garford is the one trying to stop him on second place. Then it's Harvey Roth and Joe Cheek behind, followed by Adam Sparrow and Kian Bennett. Then 7th, Lee Whittingham and Liv Jakins. Then it's Chris Whitton and Gareth Haynes. Then Luke Jarman and Aaron Last there in 12th. Then it's Kai Springfield, Ashton Cox, Jessica Fitchhall, Alvin Chu, Ryan Morgan and Andrew Platt. And just behind them is Oliver Bowen and Fen Chapman.
Now, looking on our timing screens, John, Ryan Morgan may not have made it out, due to start the number 53 privateer entry from the penultimate row of the grid, P17, and can't quite see if he's out there now. Let's have a look. Well, we've got a mix of tyre compounds. We'll find out very quickly who is on slicks and wets. Those that are on wets will probably get a decent start, and then if it doesn't rain, they'll start to go backwards. If I was a driver, and I used to be, I'd be on slicks right now, and this is going to help the drivers on slicks even more. Now, the O plate is on slicks. The 19 is on slicks. So, Harvey Roth and Adam Sparrow definitely on slicks. Looking further back,
a lot of them on slicks.
Whitton on slicks. Everyone at the back of the pack on slicks. I have a feeling that Charlie King, Alfie Garford, Joe Cheek, Kian Bennett, and I think Lee Whittingham may have, as it stands, no, is that Charlie King on slicks? It is. The pole sitter's on
Harvey
slicks
Roth
as well.
definitely has slicks.
Yeah, Roth on slicks, but Garford is on wets.
Yes.
And
the Joe Cheek behind him, I think, on wets as well.
Yeah, Joe Cheek on wets. Down at the back here. Oh, dear. I think that's... what? To be fair, the rain is... We've had 4 seasons in 12 minutes before here at Glan-Y-Gors. It could happen. But
seemingly every 12 minutes.
Yeah, every 12 minutes, yes. It's the case of which 12 minutes they happen to be on circuit for. Let's find out. TKM Extreme. Come to the line, lights are out, we're off and racing through turn number 1. It's going to be advantage wets for a short while until the slicks get up to temperature. Don't force the slick, you want to try and force the slick drivers offline. So it's Garford on wets and Joe Cheek on wets. Cheek takes the lead, Garford second, but critically already you can see Harvey Roth on slick, there was Charlie King on slicks in third. Fascinating opening couple of laps in store, John.
Yeah, this is going to be super fascinating. I saw in the background as well Luke Jarman on the 18. I think he was on the wets. Had a great start. Some of the slick drivers just fanning out wide on the right, was able to cut up and under, take the inside line and get about 3 or 4 drivers. Really impressive to see. But yes, particularly through this downhill section, that's where I think the wets are going to be just a little bit better in this opening part of the lap, as you're shifting around your weight in the cart, trying to transfer the energy and trying to get the power down. That's going to be particularly difficult, but it is Joe Cheek at the lead of the race as we get to the end of lap 1, and he's already building a nice gap, up 3 positions on that opening lap, 0.6 of a second in hand.
Yes, he does indeed, but that 0.6 of a second will evaporate quicker than the residual surface water on this 1,100-metre track unless we have more rain. But as I say that, the sun breaks through the dark clouds. Garford in second place, that Wera Tools number 88 is going to just try and... You've got to make the rear end of that cart wider than a London bus. Alfie Garford, Charlie King is just going to bide his time. We've got Kian Bennett in 4th position. Lee Whittingham is 5th, and I think Lee is on wet as well. Anthony Jordan may have done some calculations. He may be looking at who and give us some insight on who is on slicks. Go, take it away, Anthony.
Well, Henry, you were talking about tyres, and, well, yes, I can tell you exactly that, as I'm just seeing here being pushed off the circuit, the number 25, who was one of the drivers who went out on slick tyres. Who was that? I haven't got the live timing up on me, so I'm flapping at the moment. Who is the number 25 all the way down? It's Alvin Chu, who's out of the race. Absolute disaster for him. The drivers who went out on slicks was Alvin Chu on the 25, the 97, the 20, the 58, the 1, the 19 and the O plate are all on slick tyres in this race. The rest are on slicks, and I've got to say the sun is coming back out here.
Okay, Anthony, so that is Kai Springfield in cart number 97. It is Gareth Haynes in cart 20. It is Ashton Cox in kart 58, defending champion Chris Whitten in kart 1, the 19 of Adam Sparrow and the O-plate of Harvey Roth are definitely on slicks. I'm not sure if Anthony got all the way up through the order. It's Wets currently leading. 1, 2, 3 on Wets. Now who is this? Is this Lee Whittingham in the number 10 making his move? Can't see, is that slicks or Wets for Lee Whittingham? They look a bit wide for Wets, don't they? Let's have a look. We'll try and get a camera. The sun is out. I think he's on Wets because look at the side pods give it away. With wet tyres, the side pods can be a bit further out, or but if you're on slicks, yeah, Lee Whittingham is on wet tyres. So we got Wets. Oh, and you can see the kart now trying to understeering a little bit, oversteering a little bit. So Cian Bennett on Wets. We have got, I think, the top 6 are on. There they are. So there's the 6 drivers that are on wet tyres down to Luke Jarman. Chris Whitten is the best placed driver on slicks thanks to Anthony Jordan's input. Gareth, he's in 7th. Aaron Lask in 8th. Then it's Gareth Haynes, privateer driver, in 9th. Andrew Platt is 10th. Kai Springfield on slicks is in P11. 8 minutes to go, John Ratcliff. That's going to be 8 tyre chewing, tortuous minutes for the front runners.
Yes, it will be. Yep, they get that initial getaway at the start of the race, but we may see the dries start to come into play a little bit more at the end of this one, as Adam Sparrow has set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. He's down in 13th place. He's just taken a position away from Fen Chapman to move himself up into 12th, so he's definitely one to watch.
He's on slicks.
He is.
So there you go. Fastest lap of the race is to a driver on slick tyres, and Gareth Haynes, who is in kart 20, who's also on slicks. 7.5 minutes to go, and the track has changed. It's now slicks over wets. The drivers you're looking at, they are on borrowed time.
And they're checking over their shoulders. They know it. They know the pace isn't there anymore. And now on that last lap, they had a good half a second to a second in it. Did the slick tyre runners over the wet drivers at the front. Charlie King was making good moves. A couple of laps to go up into 2nd place. But now that pace just going for all those front runners.
Yep, Chris Whitten, watch for kart number 1. Chris is one of 5 drivers who have 8 British Championship race wins, tied for 2nd on the all-time list behind Kai Hunter. Could he move on to number 9? There's Gareth Haynes. Well, we haven't seen much of Gareth Haynes. Privateer driver. I mean, that's a true privateer effort there. There's no allegiance to anybody. No ticket, no Targo Sport. He's a true privateer on that very, very attractive multi-blue-coloured kart there. The blue and grey turquoise livery number 20 kart. Gareth Haynes is the 2nd best slick shod runner. Adam Sparrow is the 3rd best placed slick shod runner. And here comes Chris Whitten. The slick train is about to enter the station.
It is indeed, yeah. Alice Powell in the chat confirming what we think. Slicks will be so fast now, and that's exactly what's happening. The slick drivers now closing in on the back of the pack of our wet runners at the front. And now the number 1, there is Chris Whitten right on the back of this train. Gareth Haynes, though, still setting faster laps of 49.42. Now that actually goes the way of Adam Sparrow, just behind a 49.11. Our dry tyre runners now 2 seconds, over 2 seconds faster than the wet tyres.
But you've still got to overtake them.
Very true.
Catching is one thing, passing is another. Joe Cheek leads by 0.7 of a second from Charlie King. Lee Whittingham is 3rd, 1.3 seconds back. Then it's Alfie Garford in kart number 88, 2.87 seconds behind, followed by Cian Bennett and Luke Jarman. Here comes Chris Whitten. Now look at Jarman's going to try and squeeze Chris Whitten back off the slick racing line. This is a real test of skill, and Gareth Haynes is closing in the privateer number 20. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes. Oh, and Chris Whitten's having all sorts of problems. He's on the right tyre, but he hasn't got track position.
Yeah, he's trying everything he can to try and squeeze through on the number 18, isn't he? But Luke Jarman is holding him off for now anyway. Looks to be a move just further ahead, but look at these 2 dry tyre runners coming up and over the crest. They're super quick. This is brilliant, but as you say, to make the overtake stick, they've got to get off that dry line onto the wet line and still try and get it stopped on dry tyres. But look at this, the 20's in behind. They're still going side by side. They're trying to get it through on Luke Jarman, and they both managed to squeeze through, but it is still Chris Whitten leading Gareth Haynes there.
1 down, 5 to go for Whitten and Gareth Haynes. Sometimes a driver that you wouldn't expect to be up at the front gets their 15 minutes of fame, and I'm not going to cast any dispersions on Gareth Haynes' talent because he's a very talented driver, but this is your moment to shine, Gareth. Grab it with both hands. The Welshman at a Welsh circuit has a chance of a podium in the British Championship on his seasonal debut. Take it with both hands, Gareth. This is your moment. Follow multiple champion Chris Whitten and learn all you can. Get your notebook out, because Chris Whitten could lead you onto the British Championship podium as Whitten makes short work of Alfie Garford and sets off after the top three. King now leads. Cheek is second. Whittingham is third, and Whitten and Haynes are fourth and fifth. Wales is cheering for that man, number 20, Gareth Haynes.
He's not just following, is he? He is looking very quick himself, is Gareth Haynes, as there's more battling going on behind them, as more dry tyre runners continue to come through. That's the number 19 now.
Adam Sparrow.
Adam Sparrow getting through. We've seen him have fastest laps throughout this race. He still does hold the fastest lap, a 49.07. Actually, nearly a second faster than the other two dry runners. Adam Sparrow looking so quick.
Lee Whittingham has passed Joe Cheek for second, and Chris Whitten just drives round the outside of Joe Cheek for third. Here comes Gareth Haynes. Move Haynes into P4. Whitten's got two drivers left to pass, Charlie King and Lee Whittingham. Can Gareth Haynes also catch and pass the two drivers on wet tyres? 2.5 minutes to go.
I can't call this between any of these three. This is going to look super close. Look, they're still continuing to battle as we come across the line. Tries it down the inside. The number one just chopped off was Chris Whitten. Going to have to feed in once again as they head up here. But this is going to be close.
Lee Whittingham knows he can't help it.
No.
He lets them go. There goes Lee Whittingham. His wait for another podium continues. And here comes Adam Sparrow.
Ooh, a bit of contact.
I really hope that his nose cone wasn't knocked off there as Sparrow passes Gareth Haynes. Whitten takes the lead, but Charlie King's not going to give in, even though his tyres are giving in. Here comes Adam Sparrow into P2.
He doesn't want to give in, but he has to. He just does not have the grip of those dry tyre runners anymore. Got that brilliant start, did Charlie King, but nothing down to him. Just those tyres now falling off as we head into drier circuit conditions. And look at this, the 20 now down the inside. Of course, Wales cheering for him, as you say. Gareth Haynes does get through, moves himself up into third. So now all of our top three on those slick tyres. It's Chris Whitten leading Adam Sparrow, leading Gareth Haynes. 1.5 minutes plus 1 lap left to go, and it's a three-way scrap for this win, and the 19 of Adam Sparrow's already trying it. He's all over the back of Chris Whitten. This is going to be a monumental battle.
Sparrow was British champion in 2020. Whitten won it last year. Two champions, both Talco supported, privateer drivers. Whitten, 8 British final wins. Sparrow's got a few less, but has got the same amount of British championship. Haynes has never even sniffed a British championship podium, and here he is. And you know what? He's not out of it yet. 55 seconds to go. Slicks with the way forward. It came good right at the end. It's now Whitten versus Sparrow. Gareth Haynes looks over his shoulder. Gareth now knows there is no one chasing him. Gareth, get your head down and just look forward. What goes on behind you, you can do nothing about. What happens in front of you, every apex is now in your own hands.
Exactly, yeah. There's no point in looking back at this stage in the race. Just look forward and focus on your lines. Hit those marks, because one little mistake in these conditions and it can all be over. You're off on the grass, and particularly now when that grass is absolutely sodden, it will just drag you out wide, and that is it. You'll struggle to even get back onto the black stuff.
Adam Sparrow has got the sort of... looks like he wants to make a move. He looks like...
He does.
He looks like a man who's not prepared to settle for second on this occasion.
I would agree, and they just crossed the line before we hit zero, so we're getting 2 more laps here. So he's been given the opportunity. He's been given the opportunity by the gods then, as he closes in under brakes there. Look at that. So committed from both of them. They both want this win. I mean, of course they do, but they've had to fight through from the middle of the pack here early on in the race, thinking, oh, maybe I've made the wrong decision. But no, it's come good in the second half, and now it's a 2-way scrap between these two. But Gareth Haynes still there in the background, ready to pick up the pieces if it all goes wrong.
Further back, we've got more drivers on wet tyres now, on slick tyres, trying to come through. There is the O-plate of Harvey Roth. Charlie King is still the best placed runner on wets in 4th, followed by Whittingham in 5th. Springfield on slicks is 6th. Then it's Jarman on wet 7th. Cheek is wet as we start the final lap. Adam Sparrow has the race lead. John Ratcliff.
He's stolen it away, hasn't he? Just as we cut back to them, look at this battle. It's fantastic. He's going to have to move over to the inside to defend, but of course that's going to be slightly wetter. Could let it go out wide, but gets the power down nicely. Going to try the up and under is the number 1. He's got it alongside. Has Chris Whitten. He's going to try the overtake down at the bottom of the hill. Try not to get caught out by that downhill braking. Tries the up and under to 19, but it's not going to work. And Chris Whitten retakes the lead.
3-4 corners to go. Oh, Whitten got on another damp patch there. Here comes Sparrow. They interlock coming through Devil's Elbow. Now they separate once again. Whitten has it. Sparrow wants it. Here comes Gareth Haynes. 1 corner to go. It's going to be Whitten by inches over Sparrow. Gareth Haynes, take a bow. P3. Here comes Kai Springfield in 4th. King on wets is 5th. 6th for Lee Whittingham on wets. Roth 7th on slicks. Jarman 8th on wets. Garford 9th on wets. And then it's Cian Bennett 10th on wets. Cheek 11th on wets. Ashton Cox, Liv Jenkins, Andrew Platt, Ben Chapman, Oliver Bowen, Jessica Vitchell, John Ratcliffe. We have just witnessed one of the greats.
That was unbelievable. It was so good. You couldn't get Chris Whitten's name out your head there. We've just witnessed the best race of all time, and we have.
We have witnessed, yeah.
That was absolutely fantastic. I couldn't keep my eyes off that. What a battle, and how it just changed through the race, that initial getaway. The slick driver just getting pounced on by the wets, but then it all came back to the end as it dried out, and it looked like it could go any way. Sparrow was looking the quickest by quite some way during the most of that race, but Whitten got that pace at the end, and he definitely had to fight for it. Sparrow got him on the second last lap, but Whitten re-overtake. What a race.
Indeed, indeed. The difference there. Gareth Haynes, well, I hope it's the first of many podiums for him. But as for non-target sport, true privateer entries, the opportunities are few and far between. You've got to gamble. Alice Powell said on the live chat, she said, if you're at the back, go on slicks, you've got nothing to lose.
You can see the tyres, steaming.
Yeah, steaming. And wow, in the comments, everybody, if you couldn't tell me a better race we've had this season, put it in the comments, because I don't think there's been one.
Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Well, there's a couple of races we've got left to go.
On.
Yeah, they've got a lot to do.
Calm down, Henry. What are you saying about?
to live up to that one. Absolutely brilliant. Of course, we lost a couple of drivers from that one, annoyingly, but of course, the top three, can't wait to hear from them, and we're going to go down to Anthony in the pit lane.
Well, down here in Parc Fermé, what a race that was, all the way to the checker flag. You and Sparrow all the way to the end. Chris, you managed to get the move done on the last lap. Well, you managed to retake the move back on the last lap. What a race that was.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, the first couple of laps were a bit sketchy on the slicks, and everyone else was on the wets. But, yeah, I saw Adam and Harvey dropped it on the first couple of laps, so I was the first slick runner. So when I got past all the wet runners, I was sort of first in line, really. Yeah. And apart from that, it was really good, close to the end.
Yeah, it very much was, wasn't it? What made you decide to go for the slicks?
Just the years that we've been here, really. We know this track drives fast, just from experience, really. So we thought we'll go for it. We're slightly down the order anyway, so we took the gamble.
Hey, it paid off, didn't it? P1, well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there, Chris Whitten there. Let's chat to Adam Sparrow, who finishes in P2. Adam, that was certainly a fight, and you certainly made it look like a challenge. But wait, what a result, though, P2.
Yeah, I threw it away, but there was another issue in the early laps, which I managed to fix, which mine was on. But I know I'm quick in these conditions, which is allowing me to catch back up to Chris, and I tried.
What was the issue?
I'm not going to go into any further, but it's very unsportsmanlike from other people. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Right, OK, fair enough. But, mate, a solid result, though, still. What a fight, though, with Chris to the flag, though.
Oh, yeah, great move from Chris there. I don't think he realised I was there at the end there, but which is why I managed to get the move on him. But great switch back. I think he had a bit more teeth on for those situations. But, yeah, it's a great race. Great, respectful driving from Chris. Yeah. I'm quite happy.
Mate, solid result. Well done, P2. We'll see you on the podium later on. Let's chat to our third place man. Home win. Home win here for Gareth Haynes. Gareth, again, another one of our drivers who went for the slick tyres. Only, I think, about a handful, about 5 of you went for the slick tyres in the end. So what made you firstly go for that one?
I was just looking at the clouds, to be honest. Didn't look like it was going to rain again. Track looked like it was drying quick and just went for a gamble. I think I was the first one to do it. Just caused a bit of a reaction, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, it was a nice choice to go for them, but in the end. But talks about those early laps, having to battle with the track still in a slightly damp condition. So was it quite tough out there?
Yeah, for sure. There were definitely some slippy corners. It was just about keeping it on the track in the first place, to be honest. And after that, just the pace came and the wet guys all sort of fell behind, and it just became a race between the guys on slicks, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Talk us about the moment where you had to try and get through the wet tyre guys, because, of course, catching up is one thing, but getting past is another, like Henry likes to say. And, of course, that was certainly a challenge.
For sure, it was a challenge. I think it's made easier, just the grip advantage, especially around some of the fast corners. You can just almost go around the outside of them. It makes it a lot easier, a lot more opportunity than slicks on slicks.
Yeah, exactly. Mate, what a result, though. Congratulations. We'll see you out there later on today.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for our TKM drivers. More finals coming up. Stay with us as the engines now fire up for Junior X30.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take you on a very quick rundown through a capacity 34 kart starting lineup in Junior X30. It's Macaulay, Bishop and Taylor Orridge on row 1, Cian Geraghty and Freddie Lloyd row 2, Lewis Bird, Fred Green on row 3, Harry Bartle and Thomas Min Spearing, Kenzo Craigie and Harrison Mackie round out your top 10, Monday Junior Canini and Lewis Islin on row number 6, row 7 Riley Cranham and Oliver Stilp, row 8 Morgan Moore, Cathal Clark, row 9 Eden Spanswick and Ewan Charman. Rounding at the top 20, Zach Green and Rocco Shenton. Then it's James Shotton and Jensen Graham and Aston Sharp and Tristan Powell round at your top 2 dozen. George Quartermain, Isaac Phelps, Sam Branston, Alexander Savinkoff, Flynn McDermott and Ollie Rand, your top 30. The last 2 rows, Hardy Mamassi, Henry Carter, Sam Woolley, and starting shotgun on the field, Joey Brown.
Perfect timing, mate. Perfect timing as we round the last corner. Can we get it underway? First time of asking for our Junior X30 final. Yes, we can. And Macaulay Bishop takes the lead, but look how squirmy they already are. Round. Oh, no, false start. False start. Apologies. Got a bit too excited there.
It gives us a chance to. So Louis Bevan, good to see Louis Bevan, a former TKM driver extraordinaire. Well, he still is, but not in this parish any longer. Grit Entertainment. Yes, Alice. We do know that KZ2 final at Kim Bolton was good, possibly because of the results on who won that race. And Tony Kart racer, Lewis Islin, Max Cuthbert say, come on, Lewis Islin. Lewis driving for the Jade Racing team. And Tony Kart racer, that's how, yes. Anthony Jordan has a tattoo of the Mugello circuit and Valentino Rossi's number on his arm. Why? It's like Valentino Rossi and bikes, but also because he's a tool. Carry on.
Here we go then. Second time of asking. Are we getting it underway? It looks. I haven't seen a false start. Are we false starting again? Yes, we are false starting once again. So we'll continue round. They'll get another 1,100 metres to try and get those tyres as warm as possible.
Yeah, now everyone will be on stick tyres here.
Oh yeah, they are. 100%.
100% on stick tyres.
Yeah.
And maybe a bit of gamesmanship from the front row starters to get an opportunity for those tyres to get back to get the temperature a little bit more.
There's some drivers on sort of the third and fourth row weren't too happy with that. Hands in the air. What's going on? Why aren't we getting this started?
Yes, Ewan Charman getting some support from Riza Searuthon. Riza, the Rob Dodd School of Karting. Anthony Jordan apparently has some information for us down in the pits. Anthony, what have you got?
Henry, I've got the live chat in my phone as well. I heard your comment as well. I'm pretty sure you've got a tattoo of a sheep on your left cheek, but we'll say less about that. Here comes the race.
Fair play, Anthony Jordan. We're off and racing in Junior X30. And I was going to say, Riza Seaworthon from the Rob Dodd School of Karting. Hello to the BKC Racing Crew Nibbers. And up to Spoon Curve we go. How does Anthony Jordan know which cheek it's on? I'm very scared about. Down the hill.
Oh, big crash. 44's off.
Oh, that's Kenzo Craig of the Identity Motors with him, and he held it. Somehow he held it. He got spat wide. There goes the number. That's one of the crop carts as well.
It was the 73 of Harry Bartle, I think.
It was a 73. Oh, I think
it ended with a 3. Or it might be the 43,
It might be the 43. And there's one of the JB Green carts off the road. Now, let's have a look. Taylor Orridge comes round to complete lap number 1 in the midst of all that hilarity. In the lead from Macaulay Bishop. Fast Freddie Lloyd up into P3. Then Cian Geraghty, Lewis Bird, Harrison Mackie. Down the bottom, it was Zach Green, Kenzo Craigie. Bishop back in front.
Absolutely no fear from Bishop. There's big incident. No, they've kept her going. Oh my goodness, a 17 riding up on the back of another cart there. Freddie Lloyd nearly taking flight there, but continues on nonetheless. Reattaches to the black stuff and continues. But that was a close one for Freddie Lloyd. Luckily, he continues on once again. I think he's dropped down to about 6th or 7th position because of that, though.
Yes, he has. And but Macaulay Bishop, this is what they all fear. They all feared giving Macaulay Bishop a bit of clean air and some clean track. And the driver who has got Fusion Motorsport had a win earlier on. That brought them within 1 overall win of Dan Holland Racing. 44 wins now for Fusion. Dan Holland, they got 45. Could we see 46 for Macaulay Bishop? That would be win number 9. That would put him in a 2-way. Oh my word, that is so. Oh, and that's the number 76 of Thomas Bin-Spearing out of 6th position, and you can just see how slippery the grass is. You've got to tiptoe round the black bits here at Glan-Y-Gors. You want to stay off the green stuff.
Yeah, it's at that point now where you get on the grass and you end up speeding up rather than slowing down.
Perfect illustration.
As soon as you hit the brakes, you just fly off, and then you end up about 200 metres from the circuit, and you've got a long push to get it back on.
And very unfortunately, it's been the 2 Argenti Motorsport karts that have given us the best view of that situation. There is the number 76 of Bin-Spearing being pushed away. Here is the battle between one of the MTL Motorsport karts, Cian Geraghty in kart number 9, and the 51 Jamie Green Racing kart of Fred Green. This is the battle for 6th and 7th, coming down the hill towards the carousel.
Indeed, yep, nose to tail they are. Good little battle going on, but as we say, just how treacherous it still is. Oh, no problem. That's from near the front. Who's that? It's the 66 of Taylor Orridge. Had a brilliant start up into the lead, but it all goes wrong, and the kart goes no further.
In the Senior X30 final, we saw the 2 crop promotion karts suddenly develop mechanical problems.
Yes, we did.
We have just seen one in Junior X30 have the same. That is absolutely catastrophic misfortune for the crop promotion team, but they've still got 1 bullet left in the gun, and that is Lewis Bird running. There he is on your screens in P3. Lewis Bird, he's the only crop promotions kart running at the front that hasn't had a problem yet. Now, he is a bird. He must be a bit of a nervous bird, probably about nervous as a pheasant in hunting season at the moment. There's Freddie Lloyd right behind him with Fred Green, Cian Geraghty, Monde Junior Canini up into 7th position. This is the best performance we've seen from Monde in kart number 31. There he is on your screens going down the Dragon Straight now. Behind him, Cathal Clark, his Fusion teammate in 8th. Then it's Lewis Isley 9th. Privateer driver Rocco Shenton. He's picking him up and knocking him down. Started 20th, up into 10th place. Ahead of Harry Bartle, Ewan Charman, Morgan Moore, Eden Spanswick, Aston Sharp, Isaac Phelps, Jensen Graham, James Shotton, Riley Cranham, and Ukraine's Alexander Savinkov round out your top 20.
Yeah, we couldn't shout enough about how fantastic Rocco Shenton was in Honda Cadets, and now clearly showing that once again in Junior X30, but he's not the only driver to have gained 10 positions so far in this race. Himself has obviously gained 10 positions, so has Isaac Phelps, so has Henry Carter. No, a couple of drivers off, and that's quite the big incident. 63 is off.
That's the 63. That is, it's another mad crop car. It's Henry Carter and Oliver Stilt for the Optima Performance team. Both drivers sat in their car. And again, that looked like it was one of those things. They went off and they sped up on the grass into the tyres. You could see the marshals, the number 63 of Henry Carter still sat in his kart. He's moving around, talking to the marshal. The other driver, Oliver Stilt, up and out of his kart and absolutely okay. We know that a lot of family members watch us from home. Again, he's in the car, he's moving around and talking with the marshal, and the marshalling team here at Glan-Y-Gors were on the scene very, very quickly. Full course yellow, quite right too, because full course yellow. Macaulay Bishop's 2-second lead has been evaporated, and I have to say, let's have a quick recap, because one driver we haven't mentioned is Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie has popped up in the 2nd place.
Where's he come from?
Taylor Orridge. So Mackie runs in P2 for Fusion, so it's Dan Holland in Fusion. Well, if Fusion win this race, John Ratcliff, they move back into a tie with Dan Holland atop the all-time win list with 45 wins apiece. Just saying.
Good to see out of the kart as well now, Henry Carter just walking away. So just being guided by our fantastic team here at MSUK to the edge of the circuit. Hopefully all okay with Henry.
Yes, you can see the quarter flags, the Battenberg flags as we call them. Now they will probably, I mean, if they get the carts moved out of the way, because that is the next concern, because the grass is so slippery, they have to make sure those carts are moved out of the way, because if another driver has a moment at the top of the hill at a compression corner, then they will just spear up into those wagons that have been parked there. So they're going to have to move those out of the way. 7 minutes to go. Now, Bishop is slowing down. He doesn't want to slow. Yeah, he's now got the lead, the pack.
There's no point in speeding as a leader. You could get a penalty, and they're going to close down the gap anyway under a full course yellow. So just follow the regulations, keep your nose clean, make sure you don't get a penalty, and then do what you can do on the race start.
So 30 drivers left in the race. Kenzo Craigie is 30th, and you can just see him at the top of your screen there in the Argenti Motorsport kart. Let's see what Kenzo could do. It looks like we're about to go green once again. Yes, we are. And Bishop gets a great jump.
As you would expect, I think Bishop knows what he's doing there from a restart and already gains, what's that, 3 or 4 kart lengths there out in the lead. So as you say, he would have been so frustrated that he's lost that gap he's tried so hard to build over the first few minutes of this race, but he's already starting to build it once again. Now it's an on-track battle between DHR and Fusion over that tally of wins. But there's a move and a bit of elbows out. The 24's off on the grass. He manages to get it back on circuit, but where? Down in 7th place now for Lewis Bird, and he's still under pressure from behind.
Say Lewis Bird got his feathers plucked there coming out of the carousel.
The hunters found him,
in the still in the race. You know, for all the misfortune that Croc team have had, and they got a damaged kart now with Henry Carter. You just want one driver, get one driver to have a good result to give that team just a lift at the end of the weekend. It's because again, if the awning is soaking wet, the mechanics are soaking wet, so you just want one driver to come away with a good result. Harry Bartle there trying to make it 2 drivers just to salvage something from what has been a somewhat disappointing weekend so far for them. Out of the carousel, there's Ewan Charman, the Charmander in kart number 42, going up the hill, chasing Lewis Islin. Morgan Moore in 12th position for the premium karting team. Then it's Aston Sharp, the Scottish driver for Mick Barrett, racing in 13th. The Anglo-Moldovan driver, Eden Spanswick, is in 14th, followed by Isaac Phelps. But Bishop is pulling away. Mackie and Lloyd. Harrison Mackie with his older brother Lewis doing his mechanicking, and Fast Freddie Lloyd second and third. But they got Kian Garrity for the MDL racing team, last year's number 9 seed, chased them down. Anthony has got some news for us down in the pits. Anthony, take it away.
Yeah, Henry, 3 minutes to go in this race, not much time, but I've got to say it's starting to sprinkle with rain here in the pit lane. There is a dark cloud looming over the circuit. It might cause some issues coming into the later stages of this race, but Bishop still leads it. He's got nice, comfortable gap as they come past me on the start-finish line now.
Okay, there you go. You hear it from the horse's mouth. Surprise, surprise, it's spotted with rain. Now, one thing, and thank you very much for that information, Anthony, but of course, who's the guinea pig? It's Macaulay Bishop.
It is.
Because Mackie, Lloyd and Garrity, they have got a couple of seconds to react. If they see Bishop running wide, they know to break it a little bit earlier. Bishop is going into every corner blind now. If it's starting to rain again, Bishop is the one that is, I'm not using the word crash in an exit, but he's the crash test dummy.
Yeah, slightly, yeah. He's got to be the one to dive in and just test those conditions, whereas the drivers behind can watch what he does and say, oh, there's a bit of grip there. Oh, there's no grip there, as there's the 27
Ollie
coming
Rans.
back on track. Yeah, Ollie Rans having a bit of an issue there on that last lap. But here, 2nd to 5th place, still line of Cern. And look at that point ahead from Freddie Lloyd saying, come on, you've got to work with me to catch Macaulay Bishop here. But only 2 minutes left on the clock. They've not got long to catch him, and he's already extended his gap to 1.5 seconds. There's the move for 3rd place, though, down the inside. Kian Garrity retaking 3rd place away from Harrison Mackie, and Fred Green's right there as well.
Okay, Macaulay Bishop, are you ready for Fast Freddie? Because Freddie Lloyd up into P2, this is the highest he has run in the British Championship. He's racing out in Europe and he's doing very well out there. Now he's got to get his head down and he's got to chase down Macaulay Bishop. There is the move from Fred Green. Great move from Fred Green, passing Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie's dropped from 2nd back to 5th position. The lap times, however, well, Bishop's best lap was a 43.08. Last time around he did a 43.09. I've got to say, Cian Geraghty now looking racy behind Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd still trying to signal to Cian Geraghty, saying, no, come on, work with me. Fred, with 1 minute to go, I'm not sure Kieran's going to listen.
No, I'm not sure. There's all every man for themselves now, I think, and every lady for themselves as we head through these last minutes of racing here in the Junior X30 final. I also do just want to give a quick shout out to Alexander Savinkov, of course, was in our repechage earlier, currently running in 18th place in the finals. We've got another go round. That's Kenzo Craigie, big off.
And he's not happy about that. He was making his way back up through the pack. He was 30th at the restart. He was already up into 22nd position, and it's all gone wrong. And Cian Geraghty makes the move into second position. Well, MDL Motorsport, it started off, well, it was Litchfield Racing, that was Dave Litchfield. It was MLR Racing, which is Mark Litchfield Racing, and now father and son have combined, and Freddie Lloyd has a little chew on his rear bumper, though, coming through the compression corner, and now they've got a podium with MDL, so the father's on a podium, son's on a podium, and now father and son on course for a podium.
Oh, has he got it? He's got over the line. We've got 2 more laps. We've got 2 more laps. That was within a second, I would say, of whether we were going to have the final lap board or not. But nope, 2 more laps of this one then. And I don't think Cian Geraghty is too happy about that. He would have loved to do the final lap. 1,100 metres longer to defend that second place. Now he's got 2,200 metres instead.
Exactly, but yeah, Cian Geraghty, and he's got, look at Fred Green. Fred Green for the Jamie Green racing team trying to get onto the podium here in Junior X30. Harrison Mackie is 5th. Monday Junior Canini is 6th. Cathal Clark is 7th. Lewis Bird is 8th. Bartle 9th. Charman 10th. Then it's Sharp, Spanswick, Islin, Phelps, Graham, Moore, Shotton, Savinkov, Shenton, Mimasi, Cranham, Zach Green, the rest. And here comes Fred Green.
Yeah, Fred Green, great move there to take 3rd place as we do head on to the final lap. Now Macaulay Bishop, fair play, had that gap that he'd made reduced to nothing, and he's immediately built it back out to 2.5 seconds. Incredible from Macaulay Bishop, but we're still looking at this battle for second, then still run by Cian Geraghty. Just behind is Fred Green, and now the battle that was sort of split. We had 3 karts and then 4 karts. They've now become 1.
I was going to say, we can only have 1 fast Freddie, but what Green did, he said, right, said Fred, I'm going to go for it and get onto the podium. That was an early 90s pop music reference, by the way. But Macaulay Bishop is about to take win number 9 and win 46 for Dan Holland Racing. He takes the victory. Geraghty second, and it's Fred Green on the podium. Harrison Mackie steals 4th place from Freddie Lloyd on the last corner. Monday Junior Canini comes home in 6th. Everybody else comes in. The Croc Promotions team 7th and 8th for Bird and Bartle.
Rocco Shenton's gone off on the last lap as well. I've just seen him dropping down the order, sadly. And there is the 86 coming to the pits.
Rear bumper off, so probably a mechanical flag there. I've got to say, we've got a couple of karts to retrieve from the circuit there. But Macaulay Bishop, what a performance. And again, as a driver, John, I mean, you've raced, I've raced, you know, you're leading, you get a full course caution, you've got to reset yourself, and Macaulay did it perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. You can have that initial anger of, oh my goodness, I can't believe it's happening, but right, it is happening. Let's reset, focus on this restart, and get it done. That's exactly what Macaulay Bishop did. Fantastic to see.
And there's a look at the order down the grid there for down to 40. James Shotton. So we talked about the 4 drivers that are making their seasonal debut this weekend in the championship. The words at round number 1. 3 of them didn't even make it out of the repechage. James Shotton was the 4th, and he comes home in the top 40. Wow. Well done, James Shotton. Further down the order, there are various tales of what could have been and what should have been, but what wasn't. Islin, Graham, Moore, and the rest. And here are the drivers, sadly, that failed to make it to the end. Hopefully, well, we saw Orridge had a mechanical. Min Spearing, he was fine. Carter and Stilt, we hope they are okay. Kenzo Craigie walking away from his accident as well. Oh, now we have a brief break because we've got 1 more chance to speak to the drivers and just 1 race to go. Now, I would kind of say maybe with the sun shining, it is now dry. The spots of rain that we had halfway through that race, John, have dissipated once again.
I feel dry is quite the relative term now.
Dry is a relative term. And it's KZ2.
Indeed.
And KZ2, the pre-final, John, took place, there's a few spots of rain, so we've got a very mixed grid. So excitement guaranteed. And Anthony Jordan, though, is going to speak to our Junior X30 race winner, Macaulay Bishop.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down here in Park Fenway, and with our race winner, Macaulay Bishop. Solid drive for you out there. It started to spit of rain a little bit. Did you have any worries that it might have, you might have a downpour?
No, I think it was all right. Like, I saw it on my visor, so I just take it cautiously last 3 laps. So as long as I made it across the start-finish line, I think I was all right.
Yeah, solid way all the way throughout this weekend. You know, pretty decent result, and again, it's looking good this season, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the track. I think I was quite lucky with the track. You know, the conditions really suited me, so I was able to pull away. And then obviously with the Battenberg come out, I managed to get another good restart, and then I managed to drive away again.
Yeah, very lucky with that one. You did manage to get the good getaway. Solid result, though. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Sean, all the DHR, my brother, my dad.
Solid result, mate. Well done. Macaulay Bishop taking P1 out there. Let's chat to second place, Cian Geraghty, who's just very handily come over for me. Thank you very much, Cian. Mate, well, what a weekend that's been for you, but nice result, P2.
Yeah, it's a good result. I didn't think we were going to get on the podium after the first couple of laps because I think we dropped down to about 6th or 7th, but we brought it back well at the end. So, yeah, quite happy with that. Yeah, solid little result. But let's talk about the weather conditions that we had. First day, pretty hot. Second day, muggy and wet. Yeah, I think we had a lot of pace in the dry, and we haven't been here in the damp before, so that was my first time really going around when the track wasn't fully dry around here, so I didn't really know what to expect, but came away with a decent result still, so good points for the championship, and yeah. Yeah, nice battle all the way to the end. Anyone you'd like to thank? Mark Litchfield, the whole of MDL, and my dad. Solid result, mate. Well done, Cian Geraghty. Finishing P2, well done. I want to see if I could chat to Fred Green, who is disappeared. Where's he gone? He's over here? Fred, where is he? On the corner? Down here. Fred? Fred, come on, we need to have a chat with you. Come on, we've got to go back to the branding, mate. Come on, it's all about that. Come on, get over here. Right, Fred, what a race that was. Talk us, how was that for you?
It's all right. I had to start a bit further back than I wanted because of a penalty in one of the heats. And then at the start on the outside never worked, so we dropped down a bit, then slowly made our way back through to 3rd in the end.
Yeah. So nice little run all the way throughout the weekend. But like you say, was there any worry about rain in that race? I know you probably started to see some spots of rain on your visor.
I would have liked it if it was a bit more wet and we're actually like on wets. Like one or the other really, we would have been more happy with, but yeah, it was all right.
Yeah. Solid result though. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Jamie Green Racing, Croc, Aventus and my dad.
Awesome, mate. Crack on. I'll let you enjoy. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on. Only, I think, one more final to go. I think, if I'm right in saying, it's KZ2. It's coming up next.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had 32 races this weekend. Here live on Alpha Live, we have brought you 17 races so far. The 18th and final race of our coverage, the 33rd and final race of this madcap, crazy weekend in North Wales is about to begin. It's KZ2. 12 minutes, 2 rolling laps, a standing start, 16 drivers in action. The championship leader and round 1 winner, Ella Stevens, starts last. What is going to be in store for us, John Ratcliff? I can only imagine.
Yeah, don't ask me, mate. I haven't got a clue. I don't
well,
know
that makes
what's
2 of
gonna
us.
happen here.
Oh, no.
All I can say is I think it's going to be a pretty good race. With how jumbled up the order is,
Yes.
obviously coming out of these challenging conditions, of course, as we saw in their race earlier, they had some slightly difficult conditions with a few spots of rain, but slightly different now, coming onto a completely drying track, no active raining, but still offline, those bits of wet patches, so going for those overtakes could still be quite difficult.
Yeah, so KZ2 is the class where overtaking is the most difficult here. That is without a doubt a statement of fact. So the drivers have to force the issue to get past the drivers. But Anthony Jordan's got more news down on the grid. Anthony, what more information have you got for us? Take it away.
Well, down here in the pit lane, guys, before the KZ2s head out on circuit, we've got a minute or so. Just want to talk about tyres a little bit, how they're looking. Unfortunately for these guys, they've not been able to go for the wet tyres. The track has dried up. Obviously, we're looking at the number 2 here of James Glenister, who had the issues earlier on. James, I just want to have a little chat with you, actually. What happened to the car earlier on?
I won the last race, I bent the axle coming out of the corner here, so yeah, pulled over straight away. And then I think in the heat 2, I had a seizure up the top there, so...
So, crucially, though, so you've had issues in the heats, but crucially, your tyres are probably in the best nick out there, despite the fact they're covered in grass. You're looking good in this final. Yeah, if I can get through the pack safely and don't get any nose cones or anything, it should be
embarrassingly easy. I've probably got a good 6 or 7 tenths advantage per lap. The other guy's just pretty much down on canvas.
Mate, best of luck, safe drive. We'll see you at the end of the race. Like you say, yeah, it could all go his way. We've got about 20 seconds left before they head off, but look at the tyres at the moment. As you can see, just down here, you can't even see the dots anymore. There's supposed to be a dot there. You can't even see it. It's gone. They're going to be down on the canvas at the end of this race. Finals coming up. Boys, back over to you.
Thank you very much. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm going to say this. Thank goodness for Anthony Jordan. He's told us James Glenister has got grasses in, but he's got better tyres than everybody else. Here's your grid. Morgan Porter and Ryan Green on row 1. Derek Morgan and Sam Ward on row 2. Dan McEwen and Hannah Lang on row 3.
And row 4 is Nat Thomas and Miles Murphy. Row 5 and rounding out the top 10 are Charlie Turner and Tom Adams. They're followed by Lee Ward and Josh Price.
Row number 7, Charlie Cole and James Glenister. Joe Charlton and championship leader Ella Stevens start on row number 8. So, James Glenister didn't finish the pre-final, bent his axle. Didn't finish the second heat, had an engine seizure. So his tyres are as fresh as a daisy. The problem he's got is 13 other very talented drivers and an extremely treacherous, narrow 1,100-metre circuit to try and make 13 passes in 12 minutes plus a lap without getting a nose cone penalty. And of course, you just never know. With sun now shining, you never know what will happen in this, the Vera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. We hope you've enjoyed the extra person that we've had here. We've had 2 in the commentary box, 1 in the pit lane. In the comment section, please keep the comments coming in whether you like this style of coverage, having an extra voice, a set of eyes down in the pits that we can go back and forth to. Dodgy tattoo comments notwithstanding, but certainly if it wasn't for Anthony Jordan being down in the pits, John Ratcliff and I would be none the wiser about just how much better James Glenister's tyres is. But more importantly, we wouldn't know about James Glenister's mindset. He just told us how confident he is. He said it should be embarrassingly easy to get through the pack. That tells me that driver is riding a wave of confidence that we wouldn't know unless we had someone down there in the pits to talk to. John Ratcliffe, take it away, sir.
Oh, my goodness. He's got bucket loads of confidence. We're still emptying the buckets of water around here that have gotten filled up over the day. But, yeah, you need that confidence coming from the back of the grid on a race like a KZ2 final. This should be very interesting. As we say, Morgan Porter and Ryan Green there on the front row. But who is going to get a good getaway? They look at the lights. They wait for them to go green. Who is going to take us away here? The engine notes rise, and they go. Great start from the second row for the 63, already trying to get into second place. And Sam Ward contact, and round goes another driver.
Glenister's gone round. Glenister and Murphy is round. Glenister, but he catches it. James Glenister catches it. Has he damaged his nose cone? Porter leads. Green second. Ward third. Into Spoon we go on lap number 1. And that looks like the number 3 is up there. So is McEwen. Hannah Lang in 7th position. And where is Glenister? Oh, Glenister with what looks to be a puncture. You could have all the rubber in the world, but if the tyre's flat, it's flat. Game over. Game changed up at the front as we've now got those drivers who are literally down the canvas battling. And here goes Ryan Green, privateer driver. Ryan Green on the Danilo Rossi chassis takes the lead. And Sam Ward couldn't do the Sunday at Kimbolton because his mechanic accidentally took his tyres out of Parc Fermé. He could only race on the wet tyres at Bolton. It was dry. So Sam Ward's championship starts today, effectively, and he's on course for third place. Green one's wide. Here comes the Moore Racing number 4 of Morgan Porter, and Ward looking up the inside for second.
Oh, it was an amazing move initially from Ryan Green to take that place at the final corner with how slippery it is, but then he found out himself how slippery it is there through the middle section of the circuit, just getting it wide on the damp patch, and you could see him fighting with the steering wheel, trying to keep traction, but not quite able to do so, and Morgan Porter retakes the lead. Did have the fastest lap of the race. That now goes the way of Joe Charlton in 8th place, a 42.81. Drivers getting consistently quicker every lap.
We forgot about Joe Charlton, because Joe Charlton also hasn't finished all the races this weekend. Charlton retired very early in the pre-final, as did Ella Stevens. So Charlton up 7 places to 8th. Stevens up 5 places to P11. Miles Murphy, the red mist has descended upon the Demon Tweak sponsored driver. While he's driving with the devil at the moment, he's just set a new fastest lap. 42.63 seconds. He's 10 seconds, though, behind everybody else.
I thought you were just calling him a demon there.
Well, he's driving like a demon. Yeah, he is indeed. Here comes Joe Charlton, the Privateer Energy Core chassis on the grass at 90 miles an hour. Charlie Turner squeezing Joe Charlton. Wow, Joe Charlton, that would have been, well, talking about Code Brown moments, indeed, that Joe Charlton there, and you can see he's got, now he gets the his residual moisture off his tyres and goes back at Charlie Turner. I think that he'll be putting a forceful move on Mr. Turner very, very shortly. There he goes.
Yeah, I was scared for that one, and I'm sat on a nice comfy sofa in the commentary booth. I wasn't 2 centimetres off the ground going 90 miles an hour. My goodness, around 91, Hannah Lang goes round, a little bit of contact on the inside, and now gets stuck on the grass.
And those KZ2 cards, she's beached, and that is out of the race for Hannah Lang, sadly. Here we go, Porter and Ryan Green. Green retired from the opening heat race on Saturday, so his tyres are in too bad shape. Ward there in 3rd. 4th is number 75 Jade Racing driver. Oh no, Turner, defending and reigning champion Charlie Turner, out of the race with a flat tyre. He's looking at the cart there, flat tyre. They said
a number of those this afternoon, haven't
well, they said they were down the canvas.
Yeah, true.
Maybe. Oh, he's lifting up. He's having a little look. No, he's just getting the car out of the way. Battle on the lead. They're dropping like flies. Porter, Green, Ward, McHugh in the top 4. Delboy, Derek Morgan in 5th. Joe Charlton up to 6th. Then it's Nat Thomas, Ella Stevens. Started 16th, now runs 8th. Adams is 9th. Ward 10th. Cole, Price, Murphy, your remaining runners.
Yep, Joe Charlton and Ella Stevens, your biggest movers, up 9 for Joe, up 8 for Ella.
Nat Thomas, 5-second penalty. Anthony Jordan, give us the information down in the pit lane. What have you got for us, DJ?
Yeah, Henry, we're talking about canvases here and tyres. Like you say, it's going to be a nail-biting end to this race, because a lot of these drivers have run these slicks all the way through the weekend. We could have several punctures in this race. It still could go Charlton's way. Like you say, he didn't finish a race earlier on. He might have an advantage here. But yeah, this is going to be a dramatic end to the weekend.
Thanks, Anthony. Well, Ryan Green, he thought rubber or no rubber, I'm just going to go for it. Morgan Porter, he's been chilled out. How much has he been able to conserve his rubber? There's Joe Charlton on that Energy Core chassis. I spoke to him yesterday, and I got to say, up close, that Energy Core chassis looks beautiful. And he said, it's nearly as quick, as good as it looks, if you know what I mean. It looks great. It's nearly going great. Nearly. Have they got it going great right now? Porter under pressure. Green and Ward closing in. Morgan Porter, has he got anything left? There's Hannah Lang's cart up there. Ella Stevens now goes faster at 41.59 for Ella Stevens.
That is ridiculous.
She's closing in on Nat Thomas, who's got a 5-second penalty. So Ella now into P7.
That's ridiculous pace from Ella Stevens. Definitely one to watch there as she comes through the pack. But did you see that massive snap through the first corner for Ryan Green? Just got off on the wet stuff on the outside. Big snap of oversteer. Somehow managed to hold on to it and is still there in P2. Still hounding Morgan Porter. But of course, he can't only focus ahead, because if he goes off line ever so slightly once again, makes a bit of a mistake, Sam Ward is right there to pick up the pieces. But once again, Ella Stevens are watching 5.5 seconds off the lead. Now Joe Charlton retakes that fastest lap of the race. He had about 4 seconds to the leaders only half a lap ago. That's now dropping near to 3 seconds.
Anthony Jordan down the pit lane. What have you got for us? More information?
Yeah, Henry, these tyres are just not going the way these drivers want. We've got Josh Price in the pit lane. We've got Charlie Turner in the pit lane. Both of the tyres, they've just delaminated. They've failed out on circuit. We obviously know the reason why Glennis is in the pit lane. He's got a full puncture, but you can see it on this rear here. Look, completely flat. The tyre has given way. It's not working here. Guys, this is going to be nail-biting. Who's going to win it?
Morgan Porter's got one hand. Miles an hour, uphill now, staying in 6th, down to 3rd for Spoon, and 2nd, they're going to grab 2nd, now up to gears, 3rd gear, 4th gear, down the hill, here comes Ryan Green, Sam Moore sitting and waiting, 20 gear changes per lap. Don't forget they're driving one-handed for 50% of the lap, and they're worried about their tyres about to explode. Incredible drama.
As if we didn't think there was enough to think about when driving a KZ2 kart. Now got to think about your tyres, possibly completely delaminating suddenly on a turn into a corner. But Morgan Porter's got enough to think about anyway. He's got Ryan Green right behind him, and Ryan Green goes for it into the first corner. Late move to the inside, he takes the lead, and the 63 of Sam Ward follows him through as they head up towards Spoon. That drops Morgan Porter down to P3. We've still got just less than 5 minutes to go.
Ryan Green raced in the British Championship before its current incarnation in other classes like KGP and things like that. He's been out of the British Championship for a long time. He's always run on that DR kart, the Daniela Rossi chassis. He's always run as a privateer, and now is his chance to shine. Sam Ward right behind him. We had Gareth Haynes in TKM Extreme. You get your 15 minutes of fame. Ryan Green, you might never get a better chance to stand on top of the British Championship podium. Porter's tyres have gone. For Morgan Porter, he's now got to nurse it home, and here comes Joe Charlton.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Joe Charlton's getting faster and faster and faster. That gap has dropped from over 3 seconds to now 1.5 seconds off your leader, Ryan Green. Still 4 minutes left to go as we look back to another battle here going up the back straight. This is the 10 of Derek Morgan leading Ella Stevens. Ella Stevens, oh, that was a big slide through the right-hander. She isn't able to force the door open there at Spoon, but she's itching to get past that number 10 of Derek Morgan.
Down through the carousel, the right chassis of Derek Morgan, the Jade kart entry of Ella Stevens, and her teammate Nat Thomas, who has a 5-second penalty. 6th, 7th and 8th on the road. Tom Adams is 9th, Murphy is 10th, Ward and Cole are the remaining runners.
Joe Charlton's just overtaken Morgan Porter for 3rd place, now 1.5 seconds off the leader's races. There we see Ella Stevens gets that position out of the first corner. Impressively done from Ella Stevens, and takes that position, takes 6th place, but Joe Charlton continues to press on near the front. There's a whole second now between Ryan Green and Sam Ward, but Joe Charlton's closing in.
Morgan Porter is lapping in the mid-42s. The race leader is the mid-41s. Porter now losing a second a lap. Morgan, who's had great reliability. The key has been, if you've had great reliability through the heats of the pre-final, your final is going south. If you've had misfortune in the heats of the pre-final, now things are coming good. Championship positions, Ella Stevens leads on 3.56 from Tom Adams on 3.49, Porter on 3.44, Morgan on 3.43 in a tie with Charlie Turner. Ryan Green is about to move into the 10th and 9th position, and here comes Joe Charlton, your 2020 British champion, through the through compression corner, chasing down Sam Ward for 2nd position. 2 minutes to go, John. If he gets past Ward, he's going to be hunting down Ryan Green. But he's got to get past Ward.
He has got to get past, yeah. Ward just holding that sort of central line through the final corner there, just making sure that Joe couldn't go for the move, dive it down the inside and force them both out wide. So he holds on to that 2nd place for now. And this little bit of defending from Sam Ward is ultimately helping out Ryan Green, because if Joe Charlton's able to get past, then it's just going to be a longer period of time between himself and Ryan Green in the lead. That gap nearly 2 seconds now, as we've only got 1.5 minutes of the race left to go. This is going to prove difficult for the 51 of Joe Charlton if he can't get past Sam Ward in the next few corners.
The left rear tyres are the ones that are getting the most abuse here, because it's a right-hander at turn number 1, so the left rear is the tyre under the most load. Here we go. Through turn number 1 here, your left rear is under the most load. Through turn 2, at the end of the fastest straight, your left rear is getting worked over and above here. And so The problem is, though, if a tyre's going to delaminate, it's going to delaminate at one of the fastest points of the circuit. You've got to hold your breath. Morgan Porter has dropped to fifth, and he's lapping in the 42.8, so he is now crawling home. He just wants to finish. Morgan Porter, they're coming up to lap Charlie Cole by the looks of it. There goes Charlie Cole, goes a lap down. Here comes Joe Charlton, elbowing his way through into P2. 48 seconds to go. Ryan Green is about to experience the longest 2 laps of his entire karting career.
He certainly is, yeah. Joe Charlton had to be elbows out there. He needed to get through, but that time he spent behind Sam Ward has lost him over a second and a half. When he caught up to the back of Sam Ward, there was only a second gap to the leader. That is now 2.5 seconds as we are on, I believe, the penultimate lap of the race. Just over 20 seconds to go now as they head through the carousel.
These KZ2s are going to get down the hill very, very quickly.
Close.
Watch the clock on the top left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at Joe Charlton's nose cone. There've been a couple of incidents. Has that nose cone dropped? In which case, well, we'll have to see. It's all about the bracket. Ryan Green crosses the line. Oh, with 2 seconds to go. He's now got 2 more laps. If he had slowed down just a little bit, he would only have 1 more lap. But he's got 2. He's got Charlton. Last time around, well, I've got to say, lap times are equal. Green, 41.56. Charlton, 41.58. Ward runs 3rd. Dan McEwen is 4th. Porter down to 5th. Ella Stevens runs 6th. Then it's Nat Thomas, Derek Morgan, Tom Adams, Miles Murphy after spinning, and there is the number 80 car of Lee Ward, privateer driver from Ireland, getting out of the way as he tries to nurse that number 80 entry home. We've got 9 carts, 10 carts left of the league lap. Now Ryan Green starts his final lap.
Interestingly, that even the drivers that had a bit more tyre life left in them at the start of this race, even starting to feel the tyre wear now as we get to the end of this one. No one getting close to those fastest laps set earlier on in this race. But here we look to Ryan Green, was really assisted by Sam Ward there. I think Sam Ward deserves a pint bought by Ryan Green after this one, because he held up Joe Charlton for quite some time, gave him that gap at the front, and Ryan Green looks good to take this win.
Well, they come down the hill. It has been a day of unspeakable drama, and it ends with a privateer on the top step of the podium. Ryan Green joins the Winners' Club here at Motorsport UK Vera Tools British Kart Championship in the most dramatic, nail-biting fashion you can imagine. Joe Charlton 2nd on the road. If Joe Charlton, however, does get a drop-down nose cone penalty of 5 seconds, he would still finish 3rd. Sam Ward, 3rd on the road. He was out of this championship at Kimbolton. He's now right back in it. Dan McEwen for the Jade Racing team in 4th. Morgan Porter, he's still 3rd of the championship, but he salvages 5th position on tyres that I would love to see the look of Morgan Porter's tyres, because they are going to be the most spent out of everyone. Ella Stevens, 10 places gained. She finishes 6th and hangs on to the points lead by 8 over Tom Adams. Then you've got Nat Thomas, Derek Morgan, Miles Murphy, Tom Adams, Lee Ward, Josh Price and Charlie Turner.
Nat Thomas, of course, has that 5-second penalty, though. That's going to drop him behind Derek Morgan.
Yes, it will.
So a little bit of change at the end there, but once again, what a race.
What an absolute race. And of course...
What a day.
What a day. but the coverage have been enhanced. We've had Anthony Jordan has been giving us up to the second information. Again, I'll say it once again, and you can clip this one, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm not going to say it again. Thank goodness for Anthony Jordan. There we go. I've said it. Won't say it again. Clip it. Don't tell him.
He's going to put that in his show reel.
Don't tell him I said that. What a day. What a day. What a venue. What a track. You know,
what weather?
What weather? You know, people are saying, oh, but it's. Do you know what? It's abrasive. Yes, it's undulating abreast. Anthony Jordan, down to you in the pits now for the final time today. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, a very dramatic race at the end of that one. But, well, our man who wins with this one, well, Ryan, come and stand over here for us.
Yeah.
That was a, well, masterclass in kart control and tyre management and everything out there. You come away, you join the winner's circle in the British Kart Championships in KZ2. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm over the moon. We made a few changes to the kart and it worked perfectly. We managed to look after the tyres. We managed to keep them at the right temperatures, but the chassis has been fantastic. The 2023 kart we got responds to everything, couldn't be more overjoyed. What a result. Tough race, good opposition, always is in KZ.
Yeah, mate, I mean, the conditions were always a challenge out there. How were the tyres at the end? I think they were okay for you. You managed to manage them all the way throughout.
To be honest, I haven't bothered having a look. I'm just focused on my job. To be honest, the conditions were tricky. We're about a second a lap slower than we were yesterday. It's still wet on the inside of a lot of the corners. I was trying to drive a little bit conservative. Obviously, I think Morgan got back past me somewhere at the beginning because I was trying to find a dry line around there. So it's a balance between a dry line and not leaving the door open, a wet line and not leaving the door open. So as soon as I got my head down, put a few clear laps in, then I knew I'd probably pull away.
Well, congratulations, P1. Join the podium later on today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Well done to Ryan Green out there. Let's chat to Charlton, who finishes second on track, but I believe gets a nose cone penalty. So we'll finish third on circuit. Joe, what a race all the way throughout, though. Your tyres also were slightly better than I think the rest because you had a retirement earlier on in the weekend. But, mate, how was that race for you?
Well, like you say, the tyre advantage was big, so it was kind of trying to stay out of trouble, but I got a nose on the first corner, so it was kind of like, knowing that I needed to get 5 seconds in front of everyone. So, it was a bit unfair with the tyre advantage, but, like you say, I'd have had 2 crashes this weekend, so starting last and coming through is good result for the rest of the weekend. It was awful, but, it's okay.
Yeah, mate, solid result still. You come away with the podium still, you got away with it, but congratulations. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd just like to thank Andy and Sue. Cheers, mate. I'd like to thank Andy and Sue Fairless for the engines, Ian Thompson for the energy carts, and Mick from Energy. And then, Ravi, Levi, my mechanic today, Fraser, who's come and helped me out. Just thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Cheers, Joe. Well done. We'll see you on the podium later on. P3 at the end of that one, which means we promote a driver into P number 2. Well, what a drive. Congratulations. I mean, what can we say about that, Sam? I mean, what a drive that was.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. The whole weekend we didn't get out until the 5th practice on Friday with issues. Van broke down Friday morning. Just an horrendous start to the weekend. But yeah, it worked on the kart. Danny's been really helpful getting the kart where we need it to be. Obviously Rushy in with Rush Performance, they've been brilliant. Engine's been absolutely faultless all weekend. And I've got to say thank you to my dad as well for keeping work going in the background. But really good weekend. Chuffed with that.
Well, a P2 certainly puts a smile on the face, brings back all the good memories of racing.
P3, I just found out.
Yes, yeah, Joe got Joe got the nose cone, so yeah, you get promoted up into P2 now. So
after the first round, we need that. So yeah, it's good to be back in it.
Exactly. Well, next round's coming up fairly soon. Are you looking forward to it as well?
Yeah, can't wait. On a holiday tomorrow morning, and back ready for the next one.
Where are you off to?
Cyprus.
Nice, nice choice.
10 o'clock flight, so all good.
All good, mate. Well, enjoy your holiday. Enjoy the podium later on today. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you. Cheers.
Well, Sam Ward there rounding out the top 3 out there. We'll bring in the other 2. We'll bring in Henry. We'll bring in John. John, what are the shorts, man? Come on, you've got to sort it out with that one. Right, well, boys, I'm glad I was here. Glad I didn't miss it in the end. Thanks for keeping my seat warm, John. Firstly, your second weekend with the British Kart Championships. Joined me at Wilton Mill last year, I think it was. Yes. But, mate, how have you found it here at Glan-Y-Gors?
Unbelievable. I couldn't have expected the racing to be so fantastic. It was a joy to be in the commentary box, joined by the lovely Henry. And, of course, can't wait to do more for the rest of the year.
Lovely is probably the nicest thing anyone's ever called him. Henry, mate, what a weekend.
Firstly, I have said 2 nice things about you. I've said thank goodness for Anthony Jordan. Number 1, we want you to know, the viewers, we want you to comment in, do you like the new style of coverage, the 3-person, the person, the pit lane? We want, do you think it's enhanced it? Because then we can keep improving the final product for you, the Alpha Live and Motorsport UK put out for it. But It's been an incredible weekend, not just because we're in Wales. I mean, the circuit is fantastic. The weather played its part, but look at the privateers that have had their moments to shine. This paddock is full of the biggest teams in the sport. They've got Formula One style technology. There's 2 Formula One teams that are being represented here this weekend, and yet, every single lass and dad, the people that still come karting out the back of a Mercedes Sprinter, other vans are available, they get their moment to shine at the very pinnacle of our sport. And it's been an absolute pleasure to have you and to have John able to bring the viewers that action.
Yeah, it has been a one to remember. We're back here in 2 weeks' time again at Glan-Y-Gors, so make sure you tune in for that one. But from us 3 here, it's goodbye for now.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.